I mean, she had curvature. Don't get me wrong, but she asked me what I do for a living. You know what I mean? What I do for a living, I said, I breathe in oxygen. You know what I mean? Sometimes I drink water, and when I'm hungry, I grab a bite to eat here and there. How do you stay alive? You know what I mean? You know, I almost said it ain't on your looks, but I would have been a liar if I would have said that. I felt like saying it though.
All right. Oh, Q123 joined again, but then dropped out again. Maybe got a mic. Let's see.
Probably waiting for my phone to
Vanished.
die or something. You know what I mean?
But it won't die because
No, I got a plug right here. I can keep plugging my phone in. You know what I mean? Jim, do you ever seen the reactions of fans when the new Star Wars previews coming out, like at something like Comic Con or something? I mean, it's like a religious
the
experience. I mean,
reaction.
they show more emotion than people at like huge like church religious rallies. You know what I mean? Where they're coming up to get saved or whatever. They show more reaction at the Star Wars premiere. I mean, they lose their mind, dude. You know?
When they first hear the lightsaber sound.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, oh. Like,
But
dang, dog. Right? I don't even show that much emotion when I'm having like really good sex. Like really good sex. I'm not even like that at all. I'm just, I'm just like whatever. Right? Nothing really
I,
nothing in life really gets me like that happy.
I saw like a little girl. She was being visited by a rapper, and she was
Right.
jumping, and like her face was like yelling,
Oh
like,
man.
oh, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Sad, huh?
It's just a freaking rapper.
Right? Man.
She was like jumping and like having a panic attack or something.
Crazy, dude. Hey, people lose their mind over singers more than actors. I've noticed even. Unless you're an actor in Star Wars. If you're an actor in Star Wars, then that's a whole different category. You know what I mean? I bet you if video games could become actual characters, like in real life, people would lose their shit over that too. You know what I mean?
I saw like I speak Spanish, and I saw like people watching what was the Dragon Ball movie, Dragon
Oh
Ball
my
Z,
god. Yeah, yeah.
bro. For everything that happened, they were going like, and they were going crazy just by the new scene. Something happened in the new scene, and they were like,
Yeah. True. Crazy, bro. Hey, when I first heard that name Dragon Ball Z, the first thing I thought in my mind is, dude, that's really like I thought it was a perverted joke that somebody had made like a meme of or something. And my chick's like, no, that's an actual thing. Like kids are going crazy over that stuff. My kids go crazy over. They love that stuff. I'm like, dude, if I had kids, I would never let them play with anything like that. If I had kids, though, dude, there'd be nothing but books. That's it. You know what I mean? Books and like we'd have, just the regular old school light bulbs. If we didn't have that, we'd have a fire burning and candles.
you don't have children yet?
I don't, bro. I've tried so many times with so many different women too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know. I've only gotten one girl.
There's something about these days that it, bro. I know, like from many sides of my family and my wife's family, like a generation before us, people used to have like lots of children. We're talking over 10, like
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah,
many children, and now it's difficult to have one.
dude, I'm saying. I always tell everybody like, look around at the little kids that are around nowadays. That when they get to be our age, there's not going to be that anymore like that. That's the way I see it, dude. Because you were absolutely right about what you just said. You know,
But
but I
like
mean, just
there's like my dad's generation, my mom's generation, and then my grandfather's generation, like I had like from my father's side, I had like over 10 aunts and uncles, right? From my mom's
Yeah.
side, we had like 15 aunts and uncles. My wife, her grandparents and grandfather, they had both sides. They had like over 10, 14 children, bro. Are we talking? We're talking a generation ago, like last generation. They were having like dozens of children,
Yeah.
people.
I know, bro. But think about it though. In the last 100 years or less, they've come out with clinics where you can get rid of that. They've come out with you know condoms and IEDs and vasectomies and you know what I mean. Everything that
And fast food.
yep, like everything, yeah, just everything, everything that like, you mean like your antenna right next to your junk in your pocket all the time, all these things,
Yeah, yeah, I bet.
synthetic
Yeah, that's
clothing,
that's definitely like
rubber on your soles, dude, hair dye,
yeah.
but
Wear all
the
that rubber on your feet and then on your head as
yep,
well. Those hats. I wear
right.
hats a lot of the time, so but
I
I'm
do
pretty sure
too.
there's
I
something to
just
that.
take the metal thing off the top, the button on the top
Yeah.
of the hat. Just take that off so you don't have any metal up there, because that's a conductor of
Mm.
electricity. And the way it's shaped, it's like a round like button, like M&M shaped, with like a dome on the top a little bit, and then the bottom is like 4 or 6 claws that are like inwards. You know what I mean? And they're super pointy, so they're like terminated points of metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like little tiny antennas, and they're pointed towards like right where your cowlick is in your hair. We all have like a cowlick where your hair swirls around. It's like right there. It's like the exact pinnacle of where it should be if your intentions are other than uh uh I guess you'd say
To mess
bad,
with the flow of electricity.
yeah, everything's a spiral, sound, when you throw a pebble on water it makes like a spiral, everything's a spiral kind of.
A
Yeah.
vortex.
Just like the vortex that we see in the sky, you see the luminaries revolving
Hmm.
like in a
Yeah,
vortex,
yeah,
and we
yeah,
can see that like if you from a magnet, if you put a magnet on a magnifier and you put gas like in a chamber, you see
yeah.
the magnet kind of like creates a vortex. And the
Whoa,
vortex is
bro,
on
you just
everything.
made
Like
me
you
think of
can see the
something.
vortex being expressed on nature and almost everything.
Dude, you just made me think of something. I just realized something. I've been trying to figure out how they on Earth figure out where what like star maps are, where they align things with the stars.
Yeah,
Okay, so have you also heard of ley lines?
ley lines. You mean
Yeah, ley
like
lines.
electricity lines?
No, like ley, like LEY, ley lines. They're called ley lines, and they're supposed to be in different parts of the world where a very strong like energy force or electrical, conductivity or whatever is it's an actual line like going across the plane, right? So there's ley
Yeah.
line, and I'm not sure if those match up with the star maps or not. If
L
they're
Ley.
yeah, LEY, and then that's one word, and then the next word's lines, ley
Okay.
lines.
Oh, I see. I see. Like cities being constructed on ley lines, right? Like,
Yeah. So they do that for especially like bigger cities where they have a lot of like old esoteric stuff in them. They line stuff
yeah,
up perfectly. Like for instance, I can go to the cemetery in the city of Santa Barbara, and the cemetery is like elevated like about 15 feet above the normal sidewalk and ground. But you can't really tell by the way it's constructed. Well, if you go to the cross in the very middle of the cemetery and you look at the Macy's Tower, the Macy's Tower has a square cut out of it with like 4 giant bells, and then with like really long thin strings like or chains that are hanging from the bell. And then if you look at the Mesa Hill, it lines up perfectly with the square of the Macy's Tower, and the palm trees that are perfectly lined up on the hill line up perfectly with, like, the trunks of the tree line up perfectly with the chain, and where the palm fronds come out is exactly where the bottom of the bell starts, and then the cliff is exactly where the bottom of the square that's cut into the tower is. It's like so perfectly lined up, and you can only see it from the cross in the cemetery, right? So there's other places like that. Like, there's actually a street called Islay, Isley. Wait, is it Islay? Is it Islay? Maybe it has a E, but like ley line. And when you get to the very top of that street, it's a hill, and at the very top you can only turn right or left. There's no straight. Well, if you turn around right there and look at the line in the middle of the road, how it has like two orange lines on each side. Well, the very middle of the line, if you look at it right there, if you get down low to the road and look at it, it lines up perfectly with the Arlington Tower, which is like the tallest tower in Santa Barbara, and it has like it looks like basically like an upside down needle, you know, and it
Bro,
lines up perfectly with it.
I just found like a bunch of different ones, and they call them. There's maps that say the lay of the land.
Yeah,
And
exactly,
this
bro.
is
Yeah.
ley lines in Croatia, ley lines and ancient sacred sites.
Hmm.
Uh, there's a bunch. There's so many.
Well, you made me think of something when you were talking right now. I just realized, what if the way they find these ley lines and these star maps to line them up is they watch where lightning strikes, right? Lightning only doesn't strike the ground; it's striking something that's coming up from the ground, and it's meeting it in midair, right?
Hmm.
So if you wanted to like cheat and not wait for lightning or whatever, or actually you could either create or generate lightning that's like mostly organic, and then you could just completely create inorganic lightning. I mean, I guess technically everything has organic in it because everything's from this contained earth that we live in. Like, we don't get anything from anywhere else; it all comes from here. So I don't think there's anything we could do to, like, pollute it or destroy it, because everything comes from it. But like the created lightning that's generated from whatever they're using to generate it, that would be a way for them to find where ley lines or star maps are, because they would be able to pinpoint it accurately by where it's coming up from the ground. They could use, like, even with the modern day photography, even older photography, with or I don't know how you do the shutter speed or whatever, or get it where like you could slow everything down, like extremely slow, like to the 1,000th or something like that, or maybe more. It's not the type of photography I do, but they could be able to exactly pinpoint it where it comes from the ground,
Yeah, the ley lines being a grid essentially, and the grid collect the static charge the Earth discharges, and
Yeah.
it's up into the sky and tells you exactly what's above. Kind of like when you want to pinpoint a spot on the ground, you can do like a water drop to, if you want to drop a pencil into a beer bottle or something, right? You would use a drop of water to figure out exactly where it falls, but in reverse, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? So it's shooting up.
Yeah.
That's how you
So
the star map.
Yeah, that's where they find it, where it comes up from the ground. I bet you it just doesn't come up any random place, Because if you really spend some time looking up lightning in slow motion, pictures of lightning where it comes up from the ground, there's not that much information on it, bro. There's way, way more information on lightning that comes from the sky or from the clouds, allegedly. I mean, if they're lying to us about how the lightning comes from, because we know it doesn't come from a cloud. That's ridiculous. Have you ever seen electricity come from a cloud of steam from boiling water, or like when you're in a sauna or anything, like clouds of steam like that? No, you could even create clouds on the ground with cloud generating machines quite easily, and you're not going to see any. You could never create an experiment where lightning or any type of electricity is going to shoot out of it. It's ridiculous. So we're being lied to about where lightning comes from. Then how much more would they just omit actually, the other part of the lightning, which comes from the ground? I mean, there's stuff on it, but there's not as much stuff as, the lightning that we normally think of, which isn't even what it is.
The only thing is, the lightning comes from the ground, but it doesn't go all the way up. It stops somewhere around cloud level.
No, it meets it meets the one coming from the sky. It meets it, One would never strike the other surface. Like, one wouldn't come from the ground and just strike the firmament, and vice versa. one wouldn't come from it to strike the ground. It would meet. I don't know if it's right in the middle, smack in the middle or not, or if we can't perceive that through the film that we see it, but it's clear that one comes up and meets it, you know?
Yeah, we were talking the other day, something similar to this, and it's, lightning follows a path or something, and that path may be already predetermined in the way. Uh, I don't know how
For
that
sure
plays
it's
in.
predetermined. Yeah, it's not just random, dog.
If you watch John Levy, he'll point out that a lot of those ley lines and structures built upon them have probably been there a lot longer than we think they have.
Oh, of course, bro. We could never know how long something's been there or not. You know what I mean? All we can judge on is the timeline of our life and what we bear witness to, what we've experienced. You know what I mean? I mean, you can believe anything you want from history books or from stories passed down, and everything. If that's what you choose to do, it's not proof of anything though. But yeah, like the only proof we have is what we can ascertain or see in our lifetime, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he's pretty good at pointing out, though, that this is the official story they're telling us about these structures or these places, and here's the leaps of logic. Like, your shit don't add up, right? So,
right. It's funny though. There's really no official story for anything. Like if you look at different sources, they all say slightly different things for the same subject that's supposed to be like a mainstream subject.
and then a lot of people are citing stuff they're getting from Wiki. I've never used it, but can anybody sign in the Wiki and modify what the page says?
It's the same when anybody could purchase the company that's putting out books for the curriculum for students ages kindergarten through master's degree. Whoever's putting out these books basically could be the same. It's like basically the same thing. It just takes a little bit longer, or it's a little bit quicker with a wiki, but I think for everything that you get quicker or easier, you give up something for that too. Like if something takes longer for you to find out and you have to do more research into it, you're going to get a lot more out of it. It's just the balance of things. But if you're getting it super easy, cheap, fast, for free, instantly, it's not going to be beneficial to you as it would be the other way. You probably know that with steroids and stuff like that. You probably see people do steroids.
Yeah, well, I was about to relate it to bodybuilding. I've been deeply researching it, almost on a daily basis for over a decade. And I still learn stuff every day. Yeah. Like yesterday, I listened to a hugely insightful podcast about a subject I've already been over 10 times, but still learning stuff from it. And it's just being thorough, like you said.
Hey, bro, if you're not learning something new from it all the time that's truth, then you're getting fed a lie every time. You know what I mean? But if you know your body and you know everything you're hearing about the way the bodybuilding is good and true, you'll be able to determine that. You know what I mean? It'll be putting out a truthful vibration, like a frequency that resonates with your circadian rhythm.
Yeah, and then I listen to all the gurus and the top coaches, right? And then some of them say different things or have different approaches, but I take the consensus of what they're saying. When they're all pretty much saying the same thing about it, then that's the information that I find that I can apply to myself, right? Like, yeah, they might disagree with this or that, but they're all pretty much saying this one thing. So I should take something away from that and see if it works for me.
If that's what you choose to do.
Well, yeah, because I don't want to pay for a coach. I want to do this stuff on my own.
Yeah.
And then, like, why pay for a coach when all the coaches are on a podcast every week spilling everything they know about it, right? Like, all you got to do is sit there and listen and then figure out how to apply it.
Well,
And
can I ask you
same thing with
something?
flat Earth. What's that?
Can I ask you something? So
Yeah.
the people that you surround yourself with on the majority of the time you're spent has to do with what you're into, which is bodybuilding, correct?
One of my hobbies. I also make music
Okay. I was just
and
saying
radio.
because like you said you've been doing it for like the past 10 years or something.
Yeah, I haven't missed a workout in over 10 years, I think, if not
So
longer.
when like for instance, like when you're working out and stuff, you're either you're in your own gym or you're surrounded in a gym by people who are like minded with the same type of goal as in you mean the same type of you know whatever pinnacle you're trying to hit.
Yeah, pretty much everybody in there just trying to be better than they used to be.
You mean physically better?
No, there's a huge takeaways that bodybuilding, fitness in general, that you could use to build your character. And man, I'm really glad that I got into it because it's taught me a lot about myself through testing myself. And man, it's a special thing. It really helps you grow as a person besides just your muscles.
Isn't there like a trend of bodybuilders dying and having like a lot of issues?
The
Well,
ones who
everybody's
took
dying, bro.
it's they've always been dying. It's just more out in the open now. More people are talking about it, but most of the ones that have recently passed, like Cedric McMillan, he was an Army sergeant, triple vaxxed. He spent a week in the hospital right after his first injection, and then got the other ones, and he never got right after that first, issue that he had, and it killed him.
The liposomes will do it to you.
Man. And I thought astronauts had it bad drinking their own pee. You know what I mean?
Shit, I'm not an astronaut. I've been drinking my piss for 8 years.
Oh God. So dying to live, you just came in and changed your name from something cure 123 to dying to live, but you didn't change your name. And even if you had, I still would know it was you. But interesting theory that you just said. Not medical advice by any means. Strictly for educational and entertainment purposes only.
But it sounded like you had a question that you didn't get to.
No, you didn't hear what he said.
No, you said, let me ask you a question, but you never.
I'll ask you a question. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to the gentleman or whatever gender who just got on the. Okay. Yeah, my bad, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's definitely not a gentleman.
Yeah, right. I'm just trying to, go with the most common pronoun and just work my way down from there. Not trying to offend anybody or, indicate anything, mean a certain type of way.
I identify as the temple of God. Thank you.
Well, I'd say you're welcome, but I couldn't understand what you said.
I was asking you a question. What does microwaving do to the food?
Oh, I thought you said something completely different, bro. My bad.
Oh, it's okay.
He said he identifies as the temple of God.
Yeah, but after that,
Yeah.
That was my question. My question was, what does microwave do to the food? You said you know, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay.
Okay, bro. Yeah, I don't know. All right.
No problem.
Yeah, it's okay. Actually,
Back to the drawing board.
No, it doesn't do anything to the food.
Day one
I never
starts
said anything
today.
like that. Huh?
Day one starts today.
Day one?
Wait, what do you mean it doesn't do anything to food? When I put my food in the microwave, it makes it hot.
Yeah, it's got
Exactly. Yeah, it makes it hot. It makes it hot. Exactly. It makes it hot, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you were trying to explain to the bodybuilder that you shouldn't microwave your food, yet you don't know why. So it doesn't
No,
work
I
that
didn't
way.
say he shouldn't. I said I don't, because I don't prefer the way it tastes.
Oh,
That's
so
just for
it's just the
entertainment
taste.
and educational purposes only.
It's just
You know
the
what I mean?
taste.
Yeah, it's just the taste, bro.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Some
I
people
just thought
might
there was some reason. That's why I asked.
some people might be thinking that maybe it's radiating their food, but it's not an ionizing radiation. It's just exciting the molecules, just like heating it over any type of source of heat, right? So
Well, not any source of heat. There's so many different types of source of heat, bro.
I'd say fire is the most natural. Cook a nice steak over a fire. It'll be good.
I'll say the sun is the most natural.
Yeah, the sun. I'd have to say.
Then after that, fire.
Yeah.
Wait, is sun? Can you cook food with the sun, bro?
If you had
Yeah.
a big enough magnifying glass, you could.
Yeah. But
Get a
see, that's not gonna
magnifying
work.
glass and you can heat up a chamber and it definitely cook it for you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to buy the magnifying glass. I'd rather just rub two sticks together than promote the B system.
But
might
then
be
you
able to
have
make
to
one
get
out of crystal.
you have to get some sticks from the ground, and the sticks' lives matter.
Oh, come on,
Mhm.
dude. Sticks aren't people,
Or you
bro.
can go completely natural and not eat anything that has to be cooked. You know, if it makes you sick because you have to cook it, don't eat it.
No, I was thinking though, if I raise the cow and I eat it while it's still warm, would that kill me?
I don't know, bro. I would never do anything like that. I don't
Well,
recommend anybody do that, but I don't not recommend it either.
I did get some milk directly from the cow myself, and it was warm, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
drank it, and it didn't kill me.
That sounds good, buddy.
Yeah, that reminds me of the almond palmer.
Didn't kill the cow either, did it,
Lukewarm
Jimsy?
I didn't have to kill it. No, I gave him milk without killing it.
Wow. Who would have thought we could just drink the milk? Holy shit.
I want to be one of those people that gets all their energy and nutrients from the sunlight, whether like the Denisovians or something like that. That's probably wrong, but supposedly there's these group of people that don't eat; they just go out in the sunlight and can sustain their
Breatharian.
life.
They're called breatharians.
Yeah, that's the
Oh
way
no!
to
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Yeah, they're all dying too, bro. I wouldn't trust them.
I don't even know who they are. I'm just saying that's what they're called.
Dietarians.
Yeah, if you go on
Breatharians.
a diet, you're probably gonna die.
They're called breatharians. Like breathe Aryan. Hey, Dying to Live, if you have any like maybe like a weekly diet that you'd recommend for me, maybe you could post it to me. I appreciate it.
Raw liver once a week.
No. You guys were talking about liver earlier. I had a question about that. Why would you eat the part of the animal that removes the toxins from the animal's body?
Because it's yummy.
Sounds disgusting.
Bro, why would you eat? Why would you eat or not eat or not drink anything? That's completely a personal
Well, I don't want
choice.
to die.
What?
I
Why?
eat to
Why?
live.
Hey! Why is there anything at all?
something happen.
Right?
I said that's the most nutrient dense part of the animal.
Hey, ask that question to orcas. They kill the white sharks and eat the liver and leave the rest.
Yeah, but all the orcas are dying, bro. They're stupid too.
Yeah,
Orcas
they're pretty
are
dumb.
dying, yeah.
They're pretty
as fuck,
dumb, dude. You know what I mean? God, those natural things doing what they're naturally supposed to do. They're so dumb.
Orcas are dumb. Yeah,
Any animal or
I get it.
insect, that's like saying any animal or insect is dumb. They're just doing what they're programmed to do naturally.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, like, Elijah and Enoch never died, so orcas are fucking stupid.
I don't even know what you meant right now. Were you referring to the Bible?
I'm just talking about two gentlemen that never died.
Oh, I don't
Wait.
know.
They never died? And where are they? Do they have like a YouTube channel?
Apparently, they're still here.
Where are they? Can
I've
you
never
link
heard
me
anything like
Can you link me, give me a link or something so I can look?
I mean,
Put the
these
link in the
people,
D.
bro, dude, if you've been around for 6,000 or 7,000 years, these people are not in the limelight, bro. They're probably in some fucking cave somewhere.
In a cave?
You're talking about a movie?
They should be like at the highest mountain.
You're talking about Underworld, huh?
Mountain.
You're talking about the movie Underworld, the movie.
Why will they be the oldest and be living in a cave? Tell me why. I'm muting myself for now.
If I was a lad who'd been living in a cave for a long time, would I be Bin Laden?
What's up, Kiss Show?
That's your boy, huh?
Everybody's my boy, bro.
Unless they don't unless their pronoun isn't boy, then they're not your
Unless they're
boy.
immortal. If they're immortal, they're a waste of my time.
You know what I mean? What if they're gender fluid or something like that? Then
Only
they're not your boy.
immortals are a waste of my time.
Immortal?
Yeah, I wouldn't be talking to you right now if you were immortal.
Interesting theory. You play a lot of D&D video games and stuff like that?
No, I don't play games.
I was going to say if you ever want to play chess, I know how to play chess pretty well. I think with the pawn, once it gets to the ninth square, the queen.
There's too many people dying to play chess, man.
Dying to play?
Like I said, there's too many dying, comma. There's too many people dying, comma, to play chess.
Interesting. I was going to say there's not enough people living to not play chess. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I'd rather talk about the truth, right, and maybe save someone's life than play a game.
Sounds good. That's noble, bro. That's really noble of you.
Well, thanks.
I wish more people would be like you. You know what I mean? Care about everybody more. You know, the world would be a better place.
I've heard you talk before.
Most of the stuff I say, I just get off Google real quick, you know?
Well, the bodybuilder or whatever, he seemed nice, but I was like, am I the only person laying in bed 20 hours a day? It seems like all these other people are slaves and they work out and all this shit. It's crazy.
You lay in bed 20 hours a day?
Yes.
So what about your feet? They're not touching the ground?
My name is Adam.
A chair right now.
Huh?
I said my feet are touching a chair right now.
My name is Adam, but why do you lay in bed all day? Are you disabled?
No. I just don't want to die.
Don't want to die.
Yeah, so when you work out, what you're doing is you're tearing down your muscles, right? So then your body focuses its attention on regenerating said muscles. So instead of tearing down my muscles, what I've done is I've redirected my body to focus on healing its organs instead of things that don't matter, like muscles.
Hey, do you ever fast, bro?
That's not even true. And then working out, exercise actually is good for you. The whole tearing the muscle and then it regrows.
When you work out, you're not tearing your muscle.
They say it's micro tears and then it heals back. But if that was true, you'd be a huge callus, right? Like if I've been doing it for 10 years, your muscles wouldn't grow. It would just be scar tissue. Like it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so people's muscles don't grow when they work out. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying it doesn't happen through micro tears because then it would just be scar tissue. You can't grow scar tissue.
Okay,
you can't do anything.
You're a bodybuilder. If it's not what we've been told, you should know.
I know. I'm telling you, It's
So
through stretching the
how
muscle
are your
fascia.
muscles getting bigger?
Hypertrophy.
What's that?
There's two ways. I can't remember one of the terms, but you stretch the muscle fascia, and then you grow the muscle cell itself. Just like fat cells can grow, like you don't burn fat. You just this fat cells are always there. They just get bigger or smaller. Same thing with the muscle cells. They either take in nutrients and get bigger, or they deplete nutrients and get smaller. But there's no micro tearing going on. I mean, maybe to a certain degree, but it doesn't add up. But hypertrophy is for bodybuilding. Strength gains, it happens in a different fashion.
So you're saying the muscle building comes from the rest phase, correct?
Yeah, recovery phase, that's when you grow. It doesn't happen in the gym while you're working out. Your cells uptake nutrients and grow. The more you stimulate through exercise, the more you eat, the more they grow. Like you can exercise all day long, but if you don't have the proper nutrition, nothing's going to happen. And to say that you don't work out because you want to protect your organs is the wrong way to go about it, because it actually improves all the processes in your body, especially organ health.
Hey, bro. So you lay in bed for 20 hours. You don't ever get grounded?
What's grounded?
Get your feet grounded.
I don't know what that is.
Grounding your body, you know? Your body's an electrical unit. All houses and places of residence are grounded. Grounding, you know?
I mean, I got grounded when I was a kid. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Do you know how to ground a house?
Are you talking about go and walk out on the dirt barefoot? Is that what you're talking about?
It's one way to do it.
Oh,
Probably the best
why
way to
did you
do it.
say that?
I didn't know that I had to, but so yeah, going and walking out on the dirt or sand. Sand is the best thing you can walk on.
Yeah, I ground from time to time. Not very often.
You can actually run aground from outside to the inside and
Yep.
to your bed. That way you can lay in bed and be grounded.
Yep.
But I don't really believe that you lay in bed all day. That's
No,
pretty
I do.
ridiculous.
I'm not lying to you.
It's not really something that you need to lie about. I believe you. Mhm. I definitely believe that you lay in bed 20 hours a day. And if you're lying to me about it, it's not gonna it's like no skin off my back, you know what I mean? I knew somebody who told me that if I slept more often and laid in bed more, I could still grow. I could grow a couple inches.
It's true.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if anything is true until I try it myself. Really, you know. I imagine you must have really comfortable comforters, nice feeling sheets and blankets, and a good bunch of pillows that you appreciate. You probably change the pillow casings on them quite often, I imagine, or you have somebody there to help you.
Yeah, I don't own
Actually,
anything that I wouldn't leave behind tomorrow.
I'm jealous, bro. The way you know what I mean, it sounds fun, except for the lack of grounding. I have to be grounded way more.
I'm albino. The sun is detrimental to my health.
Oh, okay, I hear you. What's your hair like? Is your hair like curly or is it like straight?
Yeah, it's a little in between.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I use hydrogen peroxide as shampoo.
You do?
Yeah, I only use hydrogen peroxide as shampoo.
You should try borax, bro.
What's borax?
Hydrogen would make your hair lighter. Like I used to
Yeah,
do that when I was young to get that Kurt Cobain kind of look, that bleach look.
Wait, you said you only use hydrogen peroxide?
Yeah, only 3% though solution.
Oh, okay. That's like the stuff that you could buy at like the drugstore or whatever for like 99 cents a bottle.
Yeah, like rain is like 1%, and the stuff that you can get from the store is like 3%.
Okay. Sometimes I'll like gargle with that stuff every once in a while.
No,
Let
don't
it
do
foam
that.
up
It's
in my mouth.
horrible. It destroys
Why?
your mouth microbiome.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I don't brush my
Yeah,
teeth.
it's been a long time. I only brush my teeth usually with borax or Dr. Bronner's fluoride-free toothpaste, but I use very little. I usually just use borax.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use anything.
That's cool. Well, that probably works better for you. My teeth need borax though. The borax actually it came with the instruction booklet when I was born. So
You were born with borax?
with the borax as one of the top ingredients for my instructions on Better Living. That was for me though. Your birth certificate instructions might have said something different. I'm hardwired basically. The software I was hardwired with basically it calls for borax. You know.
Have you ever looked into hyperventilation neuroplasticity?
Nope, I haven't. I've heard of it, but
Yeah, you can use it to your advantage to rewire your brain to be more efficient.
what is it exactly?
Hyperventilation neuroplasticity? Well, hyperventilation is just like when there's not enough oxygen in your brain, you start breathing rapidly and really deeply, like
Yeah.
that's hyperventilation. And then neuroplasticity is just it's basically like teaching your brain how to be more efficient is the best way I can put it. But you can look up neuroplasticity for a more in-depth definition.
Yeah, okay. I'll look it up. Yeah, at one point I was thinking about trying this cryogenics that my friend owns a place called Duty to Cryogenics, but then I was thinking about it, I'm like, nah, it's not natural enough for me. Like they're using a lot of electricity and whatever they're using to make the room that super cold like that. I was thinking the electromagnetic frequency they're putting out, although it could be counteracted by the cold, I'm not sure how that temperature would counteract with it. It's just, to me, it's like too much inorganic for my body. Like the reward doesn't outweigh the consequences or the risk, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, just
Regardless of what like any studies or peer-reviewed things on it says, to me that doesn't mean anything. You know, no, that stuff means
I
nothing,
get
bro.
the whole nature route, bro. I mean, anybody can cause themselves to hyperventilate just by holding their breath long enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm sure. What you said sounded organic. I have no reason to believe it's not. I'll look into it though for sure.
Yeah, you
I
can
can't
even
really
use.
look into stuff when I'm on this thing because if I switch over after like 1 minute, my thing it'll like go off of the Discord and I'll have to like go through. You know what I mean? Go through
Yeah, I
all the
mean, a lot of
motion.
people have heard of neurogenesis. I'm sure you've heard of that, right?
I've heard of it before. Yeah, I don't have any idea really what it is though.
Yeah, so neurogenesis is just the formation of new brain cells. So you can use things like
Okay.
lion's mane mushrooms, which are completely legal, by the way, and those will lead to neurogenesis. But the thing is you don't want to only create new brain cells, because if you create new brain cells and you don't rewire them through neuroplasticity, they're not going to know what to do. So you want to do both neurogenesis protocols and neuroplasticity protocols if you can.
I know fasting. If you fast, it'll reset your brain. I know that. You ever mess around with fasting?
The most hardcore fast I ever did was a 7-day urine fast.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, it was basically 1 gallon to 2 gallons of urine every day for 7 days straight, no food or water.
Yeah, I don't know about any of that.
What's the lady's name who talks about that? Amanda, or I think it
I don't
starts with.
know, bro. I know the astronauts do that.
I'm gonna look it up. I just listened to a podcast about it.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea about that.
It was kind of wild because I didn't feel hungry or thirsty the entire time.
Really?
Yeah, no food or water, just piss.
Damn. That's crazy. You must have been pissed off by the time the 7 days were over, huh?
Oh, dude, when I broke the fast, you know how they say, oh, you're supposed to break a fast with like oranges and shit like that? Dude, I was eating
Yeah.
like powdered donuts and fucking chicken and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're
Dude,
just
I
craving
ate
that.
like a fucking king when I got done with that fast, bro.
You almost nullified the fast, don't you think, or no?
I
Probably
was
not, huh?
literally thinking that I was never gonna stop. Like when I was on like day 4 or 5, I was like, what's the point in eating or drinking anymore? You know what I mean?
Dude, you really feel that? You really? I heard it like increases your senses and everything.
Oh yeah, you become like hypersensitive. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what about as far as like pain for anything? Do you feel pain less or more?
A lot less.
A lot less, okay. But yet you're hypersensitive, so it's like the best of both worlds.
Correct.
Wow, that's interesting.
The
Every
last
good
time
thing
I
comes
felt
from
pain, it
above.
was because I was a stupid person and I freaking bit my nail too short and it got infected.
Yeah,
But it's all good. I didn't need antibiotics. I just cured myself.
yeah, for sure, for sure. I always look at these like I'll see people on the news who've just gone through certain incidences that are unnatural and they're supposedly dying, and I'll see like the fake paramedics like giving them chest compressions. I'm like, oh man, that's so funny. Like if somebody who drowned, you'd want to hook them up to an IV saline solution like ASAP, right?
Well, I
I
mean,
just
after
posted.
a cop shoots you, they'll always call the ambulance. Don't worry.
I just
Yeah.
posted a link. Sports, right? It was a Dr. Amanda Voigt or something. She talks about urine fasting, and the benefits of drinking your own urine. She says essentially it's just like a nutrient-rich blood plasma. It's only 2% of it is urea, which is the more toxic part, and the rest is actually really good for you. And it's also structured water. I'm sure you know that. Living water. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of credibility to what she says about it. And she's been doing it for a long time and looks and feels great.
Yeah, I mean, the Flat Earth book talks about it too.
Yeah, I'm probably
Most
just
interesting
I'm not
thing
caught
was
up on that stuff.
she said something that the ancient Indians or something used to believe that if you did it for so many years, like every year you have some supernatural ability, and then about 7 years in, you're pretty much like a Superman. Like you have supernatural abilities, and I mean, who
You
knows?
said that's what the Indians are saying? 7 years?
Like, yeah, like not Native Americans, but actual Indians or Hindus.
Yeah, I know.
Or
Just
something.
Eastern Indians. Yeah.
Yeah, something
It's just
about
funny that you said
7
that because
years
the
in.
Bible also says 7 years.
Tell you, Jesus.
Okay, who are you?
Jesus.
What's up, Jesus? Nice to meet you, Brody.
No, you're Jesus, aren't you?
That's what you said.
That's what you told me this morning, PD.
Flatty's in the house.
What up, what up?
Dude, Flatty's
What
been
up?
up with me all night, dude.
He has a tendency to do that from time and again.
Oh, did you get back on after Roger banned you? New account?
Hey, Dying to Live. That's an interesting icon you have, though.
Thank you.
What made you choose that?
I just typed in crying blood.
Oh, gosh. Like a horn toad, huh?
Kind of like Ebola. Ever heard of it?
I've heard of the word you just said, yeah, and I understand the definition.
Yeah, I can cure that.
I don't think it's in. I mean, I can also cure Santa Claus too, but sometimes things don't need to be cured. You know what I mean? Unless you're talking about procuring, in which case I'm very good at that.
I mean, the mortality rate on Ebola is not that great.
Yeah, again, you're
I think it's less
speaking
than
words in which
5%.
the sentences you're saying now, I understand the definition of each word, but as far as like the structure of the sentence as a whole, a meaning, it's just, fantasy stuff to me. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's okay. It's fantasy to them too until they start bleeding out their eyes.
Yeah, probably not. You know what I mean? But I'm sure there's things on Earth that can make that happen to people.
Oh,
What it's
definitely
called, though,
there
I
is,
don't know.
buddy. There definitely is.
What those things are called? I have no idea. You know what I mean? No idea.
Hospitals, that's what they're called.
Well, that's what you say. I don't know. I just know that. You know what I mean? As for me in my house, I serve the Creator.
Yeah, I hear you, kid.
That's all I know. But this is not medical advice, strictly entertainment and educational purposes only. They say laughter is the best medicine, though, right?
I would say truth is better.
Yeah, because it's easy to laugh at stuff that's not true. It's almost like hypnotic,
Yeah, and the stuff that is true, they'll ban you for it.
To whom much is given, much is expected, yo. So if you don't give much, don't expect much. And we'd be cool. You know what I mean?
Give it all you got, bro.
What you got on my 40, honey?
There's a lot of people living to die, right? But not a lot of people dying to live.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't even know if people really die or not. I've never died, so I can't say for sure. You know what I mean?
Well, the birds fly in heaven.
It's funny, when I grew up in the 80s, all you'd hear about is kids getting their sneakers taken at movie theaters, and in LA, kids getting jacked for their brand new Air Jordans and whatnots. And you know what
Oh,
I
I
mean?
know, dude. My 13-year-old, he collects sneakers or whatever.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, if a guy comes up and plays ball with you, right, and he doesn't have any shoes on because his mom can't afford it, would you give him a pair of your brand new sneakers? My 13-year-old said he would. So,
That's cool.
anyways, that day's coming up soon, so we'll see if he's good on it.
Where I'm from, I would take that as an insult, though. Somebody tries to give me a pair of shoes, homie, I ain't having it. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna inhibit my grounding whatsoever.
Yeah, but if the dude asks for it, dude, what are you gonna do?
I would say you're better off without shoes, homie. If he doesn't have shoes on, he's probably not gonna ask for any because he knows he's rocking it the right way.
No,
Honestly,
but if he
the
asks
rubber
you're not
sole-
gonna have shoes on, so he's not gonna ask you.
Oh yeah, well, the rubber sole, I think, in my opinion, this is not medical advice, is one of the most destructive tools mankind's ever created. But
You talking about
that's
the
just my
Beatles
opinion.
album? You talking about the Beatles
No,
album?
the rubber sole of a shoe.
Yeah,
one of the
Rubber
most destructive-
Soul, the Beatles album, right?
No, the shoe, the thing that people wear on their bottom of their feet, the rubber sole.
Oh, that Rubber Soul. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Yeah. But yeah, I would say, in my opinion, it's one of the most destructive, least obvious tools that mankind's ever either purposely or arbitrarily created to the demise of mankind. I would definitely say that's up there. It's in the top 5.
You ever seen those shoes that got like fleece inside of them?
Yeah, I've seen all types. I've tried to order shoes that are just pure leather, like moccasins on the internet.
Yeah.
Good luck on that, bro. Good
It's hard
luck.
to find, huh?
You're not going to find anything that doesn't have something synthetic in it.
Yeah, you got to
You know,
raise the cow and kill it and harvest the hide and all that.
or you just go barefoot. You know what I mean?
I mean, I kind of want to kill a cow though. They piss me
Yeah.
off, dude.
I don't recommend killing anything unless it's like a spider or something.
Yeah, they piss me off too, especially when they go.
Cows piss me off, dude.
"No!"
Yeah, I know. I just want to shoot the motherfucker in the head, dude.
Well, I don't recommend
And
that,
then
but
when
if
the
that's what-
cowbells start going off, yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, but I can make more cows, dude. If I kill one and eat it, what's the big deal?
it's not a big deal to
You
me.
make more cows.
You do what you do, bro.
Oh yeah, I can make.
Hey, how
infinite cows, dude.
about getting a shoe that is designed to be grounded? There's gotta be some type of metal or some type of material that you can make the shoe with, and it will be grounded.
Yeah, there are. I've seen some.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
like,
if you use
people
an
got-
animal skin, that'll work, right?
Yeah, like leather. Yeah, like leather. If it's just pure leather, yeah, that's what the Indians used to do, allegedly.
Okay,
Allegedly, but
I'm gonna look
Yeah,
into
I
that.
mean,
dude.
I don't know. I wasn't there. You know what I mean?
You just gotta be careful with where you walk, though.
What when you're wearing leather, just moccasins or
Yeah.
barefoot?
Both, right?
both.
I mean, I look at the ground a lot more now that I'm barefoot when I walk than I ever did before.
I mean,
But I'm only looking basically.
my philosophy is that no matter what type of shoes or non-shoes you wear, you always have to watch your steps.
Yeah, that's probably the best advice right there. I mean, for sure.
A lot of people walking dogs around and not picking up the shit.
When I walk barefoot, I don't worry about any stepping in. Like as far as like any if something can't like bite me, like a snake is like the number one thing I look out for when I'm walking, like through the woods or like on trails and stuff, is snakes. That's pretty much all I'm really looking out for. You know, or a snake hole that I could possibly sink my foot into and like twist my ankle. But as far as like walking over like thorn bushes, I can walk over rose bushes without the thorns piercing my feet. I can walk on like beds of broken seashells or like the rocks on the train tracks or whatever, or any rocks on trails, and it doesn't affect my feet at all. I'm just pretty
Are
much
you like
watching out for
Are you like a hobbit?
snakes.
I know it's
I
an
don't know
old
what
joke.
that
It's
is.
an old joke.
No, I mean, yeah, like I don't consider myself that. I mean, people have called me
We
that
already
before.
used that. We already used that joke today because you're
Mhm.
short. You walk barefoot and you look like a hobbit. So yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, you can use it as many times as you want. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's often a good way to reference people. You know what I mean?
Do you have like an EMF harmonizer or something to protect you from your devices? A pendant or tensor ring or anything?
No. In my room, I have an assortment of like little chem busters and organite pyramids that I made, and I have a lot of shungite in the room and a lot of like terminated crystals. I have a lot of like black tourmaline, like big pieces of black tourmaline. I have a couple
Are
actual
you
bricks.
wearing a tinfoil hat right now?
No, I don't like to be around aluminum at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it might as well be though. That term, I never really liked that term. I don't know why.
I
It
never
always
got
had
it.
Something to look into. That's actually like the brand name is EMF Harmonizer. It's like this holographic kind of thing that you can put on your phone or your laptop.
Yeah. No, I know. I've seen all those. I've seen like so many different kinds. I have friends who actually make stuff like that. I've helped people design stuff like that. But me personally, I believe that just being grounded is so much more powerful than because those little things, they really don't block that much EMF, bro. You know, when you go to get a chest X-ray or something, how they block like the whole part with that lead thing. Unless you have something like that, I mean, that stuff, what you call harmonizes like signals, but you're getting bombarded from every direction, in whether you know it or not, in any type of urban setting. Basically, you don't know where the Wi-Fi signal is coming from, and that thing's not going to be all encompassing around your body, around your cells. You know what I mean? So the things that like cover your phone and everything, they can only cover the area that they're covering physically. They can't stretch out and cover more area like an invisible like force field. Do you see what I'm saying? So in a way, those things are like almost, I want to say superfluous, but they're not quite superfluous. But they're like trying to like stop a dam with like a wine cork, basically. You know what I mean? Or in a sense, squirting a squirt gun in the ocean.
Some people go as far to get this blanket. It's not a very big blanket for what it costs, like $400 or something, but I think it's made of silver. And
Yeah,
some people sleep with that at night.
that
like
would do
you're
an
saying,
excellent job. Excellent
Yeah,
job.
it's
Something like that?
covering.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Something that's costing to get something like that, you have to pay money up in the hundreds to have something that's protecting your whole body. And even like my room is painted. I have 1 gallon of it's called 5G paint, and it was $399 for 1 gallon of this black paint. So I primered the wall with white paint, white primer. Then I painted the walls, and I had a little bit left. I had to add some paint to it to cover the ceiling, right? And then I hit it with the regular coat of paint after it was dry, and it does block the signal. But the thing is, it doesn't block it like completely. And then there's also a lot of windows in the room, right? So I took the tape that construction workers use. It's like aluminum tape. I guess you could like wrap pipes or whatever. And I covered my windows with aluminum tape. Boom, boom. And it still doesn't completely block the signal, even with all the shungite and everything I have in there.
Become a monk and move to the Tibetan mountains and stuff.
Shit. If I had enough money, but yeah, I don't have no money to move like that.
You have no
I don't need to
possessions,
go up
right?
there.
You just go and say, I want to be a monk, and then that's
I mean,
your
I
life.
don't need to go. I don't need to go to Tibet to do that, though. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if you want to get away and be out in nature, right? Like, you're not going to do it in Santa Barbara.
I mean, I'll do it wherever my means I could do it. You know, I don't have the means to just go off and do something like that. So I just try to like make best of everything I have around me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those guys, they got it made. They ain't got to worry about none of this stuff that we concern ourselves with.
The grass is always greener on the other side. You know what I mean? I think wherever we're at in life is where we're supposed to be. Unless every day, every moment of your life, you're told inside you're like, I got to get out of this situation. You know what I mean? Like you're somewhere against your will, then nah. But if you're somewhere where you feel it's right, then it's probably where you're supposed to be in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have that thought a lot. Like I was saying, I have a lot of time on my hands to look into whatever I want to look into. And I'm glad that I had that to have the understanding that I have now about everything. Yeah, it's just been a lot of growth over the years for me. And I don't think it would have happened in like my old environments. So it's like, you know, all the changes seem to have been for the better. And then I'm kind of excited for what comes next, right? Because everything feels like it's been leading up to something. And, you know, I don't have all this understanding of everything for no reason. There's a reason for it. I might have my day I really be tested.
Bro, anytime you're gaining wisdom and true understanding that's the truth, there's a definite, absolute reason why you're gaining it and you're understanding it. And I think if you do what is right in your heart, as far as your intentions being good, you know, and you stick to what you know, the truth about the flat earth and everything else, I think flat earth will just, if your intentions are good, it'll lead you in the right path and direction, you know. That's just my opinion.
No, it's a good way to put it. Same thing I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels kind of serendipitous in a way, right? Like, it's just so odd that I'm going against the grain in pretty much every direction, and somehow I know it's for the better and that there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, let's do this. Can anybody do some research about grounded shoes? I need to buy some, so I can walk barefoot. I need grounded.
Go on Etsy, bro.
Really? Etsy?
Yeah, you'd be surprised, bro. Etsy has, out of any website, I'd say they have the most stuff as far as like grounding, EMF blocking, 5G blocking, you know what I mean? Shielding, all that stuff. They have the most stuff.
No, I don't want any. I don't want shielding. I want grounded shoes.
Yeah, no, I'm saying as far as anything is when it comes to that type of nature, that type of thing, specifically Etsy. As far as I know, I might be wrong though. Is like probably the best website you could just go on really quickly and scroll through to find what you need. There's a lot on there, bro.
Doesn't it take like 2 months to receive stuff from there?
I guess it just depends where you live, and also it depends on where you're buying. Because Etsy's like eBay, where like you're getting it from people all around the world in different places. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that because all Etsy is basically a place where they sell stuff that's not made in a factory by a machine completely. You know, I guess it would be like kosher stuff that's not edible. Well, I mean, I guess it could be edible, but it's just stuff that people make. You know,
It's a
basically.
marketplace for not too mainstream stuff. Maybe can find some grounded shoes over there. Well, I'll see.
No, you can.
If anybody's anyone doing research at the moment, find some website that sells. I'm gonna look on Etsy, but if anybody finds some like electrician grade grounded shoes, because I'm pretty sure there's something out there for people that are like, I don't know, electricians that need to be grounded. I think Roger sent me a link for something like that a long time ago, but I'm gonna have to ask him.
Oh wow, Etsy's changed a lot since I last went on there. Oh my god, I just typed that in and I'm horrified by what I'm seeing. Jesus. Oh, I didn't type it in. I didn't put it in right. Whoops, I misspelled it. Oh my god.
You
Okay,
spelled it in Spanish. That's why.
No, I didn't spell it right, and it showed me like shoes with wings on them, like kids' shoes. Let's see.
Well, you're gonna fly with the shoes?
Right. So yeah, you know what? There's a lot of shoes on there that they say is, you know, grounding shoes, earthing shoes. There's ways to test it out too, but I don't think there's 100% accurate way to fully know, like with a man-made device. Like I spent $165 on the EMF reader that I have, and there's ones that range from like $40 all the way up to like $6,000. Basically, anything like over like $8,000, you have to have some type of certification to get, you know, and that stuff comes with like big ass suitcases with like all kinds of antennas and. You know what I mean? But with the EMF reader I have, it has a couple different channels that it reads off of. But the one that is the most common that I use is the.
I can't wear these shoes. I need some shoes that are made for, you know, like that I can wear daily. Like there's gotta be some company out there that makes shoes for electricians and they're grounded or something.
Yeah, I'm sure there's gotta be.
I thought that all rubber shoes were grounded. That's the benefit of it.
What? What did you say?
I said I thought that all rubber-soled shoes are grounded.
No,
it's the opposite. You're isolated from the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I got
you. Come on, flat earthers. Find me a electrician's clothing company that makes.
You know what, bro?
High quality grounded shoes.
As far as in this country, what's a trip is how little that field, as far as like EMF, that field of workers, how narrow and compartmentalized it is. I've really looked into it because I've gone as far as to like look into things for people that I know who've been on like electronic monitors for a long time, like the ankle bracelets and stuff. To try to show, like, to try to help them get off of it, so they wouldn't, you know, do damage to their neurocells. And it's shocking how little the courts and all the people that put like electronic tracking things on people, how little they know about the capabilities of what these things do. Like the MIMO, they put massive input, massive output of these certain devices. And the EMF and RMF that it puts out, like on the reader that I have, it has an XYZ access. You can split them, do one or all three or two. And I usually do the second setting, which measures things in millimeter volts per meter. And then once it goes up past I think it's 10,000, it hits the MVM, which is millimeter volts per meter. So it jumps from the millimeter volts per meter to meter volts per meter. Which is a meter and a millimeter is quite a. I mean, really, in the long terms of things, it's not that big of a distance, but when it comes to like the human body, and if you're just stationary, it's a big difference whether something's a millimeter or a meter of a volt per meter. So we're talking about a really slippery slope when it comes to this stuff, because their guidelines for the what's legal or what's damaging to a human body were basically set in 1996 by the FCC. Right? They haven't changed it or upgraded it since 1996. I mean, I don't know anything about technology or anything. As far as I know, technology's gotten worse since 1969. I might be wrong though, but the 1996 guidelines that FCC has, in my opinion, only they're not. I don't think they're thorough enough to, That's just my opinion though. And the way that these things jump around so much, you'd never be able to go there and accurately pinpoint it one definitive number for a set amount of time, because it jumps up and down so much. That's why I said this is such a tricky, slippery slope. It's such an elusive thing. It really is. What's up,
So
Elijah?
actually, the companies that make shoes for electricians, they make it fully isolated
Mm-hmm.
to prevent grounding.
Yep. Super isolated, bro. You'd be like a bird on a wire. You know what I mean?
Wow. I want the opposite of that. I want
I
to
know,
be grounded.
exactly. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah. So I guess the kind you're looking for made for an electrician, I guess you wouldn't be able to find that so openly just on the main website or any web, because people think, well, if I'm an electrician, I want to be fully insulated from the ground, Therefore, I don't risk harm to my body, because if you're working with high power components like that, around that many volts of electricity where you could potentially be shocked, then by all means, the isolated and insulated soles would be your best bet. But you're just talking about you're talking about an electrician who wouldn't necessarily be working with like live cables.
Say lockout, tag out. You know what that is?
I mean, I'm not gonna work with electricity, but I just want shoes to be grounded. That's it.
Yeah, like high grade shoes though, that you could get around, like, go over whatever terrain, basically, right?
Yeah.
I totally understand what you mean. Basically, you'd probably have to make something. You know what I mean? As far as that goes, and why nobody's made a market for that could be one of two reasons, or many, But it's like you're not going to make a market for. If everybody doesn't believe in Santa Claus, you're not going to make a market for a place for a sleigh to land, or vice versa. Do you know what I mean? Everybody believes in Santa Claus. They're going to have those sleigh landing things there.
That's what NASA does. SpaceX.
Yeah. You ever heard of a WWND? What would NASA do? Sometimes I see these NASA fanboys. They'll have like a upside down cross with a lanyard that says WWND. What would NASA do? I just try to do the opposite of that, and I'm usually all right.
Yeah, lie and take your money. That's what they
allegedly. I don't know. If I got invited to one of their parties or get-togethers, I'd probably respectfully decline at this time or any time.
I mean, they definitely do certain things that are beneficial, high-tech, cutting-edge science, but the overall message that they're putting out.
I'm sure they do stuff that's beneficial to them. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. They do stuff that's beneficial to them all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know who designed the first turbocharger, but I'm sure glad they did. I mean, it might have been NASA or some rocket engineer with them.
For your car?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever heard the phrase, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to do this. Or, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. I used to always hear that when I was younger. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. I'm like, yeah, exactly. You don't have to be to do this. You know what I mean? It's a double entendre, bro.
I mean,
Like
it's
how
not
they
like you guys are rocket scientists to
right?
be able
Yeah.
to figure it out.
It's like when they say the sky's the limit. No, literally, dog. The sky's the limit, homie. Hear me?
It is.
Or take everything with a grain of salt. Do it.
There's nothing complicated about a turbocharger. Pretty basic, but
There's
I mean,
nothing complicated about NASA. I don't think they're pretty much what you see is at face value. That's it. There's nothing underneath.
I like that reply that Dying to Live replied to me.
Oh,
I'm
in the
asking
live
for
chat.
the grounded. I'm asking for the grounded shoes. Anyone, and he said they are called feet, no charge.
Oh wow, good looking
You
out.
like that one?
He threw you a gem right there, Gemsy.
Good,
No charge,
good
bro.
reply. Good reply. Yeah, no charge.
So Gemsy, you've actually gone out and tried to do the barefoot thing, huh?
I mean, I've done it. I've walked barefoot on the beach many times, but
Yeah,
I have to work and get stuff done, and I
yeah,
don't want to like. And I live in the city, so
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
yeah.
I wonder if I was thinking if I had a construction job like where I worked around like nails and stuff like that, or I'd probably just by law I'd probably have to wear some type of boot to even be on any construction site. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to, I would. You know, if like, you know, especially to feed my children, I would wear boots if you know what I mean, if that was my only source of income. You know, but like other than that, you know, but you know what? Some people they have to go in like they have to do stuff where they have to wear shoes. So you know what I mean? I would just say get grounded when you can. We have the
Yeah.
chance.
That me
Yeah.
right here. I have to wear shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I have a theory, but I can't prove it. But this is what I think is that instead of just walking, like I believe you can get actually you can increase your grounding in this shorter amount of time you have by running on the beach and running right where the water is, so your feet are like splashing on the water, like just the part where it's coming in and out. You know, not deep, and you're actually creating the piezoelectric in your body, like a piezoelectrical flow through your body by the basically it's like
Bro,
you know like when
you know that water moving against the sand and those waves.
yeah
You know how much electricity that's
a lot, bro. Yeah,
yeah.
it's, you're hitting those the silicone crystals like that. Yeah, you're creating that piezoelectrical for your body. It's so good for your body, dude.
So what you're talking about walking barefoot? What about walking naked?
No, I'm talking about running barefoot on the beach,
Right,
like
right.
right
So
where the
you're
water.
talking about your feet getting used to the like the area, right? Your outside terrain, right?
Well, I wouldn't say running on the beach would be getting your feet used to anything really. Like you want to get your feet used to stuff, you gotta go on like really hard and like jagged
Right,
terrain.
walking out in the woods.
Yeah. Like the
Right.
best thing you can do for your feet is run on the rocks part of the train track, not on the wood part, but the rock part. Just start running on that. You know what I mean? And then get a smooth jog in.
Ouch.
Right, you're
Yeah,
telling me, ouch, bro. I remember walking those fucking tracks, man. That shit, the rocks, man. That ain't no fucking
Bro,
walk in the park.
I think we've
Yeah, I mean
been
after
conditioned. I think we've been
yeah,
conditioned that our feet are weak.
weak, they're super weak, bro. Oh my god.
I've worn shoes, man. Walking all along those rocks, man. My feet was hurting by the time I got home, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is how much it takes after like a couple months you won't notice it as much. And if you do it for like a year straight, it's like nothing, bro. You know what I mean? Like you basically run on
I'm
almost
done.
any surface.
I'm done with shoes. I want to be strong. Dying
Yeah,
to live. I'm
What
dying to
was
live in my.
difficult was that
I'm
like
dying to live barefoot.
I was drinking at night, man, like over like at this one side of town, and I missed the bus. I missed the trolley, and I was like, "Fuck!" I walked from the trolley. I took the trolley tracks, walking on the rocks. Took all the way to where my house was, man.
How
Oh,
can you be a flat earther and wear shoes? You have to put your feet on the flat earth.
right. You wear barefoot and walking on those tracks in the rocks.
I run on them sometimes.
Dude, do they put train tracks on hills?
Oh my god.
I don't think I ever saw that.
Hmm. Yeah,
It
I
seems
think
like if you go to the train tracks and you see
in
too far, it
Ecuador,
might not be a
there's
globe.
in Ecuador there's a train that goes really high up mountains, and it's funny because they said that to make that train and that rail to go up there, they have to make a pact with the devil, and
Oh
they
my
call that
god.
region. Yeah, they call that region like they call it like a giant. It has like different names. They call it the nose of the giant, the face, the mouth.
Damn.
It's that whole mountain is described like a body.
I bet you the train car too. The train cars where they're connected are shorter lengths in increments than like a normal train.
To go to that region, to go to that area, you have to be actually approved by the natives to go over there.
Oh yeah,
You
okay.
can't-
Actually,
not just anyone can go there.
yeah, it's probably got some good ley lines right there.
They have
Wow.
to know your intentions.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. There should be more places like that.
My brother is a conductor. He drives the train, but yeah, they definitely
That's
use
right.
dynamite to blow out the side of the mountain or whatever they got to make it nice and level. Because I mean,
No
trains
doubt.
just weigh so much. It would be so hard to get a train up the hill.
I'm
And
sure they'll try
Actually,
to avoid it.
this train that I'm talking about in Ecuador, it goes up the hill, like very high up.
They're not like roller coasters though.
Let me see if I
I wanted
find
to
it again.
comment
I wasn't interested.
So
about
pretty
the
much
beach.
anybody can go to a train track and like use a laser and see if the horizon's not where it's supposed to be, right?
You checking for the horizon on a train track?
No, I'm saying I'm looking for the flattest place on Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well, what about like the Suez Canal or something like that?
Yeah, but train tracks are local, bro.
Yeah, that's
Bro,
true.
this look this train, I was looking for it and I'm just doing a search and I put tren, which is train in Spanish,
Mm.
Yeah.
and Ecuador, which is the country Ecuador, and in the search whatever search algorithm, the next search it says Tren Ecuador Nariz del Diablo, which is the devil's nose.
Is Ecuador by the equator?
I think so. Yeah,
Hence,
it is
hence,
actually.
hence the name, huh?
Very
Ecuador,
interesting.
equator. Yeah.
But I remember listening to this story that one of the people from there was telling, and they said that to make the train before they build it, they had to make a pact with a deal with the devil.
Yeah. Yeah. If people say stuff like that and they're a major conglomerate corporation with CEOs and board of chair members or whatever, and they say stuff like that, I wouldn't be too hasty to not believe them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when rock stars say that shit, Bob Dylan or whatever says stuff like
I
that.
imagine that the train was made by the big people, like the big corporations, and the person telling the story, which is someone from that region, from that area, he said, we made a whatever deal with the devil to allow this thing to be built, or whatever.
Yeah.
And
No doubt.
this train that goes up the hill, like this guy was asking, a train that goes up the hill.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure there was a huge blood sacrifice too. A lot of workers. Man, any type of industry like that seems to be a lot of death.
Or a large Crip sacrifice. It could be the Crips or the Bloods. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Actually, there's a bunch of videos about this train. Wow, there's a bunch of videos about it. They call it the nose of the devil. La nariz del diablo.
Interesting, because the nose is the very center of our face too, pretty much.
There's a bunch of videos about it. So yeah. Look, this is funny. There's a video. I'm just scrolling down, and they have this like a like a drain, and they're doing the experiment at the equator, at the line of the equator, and they're talking about it. Let me just share it. I'm not watching it, but I mean, I'm imagining they're trying to say, hey, this is the equator, and at this side of the world is gonna spin this way, and the other side is gonna spin the other way. Look at this. I just found this randomly while scrolling down. The Coriolis effect explains how water will drain counterclockwise, clockwise, or straight down, depending where you are on Earth. This video shot at the middle of the world demonstrates just that. From right at the equator in Quito, Ecuador. Note that there are no cuts, edits, or other tricks of the camera. This is show. Oh my goodness, yeah. Yeah. This is glow proof, guys. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done. I just killed the server, guys.
What, by talking about the train?
Trains
Bro,
go up
no.
mountains. Who would have fucking thought?
No, look at the video that I posted. I just posted the video.
Where they're gonna have to prove that Ecuador is the middle of the earth. If Ecuador is not the middle, then everything else they're saying isn't true.
Bro, I think I'm gonna be banned.
Banned in the USA.
I really
For
think that
bringing proof of the globe. I'm a flat earther that proves the globe. Wow. I mean, I just shared a video, so there you go, guys.
I'm
you-
pretty
you-
sure
you
train
own
tracks are
judgment.
proof of flat Earth.
I'm muting for now. You guys watch the video and let me know what you think about it.
Yeah, be right back.
I wonder if they account for curvature when they're laying the train tracks.
Guys, you gotta watch this video, guys. You gotta watch it. This is science. Come on, guys. Can't be
Science doesn't
biased.
prove
Come on,
anything,
watch the
dude.
video.
Get real.
Oh no.
So she's just walking to a different cardinal direction from the center of the Earth, supposedly, and it goes a different direction down the drain.
Yeah. Therefore, the ground we're standing on, it's curving and spinning because of the the water
Flow of the water,
that is
right?
going down. Plus, the bucket, the drain is made out of gold, pure gold, 24 carats gold.
That must
Yeah,
mean
that's
something.
yeah, that's not conducive at all. It's got nothing to do with the electric charge.
Just kidding. I just said that it's gold color, but I don't know if it's made out of gold. I'm just
That's
saying.
gold plated,
Probably brass.
or it's brass. Brass, yeah. It
All
will
right,
be
Get Big Ed is
way
here
too
now. He can
expensive.
Get Big Ed can explain the phenomenon that is happening here, right?
Man, it's all about the way you are pouring the water.
That simple.
Yeah,
The tilt of the container.
yeah.
Me here, I'm thinking I was proving the globe, and Get Big Ed just shows up.
Yeah, I posted, Jamesy, when you buy a 700,000 euro CNC machine, they use precision water levelers to install the axis of the machine level. It's funny why do they use these useless instruments? How these globers they call them the water leveler.
Are you saying that they want to be precise just because for fun?
Yeah, you can see the axis in the second picture. Have you seen it, James?
Second
It's
picture.
inside the machine. You see a long spiral screw, and next to it there are two railway tracks, but those are linear bearings.
Oh
Those
yeah.
need to be, yeah, those two lines, railways, they need to be precisely level. So, yeah, and they use 4 water levelers. Um, you know, they are very high precision.
So how long is this leveler? If you make it long enough, is it gonna start curving?
Put all the way along it, you will see that the level is
Is it me roboting or is it him? I think
Sorry.
it's me.
It's get Jimsy.
All
Oh,
right,
I'm
bro. You're
roboting.
roboting. Yeah.
Sorry. Be right back.
All right. Yeah, that level must be curving somewhere.
Right?
Yeah. Should be better now. Can you hear
It
me
is.
well now? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Hey, Enoch. Nice to hear.
What's up, Jimsy? How you doing?
Get me.
Good.
I'll get. Damn it, I always get you guys mixed up, bruh. Like, I know the difference between you two, but it's like just the accent sounds so similar, but I know the difference. I can tell the difference.
That's
Similar
funny.
accent
Yeah.
between me and Get Big Ed? Come on, bro.
No,
Come
okay,
on, man.
hold up. Hey, let me defend myself real quick, Jimsy. Look, before you start talking shit, the fact that when I first hear you guys both start talking, like at the same, like I can't. It's at the same time when I first met you guys, I really couldn't tell. I was like, "Is that Get Again? Or is that Jimsy?" I was like, "What the fuck?" And then when I started listening to you guys more often, I was like, "Man, Get has this more." Slow talk when he's speaking
Yeah.
to you so you can understand.
Yeah,
And I
he's
was
slow speaking and you're slow catching up.
Right.
Yeah.
So like I'm like, okay, I can tell the difference now. So I can tell, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
Good job, good job. Well done. You got it.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that.
So a straight line over the surface of a ball, tangent to the surface of a ball, uh, you will never be able to have two parallel down vectors.
Because it's on the surface of a ball.
No, because the down vector on a ball Earth is divergent from the center of the ball. So each radius would coincide with a down vector to that location where the radius is pointing. But on flat Earth, the down vector will always be parallel. So my down vector is parallel with Enoch's down vector in USA, with James's down vector, and everyone else. So
Yeah, I get your point. That's I heard you saying this before, and I get it. Yeah, it's
yeah,
because on the ball it wouldn't be like that. On the ball it would be different
yeah,
vector, but
yeah.
in the
It will
level,
be
the,
divergent. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, and that's I mean this point is very powerful,
yeah.
very powerful.
And
Like yeah,
this thing we can actually measure it very precisely. Like there is no joke, there is no optical phenomena involved. I mean, unless you are using optical encoders for measuring, you know. But optical encoders, they are the most precise measuring devices. They use a laser and diode, which is also the sensor, but they don't use them like over long distances, you know. Uh, that sensor is shining a laser beam onto a band strip, which is the sensor is always like 1-2 centimeters away from that band strip, you know, from the ruler. So that distance doesn't change. You have no refraction involved in this thing, in this kind of measurement. Uh, Not even magnetic or electric forces affect it. So yeah,
yeah. There's no magnetic force affecting this straight level.
yeah. And those rail tracks of the machine, they are super straight. So from one end to the other, uh, you have a perfect straightness, like less than 1 micron. So it makes no sense what they are saying, you know.
Have you told this to like like Globers or anti-flat earthers like Kosho? Have you told this to anyone of them? Like, what do they say? Do they just start like saying glub 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 glub? That's it, or what do they say to rebuttal what you're saying? There's because I can't imagine a rebuttal at the moment. Hmm? It's anyone there?
Yeah.
I'm here,
Could
bro.
you sum up what he was saying again? I kind of drifted off in another thought.
So he shared some images that it's from a very precise equipment that is used for, I don't know exactly what, but it's in the build of the machine. There's some levels, some straight levels that are part of the machine, and he says that he has multiple of these attached, and he has multiple water levels to make sure that the machine is very straight and level to be able to do the job that they're required, that they construct the machine to do. And it's a very CMC. He says CMC machine that it's a very big machine to build parts.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. I've ran those machines. They also have levels on the bottom of them. Adjustable feet. They definitely got to be as level as possible because there's very tight tolerances, like he's saying. He's saying down to 1 micron. I've never worked on anything like that, but go ahead.
Like I'm saying, that's a very powerful uh, point about that the build of that machine and the levels and to keep it straight and how will that work on a globe? Like doesn't.
I think it's similar to that video they have about the giant sheets of glass. They're 300 feet long or something like that, and pretty much, the molten material has to lay perfectly flat and level over a distance like that. Um, or else they couldn't make it. Kind of like if you put water in the salt flats, like if there was any curve to it, the middle would be poking out of the water or something like that.
Yeah. And Gabigate has brought this point up. I probably heard him 3 times talking about this, or probably more, but I
Have you
think
seen that?
it's a powerful one.
Have you seen that video about the glass manufacturing?
No.
Maybe it's on DITRH or something.
Background noise. FE days. He fell asleep or something. I muted Latter Days because he's hot mic and then he's talking in the background. We just to keep his privacy. He's speaking with someone, so we don't want to hear that for privacy.
Hello?
Yellow.
Hey, sorry about that. I didn't realize how loud the TV is right here. I'm at my friend's house.
How dare you?
Yeah, right. Hey, did you see what I posted right now?
Bro, I'm trying to concentrate on groceries.
Did he
Okay.
ask you to take your shoes off at the door?
Oh, did my friend?
Yeah.
Nah. He wears shoes. I just don't wear shoes in his house.
Yeah, me neither.
Right?
I mean, like Asian culture, that's a big thing. My mom never liked it too, but my mother-in-law, she's Asian, Laotian.
Look at
Don't wear shoes.
look at the thing I just posted. And when you guys were talking about parallel, I realized that the symbol of the two L's is a pair of L's, and it's actually creating the example for parallel. See? You get it? No?
I cannot find that video about the glass manufacturing.
And all of this Flat Earth content is brought to you by our sponsor. We recently linked a deal with Spacies. Make sure you get yourself some Galaxy fries. They got Saturn's chicken rings. Check it out.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacies. It's good food in space.
That shit's dope, dog.
Directly from space? Wow, I want some.
Yeah, we're currently working on a DoorDash for space version. Maybe call it Space Dash. It's coming soon.
Do you have like a partnership with Elon? Just call it Elon Dash. Elon Dash?
Elon Dash, that's good. I like that.
Hey, Jimsy, did you see that thing I posted?
The LL?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were talking about parallel, and then for some reason, when you were talking, I just see the word in my mind, and then I was like, oh, okay, it's a diagram too. It's giving you an example in the name. Trip, huh?
Yeah, that's a good one.
The hell is Flat Nasty Federation?
Oh, that's me. Brought to you in part by the Flat Nasty Federation. LL's 33?
I don't know which system, but yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it referred
Is it really?
as 33. Yeah,
I guess if you turn the L's sideways, they'd be like two C's, huh?
that too.
Yeah. You know the 322?
It's going crossbow.
Yeah, yeah. So if you do the 320, wait, hold on, I'll show an example. There, I just posted up. I posted an example. See how it looks like it?
Wow. Yeah, I see that.
Weird, huh?
Yeah, wow. Yeah, the symbology is everywhere.
Right?
The numbers are everywhere. It's a whole nother language. I didn't know that one, though. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right, I'm just gonna post this right here. So think about where you see the dome and the pyramid and stuff. You know what I mean?
Flat a day, you there? Flat a day.
Yeah. Yeah. What up?
What's up? What are you up to?
How you doing, bro?
Good,
Huh?
man. I'm
Good.
good.
Good. Good. Good. Yeah, I was just typing up something right now on in my photo editor.
Cool.
Yeah. What are you up to?
Just driving down the highway, you'd call it. Motorway.
Yeah. The highway, huh?
My way or
You
the
going to
highway,
work?
dude.
Are you going to work?
I just dropped off a customer's car to them, and I'm
Oh,
on my
cool.
way back home.
That's right. Is that what you do?
Yeah, I just started a business doing window tinting for cars.
Okay. That's dope.
Yeah.
You get pretty good money?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Cool.
The material costs are pretty low, and so it's just time, so it doesn't take
Yeah.
too long, so the markup's pretty good.
That's right.
So
Where exactly is it again?
what or where?
Yeah, where?
Where? It's in Wales, in the UK.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
That's right.
if you want me to do your car, man, you have to fly it
Yeah,
over.
right.
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
Fly me
Hell yeah.
over to LA. Or
Right?
bro.
Oh.
Yeah.
That'd be cool if I had it like that.
Yeah. Fly me over, I'll do for free, but you got to pay for the flight and the accommodation and food and everything.
Right?
Man.
Right. You're roboting.
But if it goes quiet,
The what? Did you see that thing I posted? Oh, cool. Yeah, I messed this thing up. I'm gonna repost it.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Well, that's right.
Yep. Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space-time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio, flatty dude. Shot up for later, shot Helio, up for later. Flatty dude.
Flatty dude.
I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, from the metaverse, playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up, insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff, I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough, the last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat, so now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatch. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, from the man. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots, fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should have made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit? Security?
I am Jack's smirking revenge.
Vladdy, I always feel like I'm actually living that movie, like every day almost.
Couldn't dilute it.
I always feel like I'm living in Fight Club. Oh, Flatty, you ever heard of the White Sox, the Chicago White Sox? They used to be called the Black Sox.
Days, right.
You're roboting hard. You're roboting, dog, hard.
Hang on.
You sound better now.
Yeah, what did you say about seen what?
You ever heard like the old, like I think it was like the 1918 or 1928 White Sox team was called the Black Sox because they cheated and they threw the World Series?
No, I knew that.
Yeah, there's a movie called Eight Men Out. Anyways, their most famous player, his name was Shoeless Joe Jackson. So I think about making my next song called Shoeless Joe Flatson.
I like it. I've heard of that dude. Yeah, that sounds good.
Have you ever heard of Shoeless Joe Jackson?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect name. Shoeless Joe Flatson.
What'd you say? It's baseball?
Yeah, baseball. Baseball. It's a man game. Something that heterosexual men watch and cheer at while they barbecue.
Baseball's gay.
Some people really get into it.
Of baseball knowledge is what's the fucking film? League of Their Own.
Oh yeah,
playing with Madonna and that.
Yeah.
And Field of Dreams.
Right.
If you build it, they will come.
It's got the ball in it. Mm-hmm.
No, The Natural is the best baseball movie.
The Natural. The Natural. I remember what was that one with Charlie Sheen, where he played for the Indians? That was a long time ago.
Yeah, those movies.
Young Guns.
No, not Young Guns.
He played with the Indians in that.
Young Guns.
Oh wait, Bull Durham. Is Bull Durham baseball film as well?
Yeah, that's another really good one.
Field of Dreams.
Feel My Dreams.
Yeah, boring. That was a boring movie.
Oh, the movie I was thinking about is called Major League.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the second one. I like Hot Shots, even though it's not baseball. It's one of my favorites.
Hot Shots.
Movies usually aren't good until they make like the 8th or 9th one, like part 9. Then you know it's really good.
Yeah. Fast and the Furious 753 is going to be good.
The last one will be like Fast and Furious 665.
Well, like boring.
Boring Co. by Elon.
3959.
Hey, Flatty, did you know that if you add up the numbers 1 through 36, it equals 666?
I do now.
Like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 36? Trippy, huh?
Why wouldn't it be 33? Just kidding.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. It's literally 36 when you add it up.
69.
69?
Goose Strong Wine. Rhino
69, dude.
That was Bill S. Preston Esquire and Ted Theodore Logan's favorite number, huh? Together with Wild Stallions.
If she were president, she'd be Abraham Lincoln.
I wonder if the F in John F. Kennedy stood for flat, bro. That's actually that's an experiment in gas pressure next to a container without a solid container barrier. You know, as it penetrated through his head, he introduced one environment to another.
It refracted.
Right? He needed that barrier, that solid container in his skull. Without it, you know what I mean? All the pressure releases.
So I'm driving past KFC. The F in KFC stands for flat.
Kentucky Flat Chicken. They should have like a store that's cheap food, but it's like from Whole Foods, but Whole Foods that's like out of date food. Call it like half foods or quarter food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you guys thought that top ramen was good, wait till you try some of this bottom ramen. Whoo, man. You know what I mean? Fire, bro. Dude, I've been getting into eating like raw sweet potatoes lately. Don't cook them when you eat them. Just eat them raw like that.
I'm about to go Dr. Roboto.
Don't be docking my tour.
-17th to the negative doctor.
The things I look for when I'm looking for a woman in a relationship, usually like kindness, compassion, 10 to the negative 17th tour. I really like that woman. Karen, if you're listening, I'm pretty much single at this point. Want to make a song about dedicated to Karen B. Basically, me telling her that it's in her best interest to take my last name when we get married, because she's anaphylactic, which means she's allergic to bee stings. So her last name could actually kill her. So I'd be doing her a double favor. You feel me though?
I do.
I think you need to work on your release.
Where's Jacqueline?
She's at home right now.
Jacqueline.
She's at home. She's at home cleaning out her tampon drawer. Mm-hmm. She's all pissed because she just found out she's not getting her other $36,000 check from the what do you call it? California CO, whatever. I can't remember the name of it. Relief fund. She got one check. She got a check and she invested the money in the stock market. I said, that's the dumbest thing you could ever do. This isn't financial advice.
To go in soup. Gravy.
I always thought the best investment would be to buy like nickels, modern, like the new nickels and pennies, and just stockpile them. You know?
Garbage pail Kit Kats.
Tickets from Chuck E. Cheese, actually, dude. She said to invest the money in cryptocurrency, and I thought that was like Crips that wear really expensive jewelry on their feet. They'll be like platinum toe rings with diamonds on them while they're crip walking.
I thought it was Crip Hose.
Crypto currency?
What about the Bloods currency?
Right. In the future, rappers won't even have names anymore. You just scan their barcode, and it'll just tell you the number that they are.
Straight out of low cash. A motherfucker named Gusto. I fuck your girl cause the bitch is a big hoe. I fuck your sister, I fuck your cat. But I wouldn't fuck your mama cause the bitch is too fat.
Straight out of low cash. Crazy motherfucker named Dead Mike. Remember that? That shit was funny, dog.
Got your
Lil
bags
Nas X
easy going on a long hike.
Dude, hey, Little Nas X pretty much like just left a pretty much just like ruined the rap game as far as like worldly rap. You know what I mean? Global rap,
Yeah.
if you could call it that.
Flat world rap.
Have you seen that video, Little Nas X?
I haven't, no, man.
Well,
I'm out of touch with the modern day new type musics.
So it's like this. It starts out as him in a prison, right? He's in a prison, like old school Alcatraz style, and he's in a pink jumpsuit with no sleeves or whatever. And then there's a shower scene, and he's in the shower with a bunch of African American men, you know, like himself, and they have no clothes on, so they're just blurred out. You can't see like details, but you can. And they're twerking in the shower. There are like 10 of them behind, dude.
Drop it that soap. Drop it that soap.
Bro,
drop it like it's soap.
Oh God, bro. Oh wow.
I'm in the shower with the homies. Drop it like it's soap. Drop it like it's soap. Drop it like it's soap.
Right? Pretty crazy. Because basically rap started out against like all that type of stuff, basically. You know what I mean? What happened to Eazy-E? Eazy-E got red dye number 5 poisoning from Kool-Aid.
Fauci killed him with his first fucking drug.
Doesn't Fauci sound like some type of sushi, modern day sushi mixed with like some type of like what they call Pilates or something, some weird stuff that like a rich woman from Orange County would do?
Yeah.
Taking her Pilates with her Fauci. You can even create a pasta dish called Faucini Alfredo.
Fausti cheese.
Mm-hmm. So what you think, Flatty? You think Rose 777 will ever go on a date with me, bro?
Who's that, man? Jim's
you never heard
wife.
of Rose 777?
Jim 777's wife.
Oh, I don't think so. He wishes. Yeah. Her and her friend Kelsey, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that they like me, but at the same time, I'm not saying that they don't like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Do the math, you know? Yeah, pretty much when it comes to flat earth chicks, I'm pretty much a flat earth chick magnet, bro. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm a mad chick magnet.
I'm a mad flat earth chick magnet.
Silent Bob was the mad chick magnet, wasn't he?
We should test that theory.
Dude, my chick's baby's dad, he's looking at like 80 years right now, bro. I can't believe they have him in Terminal Island, bro. Crazy, bro. This is a dude who's like only done like a month in jail his whole life for like stealing a bike like 20 years ago or something, you know what I mean? Trying to break him off.
Hmm.
Why would anybody buy a pair of shoes that was that expensive?
Isn't that ridiculous? Tony Atlas. Does Tony Atlas wish to come in at this time?
Hey, Klaus.
What's up?
What's up?
Klaus is in the house.
Oh, the main monkey's in the house.
Down.
Good afternoon.
Where's
What's up,
the
dude?
girl?
Good afternoon, Mod Monkey.
It's noon? Oh, shit.
What monkey activities you been doing today, Mod Monkey?
I've been checking out, a little bit of YouTube for various things.
Ah.
The life of a monkey, eh?
Right?
Yeah, trying to keep up with my Tolkien knowledge and trying to keep up with some game news. Well, yeah, that's what I've done today.
Rumor has it that you have the key for Monday.
Monkey.
The key for Monday?
Yes, you possess it.
The monkey.
Well, I can clearly say to you, it's not a key in the original sense. It's not some metal thingy-majig that you put into a hole and turn around.
That's gross, dude.
The main question, though, is were you born from an egg on a mountaintop?
No. This monkey was not born from an egg on a mountaintop. That is the golden monkey, or Sun Wukong.
I thought you were.
A mischievous monkey.
No, he would be somewhere, in the great-great-grandparents' line.
That's your ancestors.
Yeah, it would be my spiritual ancestor.
No, not ancestor. Ancestor.
No, Anne is not my sister.
Hey, what would be the counterpart to the word incest? Would it be outcest or uncest?
Don't even get me started.
I think your dog has it correct.
Sorry, guys.
Don't be sorry. It was very informative.
What's up, dog?
That's what he says.
Yes, that too.
Yeah, and you too, dog. You too.
You got a big old dog, dude. That's a big ass dog, huh?
It's a Labrador.
Yeah.
It's Chip.
Compared to my little dogs are so small, bro. They don't make no noise like that.
His brother's a teeny weeny Chihuahua cross, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My dog
chalky.
goes meow.
The mama dog I got is a Solo Quinichi, or a Mexican hairless. Solo Quintichli, I think you pronounce it. Solo Quintichli? I never pronounce it right. It's spelled with an X.
They just pretend quick.
I think we need take your pet along with you to Discord day.
I think we ought to have flat Earth fights.
Right.
One of my dogs made an appearance on some of the video calls.
Yeah, it would be great because, if someone takes a hamster, they are, if they have a hamster wheel, which would be logical, they are a hamster, so they need a hamster wheel. They are very familiar with curvature. So, if the hamster would explain curvature to the Globers, maybe they would get it. And it would be wrapped in a nice hamster.
That would be a gerbil, dude.
Yeah, or a guinea pig or whatever.
Any kid that would get a guinea pig in a skinny rig is freaking crazy.
I'm working on a new invention. It's a instant coffee maker for your truck. It's called Keurig.
For a who?
It's a coffee maker for diesel trucks. It's called Keurig.
All right.
Forget it. It wasn't that funny.
You could actually make a for junkies. You could make a dispensary machine that would be called Procure-Rig, because it would help them procure their rig.
I think that's called a tow truck. Why does it feel like the day's over already?
Well, we're living in the end of days, bro. Starting now.
Man, I've been living in the end of days for 40 years.
I was going to say, what are you talking about? The end is here, and it's not near, it's here.
The end is now. Today's the first day of the rest of your life.
You're in the end, dude. You're always in the end, because in the end, you'll be ended. So, anyway.
It's
California weather. Gotta love this California weather. It's like
where you live
60,
in Cali?
60 degree, and right in the middle. Right in
Smack
Bay
in the
Area.
middle? Oh, okay.
Right smack in the Bay Area.
I
It's
guess it
like
would be the kind of the middle-ish.
2 days ago it was 100
in the
degrees,
middle.
and yesterday it was like 55. I was like, so weird.
Do you live up by where that fire that took place the same day as the San Jose Home Depot fire?
No, too far north from that.
No, there's another fire that took place the same day in San Francisco, like somewhere around there, but right by the. It was like a little fisherman community. It wasn't like Hunter's Point or anything like that. It was like I can't remember the name of it. There are all kinds of obscure little towns right there. My aunt lives in Antioch, and then I have an aunt who lives in Lafayette right there.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah.
Antioch. Where does she live in Antioch? Because that's where I live.
Candlestick Drive.
Oh, yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah.
I live on San Jose.
Okay. Is it near there?
Not really, but Candlestick's up on the hill, but
Yeah.
I know where it's at, though.
Yeah.
I live on, well, I won't say exactly, but I live on San Jose Drive.
Yeah. My aunt who lives there, she was telling me like last year, I guess she was going to the doctor and they told her that she was like missing a valve in her heart or something that she had never known, right? And so they said she has to get this operation and they're going to make a new valve in her heart and she'll be better or whatever. They give her the operation and then she's recovering, in the wherever they recover in the hospital in the bed. Less than 24 hours after that, she has a heart attack. So I'm talking to my other aunt. She's telling me about this. I'm like, cha-ching. You know what I mean? Yes, a fat check right there. And she's like, what do you mean? Like, dude, you know what I mean? Sue him. And she's just like, oh, no, it wasn't there. They had nothing to do with it. They had nothing to do with this. I'm like, wow, okay.
People are gullible, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
What cracks me up is when you tell somebody the truth. You hear somebody talking about, oh, this, and that. And then you're like, hey, did you know this and that? And they'll be like, no. Who told you that? Like you try to help them, and they're like, no, I don't trust people like you. Like, okay.
They want to know where you're, like, they want to know, like, the DNA from the source and everything.
Yeah.
They want their fingerprints and everything, their iris scan. I want to know everything about your source.
Why she did it.
Right? It's like, bro, even if I came down from the firmament and told you, right? Even if I came back from the dead, you still wouldn't believe me,
I never thought it would get this way. Never ever thought. Not like this.
You don't realize how important gravity is until you start getting sucked up to the sky, huh?
Yep. There's a hole in the dome, if you want to call it that.
I think there's multiple portals. Don't they have one for each like north, south, east, west wind?
Heard that, who knows? $16,931. Yeah, right.
Oh, for those shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sick. There was other pairs. One pair was $109,000, but when I tried to click on it, it wouldn't let me click on it. Imagine paying $100,000 for a pair of shoes.
Sit down.
Although it would be a lot easier to be a millionaire than to fake being a millionaire. Imagine all the paperwork you'd have to fake being a millionaire. It would be just easier to be a millionaire, you know what I mean?
It's easier to be broke, less taxes.
Oh, here we go. Shoeless Joe Jackson.
I guess that changed. I guess that changes what based means, huh?
I think Ted Williams was the last person to hit 400. Like, that really matters, huh?
No, it really doesn't matter. Not to me, anyway. I could care less whether somebody with a stick hit a ball. You know, there's too many balls and twigs around here.
Right.
But then again, they always throw the hole in there too. You know, you got golf and all those.
You know what golf stands for?
No,
Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden.
really.
Yeah, weird, huh?
Is that what it really means?
That's what it really means. Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden.
Then why do they call a Volkswagen a golf then?
Right?
Because
it's a
chicks love them.
I know. Right?
That's creepy. There's something wrong with language, bro.
Right?
Like torture. Think about what that word means. I know, it makes you go, huh? Wait a minute. So we know what Tor means, right?
Yep.
Torture.
Tour.
Yeah. It's like couture. Mexican hairless dog? What is that Mexican? It's called a Quetzalcoatl.
Zolo Quintichli.
No, it's quo. When something starts with a Z, it's pronounced quo.
No, but it starts with an X.
That's what I mean.
Oh, if it starts with an X,
Like
it's
Quetzalcoatl. Like Quetzalcoatl is pronounced like with a Q. Quet.
Okay.
So it's
Quet.
It's Quolio.
Quolo. Yeah, it's a really hard one.
Something like that. Anyway, I'm sure somebody with Spanish dialect can probably do a little better than I just did. But
Haarloze hond.
These dogs supposedly they were they led the virgin sacrifices at the Aztec pyramids to the what do you call it? The other side or something like that. They're supposed to be guide dogs. That's what they're allegedly. That's what the myth has.
What is it about evil people and virgins, dude? I don't get that.
I don't know. Right? Richard Brandt, Virgin Galactic.
Vagina in space. Funny.
Right? Taking a virgin up there.
Well, why not? Why not everything else is based on phallic symbols and vaginas?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, really think about it. It's kind of creepy if you ask me.
No, it's just the easiest way to distract humans.
Right.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, you stop thinking. You're in that base mindset. Oh, sex. And then you stop thinking. Because if you look past that, then you can think about what they actually do and present. But if you are stuck with that sexual image, then boom, you're out of the picture. Your intellect has gone out of the door. Stage
What's
level.
the opposite of intellect? Outellect?
Right.
Well, you started it.
I always think like how can I be retarded if I was never retarded to begin with? You know?
Yeah, you got to be retarded first.
Well, it depends, If you're from Tartaria, then you might be tarded.
Right.
That's different. That's tarted. Tarded.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I know.
The only thing that matters is if it is with an R, you're a globie. If it is without an R, you're a flatty.
Or maybe they just mean the tar is dead.
Can people stop misspelling Glover, please? It's only
I
got
actually
one
spell
B,
it
dude.
gobstopper. Spell it like
It's not
gobstopper.
Globber. It's Glover. Globber is not a word. You're getting slobber and globe mixed up.
Gobstopper.
They slobber all over the globe.
Not a globber. They're not called
Talking about
globbers.
Faxman.
Yeah.
Faxman's a slobbering glober.
But yeah, you're right. He is. Matter of fact, I friended him. And he asked me why I friended him. I said, "You wanted friends, didn't you?" And he goes, "Yeah." People are funny. People are funny and people are stupid too. Well, I say ignorant, not stupid. I don't want to speak the wrong words.
Yeah, you should never ignore ants.
I don't want to have to pass out butthurt reports again.
Don't ignore your uncle either, but especially your aunt.
Just gonna say this thing about the slap is so dumb. Of course, he copied it from an old movie. Duh. The world's always been a stage.
Oh, the slap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, how many people do you know, if somebody insulted your wife, especially on national television, live, at an event like that, would you slap the guy? No.
If that's what my handlers wanted me to do, I'd have to.
If you had the choice, would you knock him out? Would you sit by your wife? Or would you do a bitch slap?
I'd wait until after the show is what I'd do. That would be the
I'd do exactly what my handlers told me to do. You know what I mean? If I wanted to make it home.
Yeah, I
You know what I
guess
mean?
so.
Straight up.
I guess I'd do whatever I was told.
You gotta stick to the script.
Whatever you told, bro.
Yeah,
Stick
once
to
you
the
sign
script.
your name in blood, you're kind of fucked, you know.
Right?
Maybe he should have left him hanging there on stage, waiting for that slap. Just,
Hang in there,
waiting.
buddy.
Hey, Will, weren't you supposed to come on stage? Will, where are you, man? I don't know what to do now.
Hey, 20 years from now, he'll probably go up and give him a French kiss or something. You know what I mean?
20 years we won't be around in 20 years.
3 years from now, probably.
I was gonna say maybe a year and a half.
Yeah,
I don't know.
16 months.
I don't know. Every morning I wake up and I hear people talking about, "Oh, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? Did you? Oh, this is gonna happen." I'm like, dude, you guys have been saying that for like the last 5 years, and nothing's really happened.
Yeah.
You know, like in a sense, I kind of think it's dumb because most of it's fear porn, but it's funny how people that claim that they don't watch TV anymore and claim that they don't believe in, all this jargon, they literally fall into every one of those little holes every time something comes out. It's like, "Oh, did you hear about this?" Oh, it's like, dude, no, I didn't hear about that, and I don't want to hear about that.
It's because they are listening to guys like Alex Jones and all the other pre-programmed idiots.
Oh my goodness. I'll admit I did watch Alex Jones for a short period of time, but it only took me one of those crazy monologues to like switch the channel off. It was like, well, wow, okay.
Oh, I liked the insane rants, but at some point he crossed a, let's say,
he crossed the line, right?
a humanitarian line where I had to say, well, okay, man, now you're in with the wrong crowd.
And make sure you get some of that colloidal silver or whatever they call it.
I do have that.
It's the purest form, he says. It's only $89 a bottle.
Right?
People are so dumb, dude. They are.
Well,
you can sell somebody a paper bag with some dust in it and tell them that it's some magic formula, and they'll believe it.
What was the humanitarian line?
Humonkey. There was something in the Middle East which has been raging since the 60s. And I don't want to go into it too much, but he picked the wrong side from my perspective.
Are you talking about hormones? They've been raging since the 60s. You know what I mean?
Raging, those raging ones. Quit moaning. You know how you make a hormone, right? You refuse to pay her.
Right.
If I need hormones, I put on Nirvana hormoning. With the best song ever, D7. But you know, whatever.
Best song ever. What is the best song, supposedly?
I'll put a link to it in the live chat for you.
Gee, I was kidding.
Put a D in the link. I mean, a link in the D.
I'll M your D. Get it? M the D? M the D.
Yeah. Wonder where Matthew's at with his PhD and his master's and undergraduate.
His what's that say? Hormonig? What?
Matthew got exchanged for a Kosho.
He did.
Does that mean
They always got to rotate the stock. You know what I mean? They got to rotate it. You know.
Yeah, you know, in the Bible, in Revelation, it talks about the 4 and 20 elders rotating around the seat where the king sits.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about, what does that stand for? And then I realized that there's like 50 things that have 24 things rotating around it. There's like so many things in the world that are like that. It's like, wait a minute. I thought this was like a standalone. Nope. It's old school.
Hey, you know what? You know what I tripped out on? Remember the Bumgarner jump?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
So, I've tried to read a lot of different documents on who set the highest record from jumping from the farthest up. It seems like that's the record allegedly, right? But he's 24. They say 24.2 miles up, but imagine if the top is 24 miles, right? It would fit perfectly with like the day, the way 24 hours in a day and everything. If like the numbers are all accurate down to that point too, that'd be a trip. It was just something to think about.
Ask yourself is when he jumps out of it, why does it wiggle?
So either he didn't jump out of it and it's like green screen or whatever in a studio, or if he did jump out of it, was it connected to something like maybe possibly like scaffolding or something like that? Because that's a possibility too.
Maybe. Or maybe a track.
Yeah, a track. Like a magnetic track.
Magnetic.
You ever seen the planes that they fly in circles? Like imagine if you had a ball and chain and you're swinging that chain, right? They have the plane flying in circles like that with this giant cable. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, those little things that you have as a kid with a propeller on it on your ceiling lamp with a string attached to the ceiling.
No, this company's. I'll try to show you right now.
And free energy is real, guys. Sure it is. It's free. Everything's free if you think about it. If you want free energy, you find a creek. That's all you need is an old washing machine and running water. That's it. You got unlimited energy. All you got to do is worry about the bearing going out. Pathetic. Wow. Just realized what that word means. That's creepy. Empathetic. Wow. Never even thought about that. Oh, you learn something new every day, don't you?
Multiple things.
You know what I find fascinating is I can just sit here and not talk to anybody, not read anything, and just think, and I can actually learn. Is that fascinating? How is that possible? That just by rethinking all the thoughts in my mind, I could actually become more intelligent. That blows my mind, literally.
And metaphorically.
You believe in fours.
Metathreically. Or metatuically.
Metatriptylic. Like amitriptyline?
Nice.
Who tripped the lean? Somebody tripped it. Words mean things.
So many things. I like it when I could turn the word, invert the word or the letter, or flip the letter on its side and create a symbol with it. Because I think every letter is a symbol.
Why does it got to be a symbol? Balls suck. Suck balls. Never ever thought that my language we used to speak about sex every which way. It's like literally every word, everything is based. Like even wed. The word wed means sex, means to wet. I thee wed.
If you reverse it, it's do.
Why you have to consummate the marriage, because you're wedding. You're actually wetting. You're marking your territory.
Would that be like how they say, like, I'm wetting my palate, like how's it spelled? WHETING?
Yes, it's the same exaggeration, yes. Wet. And the word is used in lots of things. Just look up the word wet in the etymological. It'll blow your mind. So Wednesday doesn't have anything to do with whoever the hell you're talking about. It doesn't have nothing to do with that. Baloney. Wednesday means wet day. Or hump day, get it? That's why they call it hump day. Duh. It's all about sex, dude. It's creepy and gross, but it's true.
What about Flatterday?
I don't know. Never heard of it. I don't know what I was watching or listening to. Somebody was, I don't remember what it was. Something about the days of the week, and how we should have 13 months. Because of the way, a week is 7 days long, but yet months are all 31, 30, 29, and 28 days long.
Right.
It's like, and it was, I don't know, just kind of interesting. Like, why do they call it October when it's the 10th month, and October means 8?
Right.
Makes no sense. Absolutely.
November, nueve.
Mm-hmm.
September.
November is, what month of the year is November? 11. What number is 11? What is it? Deca.
That's once. 11's once.
So, how would you say it then?
I think at December, which is the 10th, and then January would be the 11th, and February would be the 12th. But it doesn't start right at the 1st. I think the year starts on the 22nd of March.
Yeah, it's the actual spring. Spring forward and fall back, yeah.
Because that's right when Aries
and the reason why you do that is basically because the sun is on a dial. And when it starts at 12 or 1 or 0, whatever you want to call it, you notice that 12 o'clock is the end of it. It's not the beginning. Like you would think that the top hour would be 1, not 0. Right? Like why doesn't the clock start with 1? Because it hasn't began, right? The first day wasn't over until after it was said the day's over, right?
Yeah.
Get it? It's really interesting at how all this stuff fits together. And all you do is when you dig down that rabbit hole is you just find out that everything that you thought you knew is bullshit. Everything is. They lied to you about the calendar. They lied to you about the sun cycle. They lied to you about the shape of the earth. They lied about everything, dude. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
And when they tell you that some superstar just killed somebody or somebody just, it's all bullshit, man. It is. It's just there to confuse you. Just shut the damn thing off, dude. Like back in the day, we used to watch movies, and the movies were always, seemed like there was always some hint about how TV was going to rot your brain. Well, they were right. My great grandmother was right. The TV's rotting people's brains. It literally is true. It's fascinating. How did she know that? She didn't.
It's decaying. I think it's decaying.
Knows everything. Yes. But you have to decay first, right?
I think electricity decays the human body.
Yeah. You know what decay means, right?
What does it mean?
I don't know. Look it up. Decay. I'm sure it means something important.
Yeah.
Like,
decay. They've been decaying us for decades, bro.
Teach you about spelling and, sports is all about scoring. It's just ridiculous. Everything is about getting laid, and all that stuff, stupid stuff. That it's not stupid stuff. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
they take away the main point of people having sex is to procreate, to have kids.
Yeah, but now it's all about.
So they make it about everything except that. You know what I mean? Yep, everything but that.
If nature says, one man, one woman makes, another human, right? Well, then of course, the deceiver will come along and say, oh, no, that's not true. You can have the best of both worlds. You can have sex with whoever you want and still not go to hell, see? But that's not true, is it? We all know that deep in our hearts. We all know what's
For the most part, they don't even need to throw the hell part in. People are just already, you know what I mean?
Well, they're creating their own hell right here on the earth.
Helio hell.
Yep. They're creating their own hell. Just remember that. You'll have nobody to blame but yourself.
Maybe it's heliocentric.
Right?
Maybe. Yeah.
What if we're meant to be on a lunar, what do we call it?
What if we found out that God created this place and then put someone else in charge?
Like Charles?
No, like Satan.
I know, Charles, get it?
Yeah,
Charles and Charlie.
Yeah. Chucky, I get it. Charles in Charge. That was a dumb show.
What was Satan's name? What is it? Satiniel or something like that? Satiniel? Satiniel.
Whenever you turn a sat, what's a sat?
A set, like when the sun's setting.
You sit, yes, right, the sun. So it means sun. What's the other part of the word?
Setting the sun.
Mm-hmm. So what does it mean?
Oh, set kneel.
Just like raw.
Setting kneel.
Raw and everything. Food, you eat food raw? Why do you eat it raw?
Because I don't want to go raw.
Why is food that's not cooked called raw food? It doesn't make sense.
Because it does the opposite of wage war against you.
Your wages. Slavery. Work is slavery. When God changed things, he made you a slave. You were changed. You fell. You are the fallen. There is no fallen. You're it.
After eating the food, right?
The Bible talks about how evil ones fell. Well, how do you know you're not one of them? How do you know you're not an Anunnaki? You know what I mean? The Anunnaki might be you.
Why would you label them as evil ones?
I don't know.
Well, that's the whole...
I'm not necessarily saying evil. I'm just saying, it seems kind of weird how we read things and we think that they're talking about someone else, but how do you know they're not talking about you and me? How do you know we're not the fallen ones?
Yeah, but...
and that story's about us.
Yeah.
That would change the whole thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but, why put it in a negative connotation? That's
because we're about to be deceived so well that even the most elite people will be fooled by it. How in the hell is the devil going to do that?
No, no, no. That's the whole point. Why?
I can tell you how.
No,
By
why?
convincing you that you live
Why
in.
would you see that as a negative? Why would you see that as an evil? Why would you see it as a bad thing? You need your mistakes to learn. That's the only thing you can learn from. You cannot learn from perfection. You need to learn from mistakes. So
It's a mistake.
why label it?
So evil's a necessity. Is a
connotation?
necessity. That's a hard pill to swallow, isn't it?
No, you're right though, bro. Like if you sat down to play
I know.
poker,
That's
every
the
single
part
hand.
that sucks is that I'm right. It's terrifying.
No, it's not. It makes it easier because now you got purpose. You got to learn. If you don't have that purpose, then you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, you're right. You don't have hope without purpose, right? Absolutely right. I don't know. I kind of feel like I've always known the answer to that. Like, I've been asked that question a million times, and I've always kind of just known. I am. I am the fallen. I came here. I fell. But why did I fall? I fell because I needed to learn. I had questions, wanted to know the answers. And here I am. I'm learning all about them. And when I get back and I remember all the things that I spoke and talked about before I came here, it'll all make sense, right? It all makes sense.
Tripod, if you rearrange if you turn Nephilim into an anagram, you have the word fallen one.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you do when you learn to walk?
Fight gravity. Balance. Get it? Balance. Words mean things, dude. And where's gospel whenever you need him? Usually he comes in here and argues with me about the meanings of things.
How does your ear do the whole balance thing?
It's all about fluid dynamic.
Yeah, it tries to find a level.
Get it? Fluid.
Right?
Well, you got to flatten that curve, right?
Yeah. I used to think that I wouldn't see this day coming until pigs fly, right? And then I got the swine flu, dog. You know what I mean?
Yep. You got flown by the swine. Yep. Funny, right? Wait, what was that? What was that? What was that virus, or what was that thing that they called started with a B, bullet, belays or some stupid thing. It was like in the 70s, 69, 70. Anyway, I can't. Malaria or bulimia or something. What's it called?
Bulimia is an eating disorder, I think. Allegedly.
Yeah, I know. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. You know what I'm talking about, right? No.
It rings a little bell. It's not ringing a total bell.
I know what he's doing. He's panning.
Oh, somebody just put something right there.
Yeah. Why do they call it botulism? Botanical. Bot means B-O-T. That's another thing that's funny. Why do they call it a robot when a bot is literally a plant, right? Doesn't make any sense. Because botany is study of flowers and plants, right? Botany. So botulism is what? Eating flowers? opposites. Like, there are words that don't have opposites. You would think that everything has an opposite, right? Everything plus, minus, A, Z, you know, there's always an end. Alpha, omega, there's always a beginning and an end, right? Well, why do we have words that don't?
There are opposites. Everything has an opposite.
And why do they call it reckless when you're reckless? That makes no sense. It's wreckful, right? If you wreck all the time, then you're wreckful. You're full of wreck. You're not reckless. You're not free of it.
No, reckless comes from
erection,
not reckoning.
Oh. Or rectified, huh?
Get to the point. Because paint is from pull, which is what? Pull? What does it mean to pull?
To lope.
To choose. That one will make you think, huh? Now think of all the words that have pole in them. Polish. Come on now. Bring it.
Police. The police.
The police. Political.
Polygamy.
Yeah.
Polyurethane.
Yep. Pole. Meaning what? Single, right? One means one erection. That's what it means. Erection one. So what do they call it? Apollo? Polo? Come on now. Because they are pulling the wool over our eyes. Think about it. They're pulling. Apollo.
I think that was more a play on the god Apollo and his fellows.
We're going to pull over the wool over your eyes, yeah.
Well, at least they were honest because the rocket used stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3.
Do you know what that word means? Honest.
It depends. Like, you know, from...
Yeah, but you don't want to look that one up.
No, like, half of your English words comes from Dutch and is bastardized by British. So, yeah. Because the Dutch and British had a long-standing history of war and trade, sometimes coinciding at the same time, with a lot of intermingle of language.
Which came first, man or woman?
Monkey.
Adam.
What about wool monkey? Why don't they call girl monkeys wool monkeys?
Because it sounds stupid.
Exactly. Stupid. Stupid actually means lazy.
Yeah, and isn't that the whole point? Their minds are lazy, therefore they become
stupid. Yeah, that apple thing is funny. That's the reason why the apple is the symbol of the fall. It's because you pulled it. You shouldn't have pulled it.
Yeah, but it could be great. It could be grapes too.
Maybe it was given. Maybe it was given.
13 minutes? No.
Or was it given by the snake?
You mean it was opposed? Funny, right?
That's interesting. Given by mistake, like they take it or they give it.
We're not talking about baseball again, okay? Pitching and catching isn't necessary. Like bullocks. I love words. They're so funny. Bullocks. What does that mean? You know what it means, but don't say it out loud. Tuba cane, that's what it means.
I remember the first time I went to this Mexican restaurant with my mom a long time ago. They had Rocky Mountain oysters. I was like, oh, I didn't know you guys had seafood here. Mom was like, no, that's not what that is. I was like, what? Why would they call it that?
Because in the Rocky Mountains, they gotta have oyster.
Yep.
You know, of course, an oyster looks more like a you know what, not like a pole, but.
Shit.
And why does Mother Mary look like a vagina? That's the one that creeps me out the most. That one just got me. When I seen that and I realized it, I just fell. My brain just went. And I heard a little fart noise come out of my ear.
Maybe you just want to see it that way.
No, bro. No. No, 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 no. If that were true, I would have seen it when I was 2, 3 years old. I didn't find it out until just a couple years back, but it's disgusting. Well, actually, it's beautiful, but you know what I mean.
Find other associations. Find other images.
I did. That's the problem. Researching that particular item was a bad idea because it made me realize that there's a lot of things. It just, yeah, well, have fun with that one. And I'm still trying to figure out why they call him Jesus.
Because it is a regular name.
But he's not Jewish, so why do they call him Jesus? Doesn't make any sense, bro. None of this stuff makes any sense.
Basically,
you're right. It's funny because it's true. It's true. It's true.
I think you invert the name. It's Zeus. Or Suez.
Jesus. You could translate it to French.
Or Jacques. Jacques.
Je suis.
Jacques. Jacques. Just like bullocks. Jacques. Think about it. Words mean things, dude. We're all cursed and we're all screwed.
Yeah, but you know, you're looking at it only from English, and you got to deal with a lot of European language influences that you miss out on.
Yeah, like take the S, the snake, out of cursed, and you have cured, bro. You know what I mean? Just look at it like that. That's the opposite of a curse, to be cured.
Yeah, when you take the D off a dick, you get ick, okay? Think about that one.
Is that Ichabod Crane, the headless pumpkin?
He wore a pumpkin on his head. I wonder what that means.
Oh, it was like for us, Halloween 24/7, 365.
Halloween.
You know what I mean?
Think about
whether you like it or not, you gotta wear your mask.
Hallowed. Hallowed means dead, people.
At last, the comfort you once demanded is now
Hallows
mandatory.
Eve means you're celebrating your death. It's kind of like the opposite of a birthday. And why are you birthed anyway? You ever think about that?
Because we came out of the water.
So does a ship, but the stuff on the ship doesn't. It just comes over the water, right? So why do they call it shipment? Just remember what ship means. Sheep. There's something wrong. I don't know. I always thought that when I figured out some of this stuff that I was just going to die, right? Like I was just going to poof, be gone. I was going to go back to the place I came from. But nope, I was wrong. So I guess just knowing about stuff doesn't get you out of here. You actually have to take and manifest it with your own will. It's important. Some people need to realize that. It's not about sitting on your laurels, dude. It's not about waiting for Jesus to come. It's about doing something with your own will, making it happen. In a way, I kind of look at all these evil people and think, wow, these people are really doing their job, right? They're doing what evil would do, right? But we're just being stupid. We're not even fighting. We're just kind of sitting in the middle going, oh, well, I'm not going to do anything because nothing can change. So I'm just going to sit here and complain and whine about it because we can't change the world.
What do you mean we?
You can change a lot in the world. It is just that your expectations of how fast it changes is too high.
Right. Takes
or too low.
Time.
And you got, let's say, allotted time in this place.
I don't know. Do you have a lot of time? Seems to me like we're all out of time.
Hello, mates.
There he is.
Hello.
Hello.
There he is.
Top of the morning to you.
Howard.
Hey.
Oh.
Howard, the man that likes to draw O's. It's Howard.
Howard. Does anybody know what their name means? My name is Ryan. It means king. What's yours mean?
My last name's actually in the book of Genesis, bro.
Really? Cool.
Yeah.
Beast? This kid is...
It actually means drunkard. Or allegedly, that's what it says. It's supposed to mean drunkard.
Well, my name is kind of like a description of the tree of life.
And what's in a name?
It's just a means to an end.
Yay. Yay. It's a bovine, that's what it is. A name is
a means
cow.
or a mane. Or enamel.
It's the backwards, yeah, it's the reverse of mane, which is, and what do you grasp when you're riding a horse bareback? You grasp the mane, right?
Or his bit in his mouth, which would be the enam, the enamel.
No, that's lame. You're thinking backwards.
Do that trick in Dutch.
When I'm riding bareback, I grab a lot of stuff.
Email.
Oh, Howard. You dirty dog.
Hey.
You are to the H.
Wow. Right?
Howard.
But it's necessary, you know, Howard?
Mm-hmm.
How many words do you need?
Have you guys seen Saving Private Ryan Part 2? Where they actually go back to try to help them because they were confused on what gender they were? It's called Saving Ryan's Privates. It's a box office hit.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Really,
Shit, when did that come out?
Yeah, there's some pretty X-rated ones too. Yeah. Lorena. What does that make you think of when I say Lorena?
Bobbin.
There you go. Why? Why do you think of Bobbin?
Because Lorraine is my girl,
guy's
man.
name? And what was the guy's name who lost his
John Bobbitt? John Bobbitt.
John Bobbitt? Okay, so why did he bob it in the first place? Maybe he should have kept her from bobbing it. These things mean things. Think about it. Hoax. It's got a hoax written all over it.
Been meaning something, though. You know how
whenever the letters.
you know how you know it's not a hoax?
2 minutes. That's how long.
No, you don't hear about it. You will never hear about it. That's how you know it's
never
real.
hear about it. You never hear. You know what's creepy? Is why does P nice rhyme with be nice?
P nice. Are you talking about the skinhead gang in Orange County?
Yeah, those skinheads are bad.
The P9?
Or
Public
you could
enemy
be a
numero
flaphead.
uno.
You could be a sockhead.
Right?
Maybe that's where sophistry comes from. Oh my. Well, poo. And if they're covers, why do you pull them over? That's a good question, too. You know, the cop, when he pulls you over, he tells you, pull over. Why do you pull over? You know, when you cover something, you hide it.
Instead of pulling over, you should push under.
Or you should stand over. Because when you understand, you're in trouble. Anytime a policeman asks you that, you just say, nope. Time's up, I guess. Or it's close. So what are we going to do today for the Silver and Gold Live?
I think today's my due day.
What's the D stand for?
Do? DEW?
Dice.
It's an acronym.
Dudes? Dudes ice? Dudes ice?
Right.
Depends on how decisive you are.
Dew is spicy and sweet.
Sweet. Who'd have thought that ketchup and corn syrup would make sweet and sour sauce?
Rookie, do you want me to start the event and make an announcement?
Sure, why not? Might as
Okay.
well.
You've got Howard here. He's relatively new. We talked to him on Ladies' Night last night, if you feel like talking to him. Look, he's got a black swan as profile picture now. He's kind of an interesting guy. I'll go ahead and start it, and then you can do whatever you're planning to do.
Hey, Dandelion.
I have no Polans.
We do have Zarn in 2 hours that's supposed to make his presentation. I should send him a message, make sure he remembers he's supposed to show up here.
You really think he's going to show up?
I have no idea. You want me to give a percentage chance? I mean, we could take bets. I guess probably not supposed to take actual bets. I'm going to. Do I want to give him a 50-50 just because I want to have faith in him because I might be the only one who does? Like 50-50 to me seems generous. 30% chance of showing up is probably more like realistic, but you never know. I take the long shot. I'm going to say he's going to show up.
I hope so.
Me too.
Nice to hear you, Dandelion.
Hi, yeah, good to see you too. And here, not see you really, just here.
If I had an older sister, I'd want her to sound just like you.
Sweet. I have to be your older sister, which is unfortunate because I used to have an older brother, who has died. So I'd prefer for you to take the older brother role. But it's fine. That's okay. Yeah, never had a younger brother.
I'm probably older than you anyway.
Yeah, you might be. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. I'll take a younger brother. That's fine. Because I never had one. So you could be the younger brother I never had. That's even better, actually.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Believe me.
Right.
I've talked about it on national TV. I could talk to you about it on the Discord server, so it's not a big deal. All right. I'm going to start the event.
Thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're about to start the Silver and Gold Live. If you have questions for our Silver and Gold members, please come on to Discord. Someone will post. So what shall we do? Nobody? Nobody wants to know? Nobody wants to talk? Anybody? Somebody? I can think of a topic, I guess. Something, I don't know. What do we do? We could all just sit here on our hands and think.
If you haven't talked to Howard, you should ask him for his story because it's interesting. Maybe he'll give you a slightly different version of it than we heard yesterday at Ladies' Night. Even though I'm here, Howard, don't feel bad about repeating yourself.
Are you there, Howard?
It's not so interesting.
What's up, dude?
I don't know.
How are you today? How are you?
I'm good. Good.
I know they talked to you yesterday. I don't know.
Did some gardening.
So since you've been here, how long have you been here? How long have you been on the server?
In the channel or on the planet?
Yeah, on the server, on this server. A couple days?
2 days. 2 days.
2 days. So what do you think about the server so far? What do you think about us?
Well, I guess I would just
be honest.
I'd say I love it so far. And it's easier to talk.
So are we as crazy as you thought we would be?
I didn't think you guys would be crazy, but I think it'd probably be quicker to talk about the things that that I could be critical about versus the things that I like. The things that I like are quite a bit. I think.
Well, I thought I'd get both sides.
Before I came, I listened to a bunch of the podcasts, probably like 10 or so. Right. It was just recordings from the debates that you guys were having in here, and I think there's a huge opportunity to, for the people that do come in, obviously to help them see and understand and maybe have them join us. That would be a huge success story if someone, was on the other side of the fence and was like, wow, I think you guys made a really good point. And then they become an ally. And, you know, outside of the trolls and the people that are, you know, that come in with bad intent, or, you know, they don't argue in good faith, I think sometimes it's really easy to get excited.
I have a question for you. Why do you think people troll in the first place?
I think they just
like what's your best guess at why people troll?
Oh, why people troll in general? Why people
why would somebody just decide to go and attack some other whatever argument, whatever relationship, whatever? Why would somebody do that? Do you think that that's a natural response to stimuli? In your opinion?
I think in general, people, it's a little bit of a coping mechanism, I think, for people to make themselves feel good. So some people, I think psychologically, they make themselves feel better by pushing other people down. And so if they view a certain demographic as below them, then it makes them feel good to push them down even further. And it makes them feel like they're higher, you know, that makes them feel like they're taller. And it's kind of like a narcissistic thing, but you know, people get bored, and some people enjoy banter and enjoy, like, you know, people and whatnot. And so,
right, but when you get bored,
yeah,
when a person gets bored, like normally, I mean, I'm just speaking from my own opinion. I don't usually think to do things that are negative. I'm not saying that it isn't something that doesn't come up occasionally.
Well, it's not.
Sure, when I'm sitting around bored, I don't think about, like, let's say, going after some woman or some dude or some whatever. I just don't. It's just not the first thing that comes to my mind.
Sure,
you know
but
what I mean? So
to use a different analogy, like, you know, would you say that, like, fighting is bored, like physically fighting someone is negative?
Well, it depends on the situation, I think. But
right, yeah. So I would say that, like, physically beating the shit out of somebody, you know, could be perceived as a negative thing. Some people really enjoy fighting, you know?
Well, let's draw a line. Let's say fighting to defend yourself is a little different than beating someone down, right?
Yeah, sure. But even just like getting, you know, like, I don't want to go to the gym or to like a boxing ring on the weekend or just start beating the shit out of somebody, them beating the shit out of me. But some people really like that. So really all I'm just trying to say is that in a certain logical type where they,
I mean, like, you know,
they get off.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I just think that there's a certain psychological type that they get off. You know, it heightens their emotions.
But my question is more pointed then. My question is more pointed at why do they get off on the negativity when that's not normally what you get off on, right?
Why does a bully? Why does a bully? You know, why does a kid in high school bully other kids?
It's a defense mechanism.
Yeah, they've got something going on inside of them, and that they don't feel good about, and so they they develop coping mechanisms to make themselves feel better. So
rather than just standing there and crying about the situation they're in, right?
Yeah. So, like, if a kid is you know, he doesn't read very well, and he sees another kid, you know, by himself reading a book, you know, he's going to be like, haha, look at that nerd over there, you know, reading, you know, what a loser, you know?
Okay, well, let's say you fight it. Let's say you bully a kid and you beat him up. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he's angry, right? He'll probably just avoid you, right? Like the next time he sees you, he'll probably just walk the other way, right?
Yeah, he'll try to, but
well, yeah, right. He would, right? So what makes a person? What changes that person into a troll, though? What makes that person want to go the opposite and then attack the other person, even though they're going to get bullied again? You see my point? What makes a troll?
I think the bully is the troll, not the kid getting bullied. You know?
No, I mean, like, I got picked on as a kid, so I know this full well, right? I got picked on, I got beat up, all that stuff, right? But at some point, I got tired of it. I got tired of being the one that always got beat up, and I finally fought back, and that's when everything changed. but I didn't go out and start bullying everybody.
Well,
I
sure,
simply
sure,
just
because
knew
you're
how
not
to
a
stop bullying from happening to me. So what makes
Yeah.
a person want to go beyond just not being bullied and become the bully? That's my question.
Well,
That's
I
what to
don't
me. That's
think
what a troll is. A troll is someone who intently goes after a thing or an idea simply to get pleasure out of it. But normally, when someone insults you, you just move on, right? You just, well, I don't want to be insulted, so I'll stay away. But what makes you want to go back and keep getting that and keep getting bullied again? What makes a person switch from that? Stay away from the person because they're bullying to wanting to go there and get bullied on purpose. What switches? What mechanism? What psychological mechanism makes a person into a troll?
A check.
Yeah, I think outside
you see my point, right?
Yeah,
You
I
understand the difference.
what you're saying. I think outside of places like this, when they're in their day to day life, like let's say that they talk to a family member or a friend, and they're like, "Hey, I went into this flat Earth forum, a bunch of idiots, and I just went in there and trolled them the whole time, and they think they're this flat. How stupid is that? Like you gotta come in here sometime with me and listen. These people are so dumb. That's pushing them down to make themselves, pushing others down to make themselves feel better. So that it's hard because if you're not in that mindset, if you don't have the same psychological perspective that they have,
yeah. But in this case, it's a little different because of the situation. We're talking about something that sounds completely crazy, but once they come in here, they realize that's not actually true, right?
Do they realize
my
that?
question is, but I think they do. I think they
really.
do. I think that if I came into like let's just say somebody decided that pigs fly, okay, and I saw that there's some site, some Discord channel about how pigs fly and how it's true, right? I might, out of curiosity, go in there to find out what's going on, right? Because I want to know why people think this, right? I want to know what the angle is, right? But I'm not necessarily going to stick around and come back every single day just to get that same feeling, because I don't need to. Once I know these people are crazy, I don't need to know anymore. I move on, right? I don't go back and keep doing that over and over and over and over and over again, getting some kind of sick pleasure out of it.
Dude,
that
listen,
doesn't make any sense.
I agree. I agree with you on that. And my first night here, I actually brought that point up. And I go, listen, I don't think that there's more than two genders. That's my own personal belief. I don't know how you guys feel about it. But I go, listen to these guys that were coming in here arguing. And I go, listen, I don't join like tranny Discord servers and go in there and tell them and argue with them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not all about that. Like, I'm not going to go. Maybe.
Exactly.
Maybe I would go in there.
What breaks that? What breaks that line? What do you think makes people?
I have no idea, man. That's the $1 million question right there. I mean, maybe in a very dark corner of their mind, they fear that we might be right. And so whether that their mind settles and rests, and then it comes to the forefront of their mind, and they're like, oh yeah, that's right. Those people still exist. I'm going to go tell them they're wrong. And that makes them feel better. I mean, it is quite scary. If you do accept, I think with many conspiracy theories, this is why people have a hard time with it, with conspiracies in general, is that if what is being proposed is true, then that can be very frightening for many reasons, not just, what the implications are if that is true, but, what are these people hiding? Why would they be hiding it? Everyone around you is lying. It's much easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. I once had a very, very close acquaintance of mine. She was very successful, by all measurements, a very rich woman, tell me that she knew CNN has never lied to her about anything, and she trusted CNN as a source. And I said, well, how do you know that? I mean, me fully well knowing that CNN and all the mainstream media lies out their ass all the time. But I go, well, how do you know that? And she goes, because I am too smart to be lied to. And so, yeah. And so, she's like
Santa Claus, right?
I mean, yeah, she was a lifelong.
I'd be like, Santa, boom.
Yeah. So, I think if I had to guess, I don't know for sure, but if I had to guess, I would say that maybe one of the reasons why they would keep coming back is that there is a very small percentage of them that fears that we might be right, and they have to keep coming back to poke fun and to troll and to fight to reassure themselves. Yeah, no, they're wrong. I'm right and they're wrong. So,
so it would seem that there's a level of trollicity, right? Like there's a level of, like there's the curious, right? And then there's the pissed off, right? Like you go, let's say I go to Pigs Fly Discord channel, and instead of them just telling me what their evidence is for that pigs fly, they just give me a bunch of runaround, right? That might make me angry enough to go back another day, right, and try to challenge them again. But what makes somebody change from wanting to know the truth to just wanting to show up and just ruin things or just step on things? Or like, that's what I mean by troll, like someone who literally just comes in just to irritate the situation, even though they know that the conversation is actually logical, right?
They're getting
that's
paid.
Kind of the troll thing.
They're getting paid to do it.
That's a good one.
To analyze this, get our algorithms. You know what I mean? It's not to debate. They don't care if they prove the globe or disprove the globe or anything. That's not even the point of them getting there. It's just to hear our reactions to stuff.
The conversation.
They can make the algorithm. You know what I mean?
So then I guess there would be more than one troll then, because I know a lot of the trolls.
I wouldn't even call them trolls.
Are just here because they're angry, right? They're pissed off.
Yeah, I don't even think angry. They're just getting a paycheck, Doug.
Right.
Well, I guess in a way, trolls come in all shapes and sizes. There's not just one troll type.
Right, but even though I'm on a Flat Earth channel, right, and I come on this Discord channel server all the time, right, and I get trolled by ball earthers, right, or globies, whatever you want to call them, that doesn't make me want to go out and do the same thing to ball earth proponents, right? Why? Because I know it's useless, right? I'm not going to convince people.
But bro, what if you got offered a fat check to do it, and you had a
that's a completely different angle. I'm talking about purely like of your own self, like what causes a person to want to become a troll. And I think this is important. That I don't know. I know it's a stupid question, but I think it's important to understand what the difference is between the different types, because I think just saying someone's a troll is kind of a blanket idea, like saying somebody isn't very intelligent. Like, okay, so I'm not very intelligent, but does that make me stupid? No. Okay, well, there's like gray areas. And I think that a lot of people don't think about what a troll really is, right? A troll is someone who literally comes in just to cause discord, right? They just come in deliberately.
Do you know who Daryl Davis is? Does that name ring a bell?
No.
He's this. I think he might have passed away. But it was this black man, Daryl Davis, who he was like an activist and R&B musician guy. And what he would do, what kind of he like turned his like mission into was befriending KKK members, and he would try to convert KKK into people who weren't racist and who weren't just completely against his race. And he would literally walk up to their houses and knock on the door and start conversations with them. And what he would do is try to bond with them over common.
Try to show them that he's a human being.
How did he get him to resign? Hold on. How did he get him to resign from the FBI?
Right? Yeah. How did he get him from their thespian class?
That's pretty good.
How do you know where they live?
They've got to. It's probably not hard to track them down in certain areas, but either way, I watched a couple documentaries about him, and it was kind of amazing because a lot of people, when confronted with opposition like that, would come at it with anger and protest and violence. And where he approached it, he came at it with friendship and tried to like level with them and communicate with them and talk to them about. Specifically, his approach was through music, and to get them to see that they have much more in common. I got slapped. That they have much more in common than they do have difference.
and I think he even flipped one of like the Grand Wizards, one of the leaders. So
John Grisham movie you're talking about, bro? The Time to Kill?
No. This guy's name is Daryl Davis. He's a real person. I mean, they might have made a movie about it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, though. Coming to a theater near you.
Oh, I think he's still alive.
Here's the truth. Here's the truth in fiction.
Right? Yeah.
Right. How did they get him to resign from the FBI? It's pretty good. I think the subconscious fear that we might be right is probably if I had to put that as the top.
When you say we might be right, what do you mean? But by that, we might be right about what?
How small is that?
Asking about why trolls the question was why in God's name would trolls keep coming back over and over and over again? Like, what is the driving force behind that?
Here's the thing.
I was trying to. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's because they're agitators. They're not trolls. They're agitators.
Like,
so, but what makes a person want to go beyond?
Yeah, but how much?
I think it's because we create.
I can answer that. It's called ideological possession. Have you ever argued with a leftist? You ever argued with a leftist?
Yeah, but I'm not going to join a leftist server 3-4 times a week. You see what I'm saying?
But do you know what I'm saying, have you ever argued with a leftist?
Sure. Okay. Sure.
Do you find them reasonable or rational?
Most times irrational.
Most times completely irrational.
I think they derive a lot from emotion rather than reason and logic. Yeah.
They actually are driven more by their ideological possession than their reason or their rationality. And so what they'll do is they will go out and they will do something called agitprop. They will go out to agitate, not to change minds, but it's essentially just old school trolling.
Like
it's all trolls for radicals. Yeah, it's provocation, and you're not doing it to change people's minds. You're not doing it to have your
agent provocateur.
Yeah, agent provocateur. They don't work for anybody.
Without being paid, though, how much energy, and maybe it's just difficult for me to put myself in their shoes, because
it's a fandom. Look, it's a fandom. They don't need to get paid. They are happy. All of these people who come in here to do this.
Yeah. And see, that's why I think, I don't know. This is my second day, like I was telling you.
Howard, are you a flat earther?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, since about 20.
I was just wondering, because I heard you refer to Earth as a planet earlier. That's what I was asking you.
I misspoke. Like, how long have I been on this planet? Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering.
I realized that. Yeah, nobody called me out immediately, but yeah, I was thinking that in the back of my mind when I said it.
Well, it's not really about calling you out.
Yeah, I know. But shit, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Sorry.
Oh, that's why my point that I was bringing up earlier was, and I've only been here a couple days, so I don't know if you guys do this, but if you guys have developed a process to either mute or remove, or like how do you come to a conclusion that this person that has come into the channel is not here arguing in good faith, and it is not worth our time to sit here for hours trying to convince someone that literally doesn't want to be convinced, is not here to be convinced, and just wants to provoke.
When they speak out of both sides of their mouth, that's typically when you know they're lost. You know what I mean, Howard?
No, could you elaborate on that?
So typically they'll take a position to win the point of the argument, and then they will take the opposite position to win the next point of the argument.
Oh, sure. Okay. And then do you have a process of removal or silencing so that we don't keep spinning our wheels indefinitely with them?
Well, they just kind of hang around to listen, as long as they're not spurging out in the VC and in the text, with their dribblings and their degeneracy, then we are happy to have them around and listening, and maybe something will sink in one day.
Okay.
What made you pick the Black Swan logo, Howard?
I just so yeah, the first it was oh shit, Central. Yeah, his name is Central. He was the one that did my interview, and the first night I was here, he was talking about the Black Swan multiple times, and I loved it. And so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna make that my profile icon. Is this Black Swan? Yeah.
All right. That's right.
I feel like it was a good representation. I do. I'm a software engineer, and I do design as well. And so I was thinking about making a logo, a flat Earth logo that had the Black Swan in it. So I might get down, around to that in a little bit.
Do you know where the Black Swan is?
The actual Black Swan event, like what the oil rig photos.
Yeah.
No, I guess I don't actually know what coast that's on. Yeah, where is it?
California.
Oh, okay. Where?
It's about 15 minutes from here.
Where in California?
It's in Montecito.
Montecito.
Yeah. It's
I used to
between
live in San Francisco.
Summerlin and Santa Barbara. So you're a software engineer?
Yeah, I make mobile apps.
Okay.
Like iOS apps. Yeah.
Okay. For Apple.
Yeah, for iPhones. Yeah, but I don't work for Apple. I've worked for a bunch of different companies, but now I work for myself. But
that's cool.
One of the projects that I worked on was the facial recognition software or facial manipulation software for Snapchat. It was a Russian company then, and it was like back in like 2014 or so.
So do you do the coding or do you do the design?
I do both now. Back then I was just doing design, and then I got into Swift, iOS Swift programming when it came out, like 2016, 2017 or so.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't prefer the meta then, right? You prefer working with the outer?
In the outer, what do you mean by that?
As opposed to the inner, like the metadata?
Oh, no, I would rather build native apps from scratch.
Okay. That's right. From scratch.
Yeah, like raw code.
Like fresh baked. Fresh baked. Like my mom never used to make.
I like your name, Latter-day Saints.
Thank you.
Is that a religion?
No, I'm not a religious person at all.
FDS? No? Oh, okay. You could start one. Get some tax write-off?
Nah. I'm just a born-again flat earther. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a 1491er, bro.
1491?
Yeah.
Is that when... Wait, is that the year that... Is that a reference to a year? 1491?
Yeah,
What happened in 1491?
Nothing, which is exactly how it should have remained. You know what I mean? Everything was fine over here. You know? They had their own system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if 1492 is an accurate date, but that's the date I was told as a kid, you know?
Then what happened?
That Columbus supposedly set foot here.
Oh, right.
Bus.
Columbus.
Isn't there
one that wanted to bind the columns?
Wasn't there a quote about
Room 101?
this, like some letters were discovered where he'd gone down south and found like a young island girl, and he had wrote home about her. Have you guys seen this?
Oh no. How would they send letters back like that? You know what I mean? Courier pigeon?
by boat? You know, like a boat full of letters.
Yeah, but if he had never been to this new land before, how would somebody else figure out how to? I mean, I guess they'd figure out how to get back. I just think the whole story is janky.
You guys haven't seen this, so I'm going to find the Columbus letter. This is going to blow your mind. 1 second.
You think it's real?
Yeah, Columbus was paid to bring America to the old world. They knew exactly where it was from maps like the Piri Reis map and things.
Yeah.
And, he didn't get lost at all. He went exactly where he was told to go and where he was paid to go to start the New Atlantis project.
Yeah, it is not. Well, he didn't go to America though, did he?
No, he went somewhere else.
Oh, so we was the ability to do that. I mean, ostensibly, the first Europeans in the modern age who went to Europe were on the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, right? I mean, as according to history.
Yeah. Well, obviously, the first Europeans would have been the Solutreans, things like that.
Yeah. Obviously, I think it's becoming more mainstream and accepted that people have been coming here for a long time, of every stripe. Europeans, the Nordics, Asians, Romans. Everybody's been coming here for a while.
Egyptians.
Yep, Egyptians. So.
And a lot of that stuff is mainstream. It's just people aren't interested. They don't look. They just hyper focus on their narrow interests. So.
Hello. Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to apologize that I couldn't present today because I messed up the time. I thought it was next week on Saturday.
So you want to change it to next Saturday?
Yeah, I didn't know. I misunderstood the time. I thought it was next week, but you guys scheduled it today.
No worries. The date.
What did we schedule today? What did we schedule today?
Zan's presentation.
Yeah, but it's not ready, unfortunately. Yeah, it's very shameful by me. So I come here to apologize for my disorganization.
Shame.
Zan, if your PowerPoint
shame.
That's okay.
Shame.
Dude, you got
shame.
You got some time.
Shame on you, and shame on you.
We can make the PowerPoint together if you wanna work on it together.
Oh.
I've got Microsoft Office.
Oh, okay.
You can't just do it off the cuff, bro? Just off the top of the dome?
Yeah, we can open up Google Pages and bust it out together, you know?
Offer, okay. Do you
Perhaps maybe you have a Lycra
say
experiment.
something else? I beg your pardon?
I just said perhaps maybe you have a Lycra experiment where they put the Lycra in a circle and they use like pool balls and stuff.
Do you want me to put that in the presentation? Like, do you
Well, I
want me
mean,
to
it
present it?
demonstrates orbital mechanics. You know what I mean? It's a fine demonstration of orbital mechanics.
I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe.
I want you to put
do
in
have
whatever
some
you think is going to
experience.
convince me that we live on a ball, bro. Whatever it is.
Yeah, I think you guys are estimating it a bit. Just saying.
Underestimating your presentation?
Yeah.
I was actually overestimating it.
I think when I was here
Okay.
just maybe 30 minutes ago, there was like 10 people
Well,
in here. Now there's
well,
way
I
more
mean,
because they were
I-
excited for your presentation.
Yeah, I'll try my best. Okay. I don't know if you're underestimating or overestimating it.
No, we're not underestimating you. We're looking forward to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So. Sorry, this is kind of strange. So it's a bit quiet. Sorry.
What's your presentation about?
It's the presentation is an analysis of I debunk the Earth of being flat, like the shape of it, and then I explain the curvature of it and why it's true, and then I explain more about the frame of reference, and it's a lot of stuff. More.
Sounds interesting.
Do you think you need a whole week for that? I mean, we could just talk about it now. If you got me a measurement, hey, if you got me a measurement,
Well, I mean,
if you got me a measurement to curvature, you will bring me off flat, easy.
Me too. Seriously.
I'm not interested. Here's the thing: I'm not interested in being a flat earther or a globe earther. I'm only interested in what's true. So if you show me something true, I'll believe it.
Okay. So.
#truth.
Oh, wait, can I just say this? Oh yeah, just saying. I'm 16 years old. So, someone asked me that on Discord. I'm
Congratulations.
16.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this is really early for me.
Well, I'm
early
41.
Early in life?
No, but like I don't think a lot of minors.
Can I ask you something?
We had a 14-year-old here the other day.
Hold on. Can I pick your brain on something? And it's not gonna be flat Earth related. I just want to pick your brain on something. It won't be flat Earth related. I promise.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Do you believe in man-made climate change?
Man-made climate change.
Yes. Anthropogenic climate change.
Okay. This didn't surprise me. You have watched the documentary, right?
Hold on. I'm asking if you believe in it.
I think it's both.
You think it's what?
Well, you're right. Humans,
I think it's a both. Like
humans definitely have an impact on.
No. Don't. Hold on.
What percentage?
Hold on. No. Wait. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere.
Howard.
All right. You say that the climate is changing, right? I mean, we all know climate changes, right?
Yeah.
How do you know it's wrong?
Wrong of what?
How do you know that the climate's wrong?
What are you talking about? Like,
how do you know the climate is wrong? How do you know that the climate is not exactly what the climate is supposed to be?
Wow.
How do you know that? My father has a personal experience of it. When he used to live in Sweden, and you can see
No. I didn't ask if the climate was changing. I asked, how do you know that climate isn't supposed to be exactly what it is?
How do I know?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not supposed to be on its standards.
What standard? Are you saying that a dynamic, changing, chaotic system that has no recorded history past 200 years ago? Is that what you're saying? That stays standard? Are you saying that the climate is supposed to stay static? It's not supposed to change?
No.
If it's supposed to change, how do you know the change is incorrect?
Okay, I got it.
How
Sorry,
could
sometimes it takes
anyone
a while.
ever know? Okay, how could anyone ever know that the climate is not exactly what the climate is supposed to be?
Because the current acceleration is higher than it is.
How do you know the acceleration is not exactly what's supposed to be happening?
Because of data.
No, the data says it's happening. The data does not tell you why, and it also doesn't tell you here's what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Does the data tell you? Hold on.
Yeah, right.
Does the data tell you what it's supposed to be?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Roman frog. Wait.
What is the climate supposed to be?
What's the climate supposed to be?
Yes. What's the climate supposed to be?
The average climate on Earth is.
No. What is it supposed to be? What is it supposed to be?
I don't know.
Do you think it's odd that you have been educated and saying and been told data says it's changing, therefore it's wrong, but they're not telling you why it's wrong?
No. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean by wrong?
Okay, let me put it to you like this. Say you're a tsetse fly and you have 1 day of life, right? If you're born in the rain and it rains half a day, half of your life it's raining, isn't it? And that's the entirety of your experience. And the next tsetse fly that's born has a completely different weather experience. You're talking about a dynamic system that is always changing, and people pulling measurements out. They're measuring it. Sure, they're measuring it perfectly accurately. I have no problem with that. And sure, the climate is changing, but who's to say that that isn't what it's supposed to be?
Okay. Should I tell you why it's a bit different?
As long as you don't use data that does not have the alternative of what it is supposed to be. Because if you're giving me a measurement of something, you need to be able to show me the deviation from what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
You get it?
Yeah. The acceleration of the climate is higher. It's higher than it has ever been, and it's way higher.
How do you know that's not what it's? How do you know that's not what it's supposed to be?
Because it's so different, and so.
How do you know? Have you lived for 4 billion years?
4 billion years.
Yeah. How old do you think?
Hold on.
Hold on. No. I'm going somewhere with this. Everyone needs to let me. I'm not just talking about recorded history. Has there ever been massive climate change in the past, like ice ages or heat ages?
Yeah. Yes, but
this is a dynamic changing system. But you don't know that it's more. You don't know that it's more.
Oh, I don't know.
No, nobody does. Nobody does.
But we've taken ice samples out of Antarctica that go back hundreds of thousands of years that have way more carbon dioxide in the ice than.
Okay. That doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. All it means is that the weather has always changed. So how do you find the deviation from norm? In other words, let's say you're saying the data shows that it's increased a degree over the past 100 years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you proving that that's not what it was supposed to do?
Okay. Because the acceleration is higher than it has.
Listen, you can't use that because that's derivative data. You have to be able to know what the optimum is. You have to be able to know what the perfect climate system is to be able to say that this is wrong. So what is it supposed to be if you're saying that?
Wait, Mimius,
accelerating compared to what?
But you're gonna have to let me speak, because sometimes it feels like I don't get to talk Finnish, and I don't get to go to my point.
I'll tell you why. It's because every time you start, starting with because the data says no. It's because the data says And that's exactly what I'm trying to get you away from. You don't have any data for what it's supposed to be. You only have data for what we're observing. Now, if you're observing something and you're measuring something, that doesn't tell you anything about some alternative fantasy about it's supposed to be something else, right? Like if I told you the clouds are white, but they're supposed to be a different color, something's changed, you'd call me a retard, rightly.
No. I never called you ever a retard.
No. I'm saying you should call me a retard if I said something like that.
No.
Yes.
I don't think any of you guys are retards.
Moron. Okay, maybe there's a language barrier there. You don't get my tone.
No.
But
you can say how much you want. I don't care.
What is the weather supposed to be? Don't tell me it's changing. We all know it's changing. But tell me what it's supposed to be.
Would you like me to simulate something?
No.
As an example?
No. I want you to tell me what it's supposed to be.
All on Earth. I don't know that, but I can search it up.
Do you think it's odd you've only been given one possible answer to a question you never asked, and then we're taught this, and we're taught there were no alternatives to that?
Wait, Nemus, wait, 1 second. I think you're kind of rolling this around a bit. Just saying, I don't know if you'll disagree of me or not, but whether the point is, if you're going to have something different, if you're calculating the mean over the whole entire time, like, oh, this has changed, and but if you have such a big hit that is so much bigger than the rest of the other climate hits, then we have something different, something way different.
Do you know everything about the environment and everything about the sun and everything about volcanic activity?
I'm 16.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you. I'll go ahead and tell you. I will go ahead and tell you this. They don't know anything like that. They know nothing. They know nothing like that. I'm talking about the people who purport to know all these things, don't know all these things.
Okay.
The biggest driver of the environment is the sun. Period. And if there's
the biggest heat source, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the biggest driver of the environment is the sun. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Someone was playing piano, I think.
Now, didn't the global temperature, according to y'all, the meteorologist of the Earth, the global temperature dropped 1.5 degrees for a week because of one single volcanic eruption, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was just recently. That was what? Mount St. Helens. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So if things change, you have no idea what the driver behind those are.
How do you know? It could be.
No, it's how. No. I'm saying you have no idea. That's not a knowledge claim. I'm saying the knowledge claim is coming from the people who say it's changing, therefore it's wrong. That's a retarded statement. To say that because something changes, it's wrong is a retarded statement. So, like, if you're watching a mountain, or if you're watching a mountain bulge and bulge and bulge for years, and it bulges every year, and then one day smoke starts coming out of it, you might say, "Oh, what have we done?" When in reality, it was always going to do that, and there's nothing you could have done.
Yeah, what about it?
I'm saying
I agree with you.
Okay, but the problem is the environmentalist who invented this idea of man-made climate change are saying that the climate is incorrect, like it's not where it's supposed to be. They have no evidence for that. Zero. They have zero. They could show it increased 10 degrees, and they would still have zero evidence that it's not 100% normal.
The only thing constant is change. I was going to add.
But there is no constant. It's the weather. the weather doesn't have a constant.
Okay.
Yeah, the only
But do you want me? You know what's funny? I've actually done this in class. We talked about this in. We watched a full documentary of nature-made climate change, and then we also watched one with man-made climate change.
Hey man, I watched a documentary about how Star Trek works and how warp engines are real. And let me tell you something, as far as climate change goes, I've been watching debates. I'm 41, and I've been watching debates about this, and I went back and forth on whether it was real or not for many years. I was there when Al Gore released his idiotic film.
His algorithm?
In an Inconvenient Truth.
Algorithm, yes, in An Inconvenient Truth, where he showed CO2 rising at the same time as heat. Have you heard that CO2 rises at the same time as heat?
Uh-oh.
No, I haven't, but I heard the
okay, well, see, that was they always say the CO2 causes it. There's just one problem, is that the temperature rose before the CO2 rose.
Oh.
Don't you think that's a problem? Don't you think there's a problem with your belief? If it's the heat driving the CO2 increase? Because heat causes more water evaporation, which does what? Causes more CO2 to be released.
Okay.
Zarn, this better be in your presentation.
Okay. Sorry?
Sorry, see, I'm trying to let you know that it's okay to have beliefs, but you need to recognize that some junk that you believe, it's just a belief. Just a belief.
Hey, is somebody's TV coming through voice chat? Do you guys hear that?
Yeah, that's mine. That's mine.
That's me. Also, Jean, don't forget, in the 1970s, they were telling us of the coming ice age. We were all going to die from the coming ice age. So once you live a little bit longer than 16 years, you'll see how the message changes. It's all fear porn to control people. And what you've got to understand is all of the data and information you have is worthless. There's no basis. There's no normative.
Yeah, they also did a thing before it turned 2000 when they said all electronics would shut down when it turned
the millennium bug. Yeah, and they had the 2012 nonsense, and they got the recent nonsense, and so on and so forth. So you just got to understand it's another trick like all the rest of them, and don't worry about it. And it doesn't matter what they present, there's nothing substantive behind it. Once you start to dig, as Memeless explained and has tried to help you understand, that change is change. But change from what? There is no.
I think you just gave me a perfect idea. I'll save something up for next week.
Good man.
Okay.
So, yeah, don't think that change is bad when you don't have anything to compare it. Okay?
I wanted to add.
I wasn't saying that change was like if you have change now and then, it's fine. But I was saying that if a change is so absurdly higher than the other ones, then something has happened.
Geoengineering.
That could be normal, or that could be HARP. You never know.
HARP and geoengineering combined, they spray that heavy metal particulates in the atmosphere. It causes a greenhouse effect. Ultraviolet radiation comes in, can't get out as easy. Then they heat those radio particulate rays with HARP.
Hey bro, I just posted in the live chat a couple about 10 or 15 U.S. patents for weather modification, just in case you're interested. XARN.
Oh, I've seen the cloud machines and all that. Cloud seeding. I know about it all.
I'm just.
Wait, can I ask you guys?
Actual patents. XARN.
Wait, can I?
I just posted the patent numbers in the patents for them. That's how you know if something's real.
Cheers, dude. Let John speak. John, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Good.
Wait, have you guys watched what is it called? The documentary called the Wellington? No, the Winster effect, or I don't know the word, but there was this document that talked about nature-made climate change. Have you guys watched that? It talked about that. Have you seen it?
Documentaries are typically very manipulative. They show you what they want to show you to get the desired outcome. What you have to do is actually research yourself to see if the things are valid and what they're not telling you. There's usually a lot they're not telling you in those documentaries, okay? So don't just watch a documentary.
If you've seen it or not.
No, I've never heard of it. If you post a link to it, we'll have a look at it. But I'm just saying, a documentary doesn't make it true. Just remember.
I know. You know that documentary that I just mentioned? That documentary was sponsored by an oil factory.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. It was debunked.
Well. It's the same as the Al Gore one that I watched and Memeless watched.
Wait, which one?
An Inconvenient Truth. Packed full of lies. But it made us believe it. It was very convincing. They had all this science and all this data and all this blah, 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 and it was all hogwash.
Nice.
They got like Greta and, you know, the other people now. They're like the modern day version of what he was trying to do. They got the Green Project. They got you guys, making you guys feel bad that you guys are responsible because you didn't do what they say and take heed and recycle enough stuff. And, you know what I mean? And as a matter of fact, it's just our fault just because we breathe in CO2 and we're just polluting, you know, the cows. It's all our fault, you know? Guilt tripping.
Yeah,
That's Stockholm.
Now then, more of an apology and an informative announcement. But okay.
Okay.
Do you want me
So
to
check your DM, bro?
Okay.
All right, I sent you a bunch of patents, U.S. patents for weather modification.
Good. Latter Day Saints. That's a cool name.
Thank you.
So yeah, this information will just help you decide as to what may or may not be going on. And these things are kind of not as well advertised because it doesn't fit the narrative, you see.
Okay. Wait, can I ask you guys, what's his name? Cyclone? No, Cyclone. Will he be here in next week?
You know what? I will especially ask him because I invited him for today's event because you said that you wanted him to be there, and he's an advocate of yours, is what I determined when I invited him. But anyway, he had to go to some kind of family event today, so he couldn't make it. So maybe it ends up being fortuitous that you're going to do it next week because maybe he can be there. I will invite him to next week too.
Okay, that's great. Okay, that's good actually. I'll see you guys then.
Okay. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Zarn, what if somebody shows up in an hour for your originally scheduled time and you're not here? Can you come back in an hour? At least say hello. What if people are setting their alarms on their phone? Like, I get to talk to Zarn in 1 hour. Can you come back at least say hello in 1 hour, Zarn?
I called off work for this.
I know, look at that. See, I told you.
Yeah, we were looking forward to it.
Okay, I'll just come back in an hour and say hi.
I took off my shoes for this, bro. Come on.
Huge following. Come back in 1 hour. Set your alarm now. Yeah, and then we'll see you next week for your official presentation. You've got offered, I think that was Howard that offered to tutor you and how to do a presentation, which is, you should take him up on that. I mean, free mentoring, you know, that's pretty cool. So, yeah, we'll see you in an hour, and I'll tell Wolfgang about next week.
Like you've got any shoes, Flatter Day Saints?
I seem to have misplaced them.
Seen enough of your Sasquatch feet.
They're small, but they're really wide.
Yeah, like me. Bog hopper feet, I call them.
I think the hardest training for the feet is to just stand on a linoleum or hardwood floor for hours and hours barefoot.
Yeah,
that starts to actually get painful.
Walking on concrete and that done mining. Is there anybody new that wants to speak up or have a chat about something? Don't be shy. We don't bite. Well, I'm not sure about Dandelion, but
Dandelion's got such a wonderful voice. It rings like so much confidence in it. You know?
I know, right?
Logos is my foil there. He keeps me honest. Yeah, I did hear that. I'm not even. I'm taking a back seat here for the silver and golds here. But yeah, so they'll be safe, right, Logos? I won't be after.
There we go. There we go. Come on, people, speak up. Don't be shy. Anyone? No.
There's no hard hitters in here today. You guys can take me out real quick. Especially if you show me a drop of water and show me how water curves using that drop, that might be enough to push me over the edge. I'm just saying, though. Well, supplies last. Get it while it's hot.
They've gone all shy.
Right.
Miguel, anything?
Hello. Yeah, I call them water benders.
Yeah. Instead of the air benders, the water benders.
Right.
You're just a bender.
We just call them the mind benders. Hey, Leon, anything?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening, fool?
Hey, I'm so happy to be here, man.
Oh, nice. You got a topic you'd like to talk about?
No, not really, man. No, not really.
Okay.
This morning I was just watching some. I was curious to see videos of people visiting Antarctica, you know, and yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to comment on that. I'm just listening to you guys speak and stuff.
Yeah, the little ice shelf that they're allowed to visit with the 3 penguins. Yeah, it's quite cute, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So why was you watching videos on that?
Because I've spoken with people personally. I used to work in a hotel in the city of Ushuaia, and in Argentina, and I used to ask them, you know, when they come back from the excursion, you know, I would ask them how was the excursion, and they would all tell me, like, they would be like, oh man, it was like amazing. And I would ask myself, like, why would it be amazing? You know, I mean, I wasn't into. I didn't know about, you know, I didn't know anything about flat Earth, you know, and I would be like, why would it be amazing? And I would think, like, why would somebody want to, you know, do an excursion? I mean, you have to be a little bit weird. But everybody would tell me how amazing it was, right? And yeah.
Maybe
would they use that exact word? They use that actual word, amazing.
Yeah. No, they would say amazing. They would be like, yeah, it's like
the answer is in the word, bro. The answer is in the word, amazing. A maison.
Maybe they were fans of Jesse Lee Peterson. Amazing.
Yeah, they were builders. You know what I mean? Builders, bro. You know.
So.
Yeah, and then
Well, that's not the etymology of the word amazing. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, usually people don't go with much expectations. I think that they normally come like back more like usually the experience. It seems that it's more than what you more than what you expect. You know, it is. Yeah. I believe that it is something different. You know, I've never done the excursion myself, but it does seem to be some. And it's one of those like things that it's not, you don't see promoted, you know, like maybe other places seem to be more promoted, like hot beaches and things like that. Caribbean islands, you never really see like promoted like.
Doesn't sound a lot of fun, really, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't sound like a lot of fun, no.
So,
but
you're new to flat Earth, then, yeah?
yeah, definitely.
You're new to the idea and everything.
I think I'm always gonna be new at flat Earth, man, because I've been watching videos since 2006, and I always feel like I'm in the same place, man. I'm like just.
Where are you at the moment, then?
2006? Damn.
Yeah.
You're saying there was flat Earth videos on YouTube in 2006?
No. Sorry, I meant 2016. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So what did you learn?
What was your question?
What did you learn from these videos?
A whole bunch of proof and just debunking, like the globe. It was very, it really inspires you to question yourself, not only about the shape of the Earth, obvious, but a whole bunch of things,
So what's your best evidence then?
The best evidence?
Yeah, what was the one that really got you and like, oh yeah?
That's a good question. The boat, over the horizon, maybe. Yeah, because that's usually. No, definitely no. But that's what normally. That's the most common one, that people grasp into. Like, what about the ships? Disappearing over the horizon.
How many flat earthers do you talk to prior to this?
What was that?
I'm just curious how you know that that's the normal one that gets people. How many flat earthers have you talked to and associated with prior to this? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. I don't talk about it to a lot of people. I've probably spoken proudly. Well, I mean, like very few, man. Very few, maybe 5 people at most, maybe 6.
And the boats is what got all those people? Is that where you're getting your numbers from? Or your thoughts, opinions on it? As far as, like you said, that's the one that gets all the people. So I was just wondering how many people you're referring to.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like, I don't know. I mean, like, but most people ask, that's what they. But
what do you think's so difficult about that one for them that they can't understand it?
What do I think it's so different?
Why is it so difficult for them to understand the boats over the horizon?
They just don't go beyond that. They just don't go beyond it. They don't know that you can. They don't know. They don't know that it's just unknown. They just don't know the fact that you can just grab a tool to see further. Like, they just don't know that you can see further.
What about when you tell them though? What do they say after that?
Oh, they immediately. I mean, I think it's a matter of resistance. I think the people. It's not just the fact that they don't have information. I think that it comes along with resistance, because immediately, automatically, they come up with something else and they ignore the first that. So there's always something else and something else and something else. So
yeah, we call that gish galloping. You got to hold them to the point. Don't let them move you around onto nonsense. Hold them to the point,
Yeah, so there's a lot of resistance, and so there's nothing much you can. I mean, you can either just drop it. I normally drop it because when you are speaking to a friend, or you don't want to just. Sometimes you just don't. But but if it's if the situation is appropriate and you're talking to the right person, the best thing you can do is just kind of be curious about their perspective. Just put yourself in their place. I mean, in a genuine way, and just try to have a decent conversation without, letting conflict come in, which is hard.
Do you try to give them any links or present any videos or documentaries? Because it works, right?
yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't see myself with like I don't think I have enough authority, to be. I mean, I could, I can send links, but
the truth alone in itself gives you full authority, bro, over something that's not true. Regardless of their socioeconomical background, how old they are, or anything, if you're speaking the truth, that gives you the authority.
And remember, if somebody had walked up to you and tried talking about this, you'd have dismissed them because you wouldn't have
No.
The videos gave you that frame of reference to understand that there are better explanations on the flat Earth side, you see. So maybe by sharing documentaries, just get some cheap USB sticks and just hand them out with flat Earth documentaries on it. Documents. Well, at the end of the day, that's best way to do it, really. There's no point having a conversation with somebody who's intellectually deficient and informationally deficient,
I'm a little bit selfish in that sense, I just kind of keep it to myself. But I really admire people that stand up, and they they create content. Because without that, but I'm not in that position, at least not for the moment. But
yeah, that's cool. What made you want to search Flat Earth? Have you been into other conspiracies or?
It came to me, man. I didn't really search it, it just came to me, and I remember, I mean, it's like the typical
What video was it?
case. I don't, one of those old ones, that they did the measurement with the sticks and.
I've seen hundreds of those.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I remember my first time very well. You know what I mean? I'll never forget my first time.
No, but you don't remember the video, do you?
Oh yeah, I'll never forget my first time, bro. I don't even remember. I don't even remember the first girl I slept with, but I'll never forget my first time with Flat Earth, bro. It was Eric Dubé video, and it was about maybe 8 to 12 minutes into the video, and I wasn't paying any attention, and something it said made me stop in my tracks, and it's like everything else around me like blacked out, and I was just like tunnel vision on this, and then I was like Pitbull, like I was a Flat Earther by midnight, like hardcore.
You climaxed 8 minutes in?
Yeah, for real. I'll never forget my first time, dude.
You get better with the experience.
We never forget our first.
Right?
No, but finally something made sense. I'm not exaggerating. Like finally, I think everybody, like if you are honest, like with yourself, I mean, maybe I'm, I don't want to be using other people's, words, but I think in my case, like for sure, like it never really clicked for me, like, but when I first watched my first, second, definitely third video, I was like, okay, finally I can understand something, finally something makes sense. And I'm sure of that. I can tell you that it makes sense to me, If another theory makes sense to you, that's, but to me, like what I learned, like way they present you at school, it doesn't really, to me, never really clicked. And maybe subconsciously or whatever, I was like, I always looked for something else, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, or we're talking about like, it's a big deal, yeah.
So what other things have you looked into?
I've always been interested in psychology, and the mind and spirituality.
I think you're referring to other conspiracies, right?
Oh, yeah. Other conspiracies?
Yeah.
Have you looked at anything else?
In terms of conspiracies, no. The one before was the moon landing, and then right after that, yeah.
It's the identity of lies.
Now my opinion, my opinion of NASA changed. I mean, like, it went from, actually I had some admiration for NASA even after knowing that that they faked it, because I was like, damn, how did they guys? Yeah, I was like, how did they guys? Like, these guys did an amazing job. I mean, I gave credit to them, you know, like, I mean,
you give credit to Kubrick.
Yeah, no, I give them credit. I was like, dude, they made America look so badass, you know, and they did a really good job.
Well, to be honest, it wasn't that hard to fool people back then, was it? You know,
I don't know.
They could have put them on the set of Space 1999, and I don't think people would have noticed.
Right.
Yeah, so my thing was like, I was like giving them credit. I'm like, these guys are fucking awesome. I mean, what they did, you know. And but then then when I got in touch with Flat Earth, I was like, oh shit, this is like, this is a little bit darker. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm still fascinated by how the world is, you know, even though it might seem fucked up. I'm still able to see things with like the perspective of an artist once in a while, and I'm like, this world that we live in, it's pretty crazy, you know? It's amazing that we're alive, dude.
So you've stopped looking into conspiracy theories now?
No, I'm always like, not really, actually. You know, as long as I mean, like, no, I'm not. What do you mean? Because conspiracy theories, I don't understand, like...
Think about this, bro. If every source that you find out something from somehow puts a globe or says the globe in that story, if this was a court of law, they'd be nullifying the whole story, making everything they said null and void, right? So you got to think any information you're hearing from anywhere, if they're representing the globe and what they say, then you may want to question the whole source if you don't believe in the globe. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah.
So once you learned about the moon landing being fake and Earth being flat, have you looked at anything else, or
maybe John Wilkes Booth or something?
I can't really think of anything, you know, in terms of conspiracy. You know, the dinosaurs, like, definitely that was another one, because I was like, damn, that one that got debunked, you know. I was like, shit. Yeah, that was another.
You bummed out about that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't get a lot into it, but just after watching a few videos, I was like, I don't believe in dinosaurs anymore. Damn. Like, yeah.
It's kind of a big deal. My dad spent a lot of money on dinosaur toys for me when I was a kid.
Yeah,
you know? Not that to take away from them being toys, you know, because they were toys.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
We got what we paid for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What was the evidence that got you with the dinosaurs then?
No evidence. No evidence. You know, just I mean, you normally don't question, you know, what is presented. You know, I mean, just you don't. I mean, maybe you do, but most people don't. You know, I mean, you just believe in dinosaurs because you see it in you see them in history books and stuff. So
because they're real, right? Because they look so real.
Exactly, dude.
They're so anatomically correct. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, giant predator with 2 legs. That makes sense.
Right.
And the giant eggs. Yeah.
Yeah. How would they mate? Anyway.
Very carefully.
Right. I always think about it like this. If NASA is for real and there really is the ISS up there, it's only one of two things, bro. They're up there spending $66 million or $61 million a day, which comes out to like $11,000 something a second of our money to play around with food, make believe like they're doing stuff up there, and they're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree with that.
They're doing stuff. I saw them play guitar.
Yeah, but the music sucks. Yeah, but they suck at playing guitar.
It'll be back in.
I wouldn't buy the record. No, but I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, what have they done, like, productively? I mean, if you think about it, no, but seriously, if you think about this if you see it from a capitalist free market perspective, like, what have they provided to society with? I mean, besides promises, like, what have they provided? And I was like, I was asking myself this question, and I remember, and I thought about WD-40, right? I'm like, isn't that a product from NASA, right? And I was like, maybe that's it. But then I think that they didn't. I think with WD-40, as you know, I mean, I think what they've done is, like, they bought the license or something. I don't know. So,
thinking of Tang.
Huh?
Tang.
Yeah, like in from a free market capitalist perspective, right? Like, there's no way a company can survive, like, without producing anything.
He won't know what Tang is, Flat Day Saints.
What up?
You won't know what Tang is. He's not old enough to know what Tang is.
Oh yeah, that's true. Probably not, huh?
Old enough to know what?
What Tang is.
Oh,
what is Tang?
Tang is a drink. It's an orange flavored Kool-Aid drink.
An orange flavor.
Kool-Aid drink.
It's Kool-Aid, basically. Before Kool-Aid came out, they had Tang. It was a citrus flavored drink, like orange juice flavored.
Oh, dude, we still have that in Argentina, man.
Exactly.
And that's what Flat Day Saints was thinking NASA had the rights to.
Yeah. Supposedly that's what they're known for, creating Tang. But it's orange, that's their color.
I prefer Fanta myself. Based and red pilled.
I prefer H2O.
That's because you're weird.
So the WD-40, it says it's water displacement 40th formula. It said it took 40 attempts to get the water displacement formula to work. But on the 40th attempt, they got it right in a big way. It's so funny. It's almost like they're mocking Jesus' 40-day fast. Everything they do is just mockery, dude.
You don't think that's mockery? Come on, dude.
Right?
Yeah, didn't they spend millions and millions to invent a ballpoint pen that worked upside down? The Russians just used a pencil, though.
Right.
I saw that as an advert. It was really funny. So, Velcro, Tang, memory foam, the crowning achievements. And they can grow potatoes, apparently.
And the ISS isn't grounded in any way, right? So if you're running around there with socks on, the consequences could be disastrous.
That's where they've got the funny hair. That makes sense now.
Right?
It's like touching one of those static balls.
Right?
Somebody put a gift that.
Did you know that if you charge yourself up with enough static electricity, you can knock aluminum cans over with your finger from a distance?
Yeah.
And you can levitate. Woo!
So I saw a thing where one of the how they have like these giant rollout solar panels that roll out like giant rectangular shaped wings. One of them got stuck once, and they had to go out there with a special tool that was like copper plated or something. I can't remember what the tool was, but it was so they wouldn't shock themselves. And I thought that was so hilarious because what's grounding the ISS? It's not grounded in anything.
Unless the sky is liquid.
So so on Earth you'd be able to ground something inside of a liquid. Is that what you're saying? I'm not
I said, unless the sky above the sky is water, then that would ground just fine.
Okay. So water can ground some. Like, where would you have water in that could ground something on Earth?
Just think water above, water below.
No. I'm understanding. I'm asking you because I don't know. That's why I'm asking because I'd like to learn. Like, how would you ground something in water, like down here?
I don't know.
With ice? Like, what do you mean, like freezing the water? You mean?
No. Never mind.
What is current?
Water and electricity.
No. Current. Well, yeah, but current is the flow of something, right?
Okay.
Right.
So something flows downwards towards the ground. Wouldn't it make sense that above us is water that moves down over us towards the ground? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not quite following.
We live in an air bubble. We're in an air pocket underwater.
Yeah. I understand that, but I thought you really meant that you could ground something like in water. Never mind, bro.
No, what I'm...
Yeah.
Wait.
There's no way of like proving the dome, right? Is there a way of proving the existence of a dome?
Well, second law of thermodynamics, pretty much.
Besides knowing there has to be a barrier. Well, we could with NASA, but obviously nobody believes what NASA puts out, so that makes it difficult.
There's also a balloon that kind of scrapes across it, as well as a few rockets that hit something interesting around 120,000 feet. So you can check those out. You're into watching videos, so type in rocket hits dome and you'll have a few suggestions in the search bar.
Well, if you haven't come to that conclusion in your research, well, what I'm saying. You know, there is an antecedent to gas pressure. That is a barrier. So we know there's a barrier. We don't know what it's made of. We don't know what shape it is, but we know there's some kind of barrier, right? Whether it be water above us being held up by some kind of magnetic field, or whether it's some kind of solid dome or whatever, there's still something up there stopping the pressure from escaping, right?
I think they also used lasers to prove there was some type of dome where if you cross the paths of the lasers, it should make an X through the sky as far as up as you can see. But at a certain point, they just stop, and you could meet both of the points at the laser at that spot. Maybe determine the height.
There's like hundreds of videos on YouTube of amateur rocket launches. I just posted one right now.
Could it be that there is gas up there?
What do you mean?
Just a layer. Gas, just like because like balloons go up, and we could assume that there's like a layer of something lighter than air, probably gas, no, up there, like a layer at least of.
If you watch the video, and there's more than just this one, when this rocket stops angular momentum, you hear a noise, a very specific noise, like a stone being dropped into a pond. You hear like this whoop sound. So whatever's up there is viscous. It's not solid.
And it doesn't. Yeah, that's one of the craziest thing about those scenes that it doesn't you don't see the rocket explode. Kind of like absorbs the impact, like if Superman would have stopped it or something, you know.
Well, you can see it slowed down, so it hits.
Yeah, almost like someone grabs hold of it with their hand and just stops it.
Well, it still spins, just a lot slower. So yeah,
it's amazing.
is there doing something.
Oh, you're talking about the video?
Yeah, the rocket video. And if you look at what Levelist just posted, that was, I think, a SpaceX one. And it looks like wash. So if you ever see a speedboat or a jet ski and you have the water behind it, that looks very similar to that, like a wash.
Or like a bullet's ballistic test, when they test the ballistics of a bullet and they fire it into silicone.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got a meme for you.
Uh-oh. Be afraid, everyone.
Here he comes.
So, yeah, this tells us something's there. Whether it's permeable, whether it's this, whether it's that.
Mm.
And it's okay to not know something too, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's much more honorable than to go about like the heathens do and pretend things. They just keep making more and more lies to cover the first lie.
You think you need to have an answer for everything, to be intelligent or smart or something, and you don't. It's fine if you don't know. That's what spurs on curiosity and interest in
There you go. That's free.
how we figure things out. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I would say that was more than just interest. I would say that would be a quinky dink.
That's about the best we can do at the moment until funds are diverted to actually. They may already know what all of this is,
But that's not necessarily proof of anything, of course. It's just make you wonder, right?
Yeah, it's observations.
But going back to the point, it's like, I much rather know little than,
Well, you have to unlearn all the lies you've been told.
I prefer to know little
than believe.
They know a lot. Yeah, they know a lot that is just not valid. I don't think we need invalid information like in our lives. I don't think that's necessary.
Well, it's also recognizing when it's invalid and moving to what is true and correct. A lot of people can't do that. Look how many globies can't do that.
Globies.
Self-evident, isn't it? Flat Earth is what you observe every day. But they love their balls and they cling to them as hard as you can imagine.
We all love our balls.
I think you can believe, you can believe in anything you want, after all. Like, it's fine. Just like you can believe in any religion. You're free to believe in any religion.
Belief is the globe.
The globe is the biggest religion.
It's not like people are coming to it out of their own volition, though. They're being brainwashed with it.
Yeah, they're
believe it.
Of
On
the
their own.
National Education Association.
If nobody would have ever taught you live on a globe, nobody would ever mention it, you would never think that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to tests and observations and measurements, Flat Earth wins every time. I mean, they can't even provide a simple curvature, mathematics or calculation or observation. I mean, really? It's been 10 years, 15 years since this broke, and still nothing. Crickets. All sophistry, all nonsense. None of them do any testing. They just want to sit and yap. If they actually went out and tested, then they'd figure it out in about 30 seconds.
What they are is they're communicators. They're very well-trained communicators, and they communicate things in a certain way.
Propagandists.
Are you sure they're not very well-trained rocks?
Yeah, right? Crack clocks.
Well, not bad for a rock, I guess, then.
Cheers, Adam. Adam posted the link for everyone to check out with the lasers from Hawaii proving the firmament. So,
with lasers.
Give that a look. See what you think.
That's crazy.
Are they saying it's proof because it stops at a certain point and doesn't keep going?
I think it's to do with the fact that when they tried to cross them, it doesn't work at a certain point. I think that may be what they're talking about. From what Adam said, I might be wrong. Don't cross the streams.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it too. That because they don't cross it, shows that they're hitting something.
Either.
They continue on.
Okay, that makes sense. What did you say, Rookie?
Don't cross your Johnsons either.
Oh my gosh. Don't tell us about what you do in your extracurricular activities, my friend. Go drink some Tang.
Some Tangent Orange.
Mm-hmm. Some Agent Orange in a can.
Right. With their tangent lines.
What's that, Rookie?
Cry me some tangent tears.
The tangent line is exactly 33 degrees.
Do you know about that stuff, Leon?
33
Tang.
Oh
no, I don't know. What is it? What is it?
Oh no. Bad Rookie. It's one of their favourite numbers, 33.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The leaders of NASA. Like
Trey Trays. The CCs.
Buzz Aldrin is a great fan of 33. And he was a 32. What?
He's probably a 33rd by now. He's earned it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
No. The 333rd degree is the best one.
303.
Yeah. Isn't 333 is a good number, right? I thought 33 and 333 were good numbers. 666 is the bad one.
It just depends.
No, because 3 becomes 6 and 9. Come on, think about it.
It depends whether you're using Chaldean or, British or whichever.
British got different numbers?
Yeah, there's different gematria, different numbers, different things. So.
Ah, jeez.
So you said
it's really
a triple 3 degree? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I was born on the 333rd day of the year.
Oh my God, he's an agent. Get him out of here.
Straight up.
Get him out.
What day is the 333rd day?
You could Google it. You could Google it. I'm not going to say my birthday, but anybody could Google it.
Well, if anybody can Google it.
November.
Yeah, right.
It's November 20-something? 20.
It's a double master number. The 29th. 1129.
Have you figured it yet, Leon?
No, I'm still like wondering, like, how did you came up with the day of the number of your birthday? Like, I've never figured that out.
December 31st would be the 365th day of the year. So
yeah, so just work backwards from there.
Or
oh, is that right? Okay.
Mm.
Only on leap year.
November 23rd.
Oh, 22nd. Okay. My daughter
I'm so
was
lazy with numbers.
What's that, Leon?
Really lazy with numbers.
Oh, yeah, they like numbers. You got to be symbol literate and number literate.
There's too many of them.
Okay, check this. Yeah, it's quite interesting the names they pick. You know, like it's quite curious. I was watching the in regards with the video I was watching this morning. So these guys were on the trip, you know, towards Antarctica, right? And they crossed the what is this the Drake Passage, you know, where you get the massive waves sometimes. And before arriving to the coast of Antarctica, right? And usually the first, so they're like, okay, we were finally, you know, arriving at the, so they arrive at the first place, at the first island that normally they reach when they do this this excursion. And guess what the name of this island is in the Antarctica?
Rothschild.
No
No.
idea.
McMurdo.
Deception. No.
Deception.
Deception.
Oh, Point Deception?
Deception. What a name, man. What a name for an island, dude.
Isn't that what
Deception.
NASA in Hebrew is to deceive, isn't it?
NASA.
Nasa means to lift high above the clouds, like basically, and then Nashah is to deceive.
Hmm.
But if you take their logo, like here, I'll just draw it out.
Serpent tongue, yeah.
Watch.
Yeah, I mean, and this were normal people. They were not skeptical, nothing related with flat Earth. Just normal people, you know, just doing their excursion. And wow, we finally arrived to the island Deception. I was like, holy, yeah. I was like, oh, what a name.
Oh, okay.
What a name. I mean, you couldn't you have thought about, I don't know, maybe your name or something. I don't know, something more.
The forked tongue.
So you take the letter, the N and the S, you add them together. It's 33, and their A's don't have a bottom part, so you just flip one upside down, so you have their symbol with the 33 right in the name.
My God.
Bad.
Very skeptical, huh?
You think it's by accident? Just a coinkydink?
I think you're taking it too far, man.
Yeah, because rocket scientists aren't precise about numbers or letters or anything like that. It's just pretty much random, you know, by the seat of their pants kind of stuff. So I could understand if it's just random, you know what I mean?
No, I mean they're I mean most they think about it. They don't. I don't think they do random things. You know,
You never know.
like. I mean, they've been using that strip, the red strip, forever. Like, why do they keep putting like
the forked tongue?
We don't know. Like, they keep. I mean, they keep it there, huh? They keep it there. Like, I mean,
what
does it mean?
Really,
they have to do that, bro, to tell you. They're telling you, you know, like the frog, the snake that gave the frog a ride across the river, and he says, "You promise you're not going to bite me?" And he says, "No, I promise." And then he bites him. He goes, "Why'd you bite me for?" He's a snake. That's what he does. Yeah.
It's in their nature.
Yeah. It wouldn't be fun if they didn't rep it.
What do you think of that badge, Leon?
Yeah. Did you post it something? No.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Let me see. Let me see. Image of this ISS?
No, above it.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you think of that one?
Where'd you get this from? It's a nice little logo.
Yeah, it's one of their badges.
It's quite cute.
Do you know what it means?
They shall not pass 8 states warning. Is this from NASA?
It's one of the squadrons, like missile squadrons or something like that.
It's pretty cute. I've never seen this one before.
Yeah, most haven't.
It's like a video game, Asteroids, with a spider on it.
Yeah, it reminds me of this one somewhat. Weaving spiders come not here.
B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, and bingo was his name of.
Okay, calm down. What do you make of that, Leon? Interesting, eh?
They are the pre-curers and what are they? What's the other one? Damn it, I lost it.
You've got a weaving spider. They shall pass.
Which you look at above. The above as below and all that. I think what it's trying to tell you is that you're inside of an experiment.
Anybody knew
An experiment, you're not allowed to leave.
Anybody new that has any questions? Anyone got any interesting theories or ideas?
Do I hear crickets again?
Somewhat. Leon.
Yeah, what's up with your accent, man? Where are you at?
What? Angleterre.
Inglaterra.
Sounds French.
This guy doesn't sound French.
That guy doesn't have an accent. He's not cool enough.
But you have a soft British accent, is that right?
Yeah.
It's quite soft. You are Americanized, I think, eh?
No.
Yeah.
It's just what we call our telephone voice. We try to enunciate so that we can be understood.
I think I don't mean to flatter you, but I think you got like you guys have the best accent.
Thank you. Some of them like me.
Hey.
Well, I wouldn't say that he has the best accent, but some of them British.
No, he does. Come on, man.
Come on, guys, recognize.
Look at him. He sounds so Polish. No, is that the word?
Polish.
Polish? Is that a word? No.
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier.
You sound polished, bro.
Polish. No, that's not what I.
Oh, right.
Well, fancy. Fancy? Is that a better word?
Would you like to answer to that?
Posh. It's the
posh. Yes, that's it.
No,
Thank you.
certainly not that.
But in a good sense. In a good sense of the word.
Yeah, this is as I say, this is how we try to speak when we want to be understood. Otherwise, we'd all sound like commoners, and you wouldn't really understand us.
Let me just spend it every last.
Hey, Logris, this here's for silver and gold. You're only copper. You need to beat it.
You shut your mouth, boy. You give me gold right now.
The only bronze.
That means I'm above all of you. That's what that means. Copper beats gold and silver.
I think you hit a nerve there, Governor.
Yeah, I tried to. That's all right. Logris, he understands. He understands he's the minority here.
Just for now. I'll try not to say anything on that one.
We're all the minority in here sometimes.
So what's going on? What's going on? What's the topic?
Just trying to find something to talk about. There's a couple of lurkers who won't speak up. Leon is speaking up. He worked at some hotel where they had Antarctic tours. So he's been telling us about
I thought you were saying because I was pulling out in front of that car.
Oh, this is not precious metals. It says it live now,
No,
silver and
it's
gold
silver and
live.
gold
Oh,
That's
what
what we
does that mean?
Live.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize they had that. This must be new.
Well, if you see, then maybe you see.
Now all we need is where's the globe? Where's the Glober then?
Well, we don't have one, I guess. We were talking.
We don't have one. Oh,
it appears that we don't have an argument.
I think they all left.
So we were just, going at each other right now.
Yeah,
I see.
We were just practicing.
Actually, I actually started it by asking somebody kind of like, what makes a person a troll? Like, how do you think that a person becomes a troll? And what's the difference between the types of troll? But then it kind of evolved into different stuff.
A very low IQ. Very low IQ is required to even think about being a troll.
No, my question was, okay, so you have different kinds of trolls, right? You have people that just generally think something's stupid, right? They think that people must be crazy to believe it, right? Kind of like Sasquatch or whatever, aliens and all that. And then after a while, they start to look into it. They might actually find some evidence or actually see something on their own to say, maybe give them some impression, right? And then they go and investigate, right? And now once you investigate it, you would think that it would go one way or the other, right? It would either be, you'd figure it out, you'd understand why, you would either understand why the people were believing what they were believing, or you might agree with them, right? But you wouldn't necessarily hate the people, right? So what motivates a person psychologically to make them angry enough to actually become a troll and come in and destroy?
Very low IQ. They can't figure it out. They don't understand any of that stuff. They don't understand real life. They don't understand what it means to be a real human being and act normal to someone. All they can think about is to make fun and put themselves on a pedestal when they're actually the person that's the stupidest person in the room. I mean, it's an IQ problem, dude. It really is.
It's a skill set you pick up over time. You can figure out the persistent debate trolls and those that pretend to be, flat earthers and aren't. You figure it out after an amount of time.
Talking mean about everybody.
Yep.
I love
your hot mic in God Rocket.
Orion. That friend right now.
That was my sister saying you guys are a bunch of shit talkers. I said, yeah, you're right.
And
Oh.
like I said, I like it.
Then she said she liked it. I'm riding up the canyon. We're going. It's Memorial Day. We're going to put some flowers on the grave. So.
Okay, cool.
Oh, that's lovely.
Nice little drive.
Nice little drive. What's up, canyon? It's called Sardine Canyon, Sardine Canyon.
Oh, nice.
It's about.
Why don't you just put her on the phone then?
You want to talk to my sister?
Well, it sounds like she's got a lot to say. I'm just saying, maybe she wants to talk about it.
All right, here you go. Here you go. Put these on.
I can't. She can't talk. Sorry.
You can talk while you're driving.
Oh, come on. No, seriously. What were you saying? We can't really hear what you're saying, so we were wondering what you were talking about.
I can't. Sorry, there's a car behind me.
You can't multitask. You can't drive and talk at the same time.
And I've got to get going.
Bad rookie.
Can't adjust it.
I was just saying.
What'd you say?
Usually, I was just saying. Usually, people that have a lot to say will talk, and so maybe I don't know. Maybe
she does sound like she's got a lot to say.
I just posted some pictures of Sardine Canyon for people.
She's still saying stuff. I can hear her.
Yeah, she's not talking to us.
Talking to my mom.
Yeah, there's other people in the car.
Okay.
I'm just. Who is it? I'm just gonna mute her because privacy. It's
That's,
obviously she's speaking to someone else.
That's God Rocking. Mute God Rocking.
In the car, I've got my headphones on. She can't hear you, and I just flipped my mic up. So go your jets and carry on with your business.
Oh, dude.
All right.
Mute him anyway.
That's messed up, bro. Mute Logers. That'll make him stress.
Hey, Orion.
No.
How's things? Uh-oh. He's going all shy.
It's a moot point, right?
Where's one of the lurk? No. Got no one else.
What's happening?
Hey, Sean's come back. That's good. He can say hello to everyone. Shame. Bad Sean.
Who's Zarn?
He's doing a presentation, but it's next week now. It should have been after this, whatever this is.
He needed some more time.
Anybody who has that many roles has got to be.
What many roles?
Talking about Zarn or however you say that.
I'll go ahead and say it. It's an inferiority complex. They got to be cooler than everyone else. I'm just teasing. Don't take that serious, guys.
It's cool.
I'm just being mean.
You got to remember, he's only 16, so his head's full of nonsense, and going to be difficult for him to unravel it. But hopefully, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, weather is a topic to talk about. I was listening to it previously.
What did you think?
Well, I don't have much thought about it, I mean, what can I say, about global warming, guys? You guys were talking about global warming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you understand the point that Memeless made to Sean?
Yes.
Oh.
Leon?
Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
I was just asking Leon if he understood the point that Memeless made to Sean.
Oh.
Sort of. I mean, you were talking about a comparison. I didn't really grasp it that much.
Basically, if you say something is abnormal, you need to have a normal to know if it's abnormal, right?
Right.
So if you don't have a normal, how do you know something's abnormal?
Yeah, I know. It was a good interesting conversation. I think what was the kid's name?
Sean.
Shaw. Okay. Are you there, Shaw?
Zarn, this guy who's here right now.
He's there. Look.
No, I think they both had an interesting point. Like I said, I don't really have, I mean, if you want my opinion about it, it's, I think, I think somehow they try to make us believe that the Earth is vulnerable and fragile. So anything that comes from that narrative, like me personally, right? I just kind of, I don't listen to it. I don't think that the Earth, it's like we don't live in a fragile. But I don't know. That's how much I believe about the topic.
You just have to follow their lies. They told us there was going to be an ice age in 1973. It was all in the magazine. All the scientists knew there was going to be an ice age. Was there an ice age? No. So when people say about global warming, climate change, again, how do they know that things aren't progressing as they are supposed to? Who is the judge on saying whether something is abnormal?
It's a good point. I don't know.
And it's typically all about controlling people. They're going to blame them for this, that, and the other. And then what happens now? People are recycling. People are doing this. It's basically green on the outside, red on the inside. It's the same old tricks. And pretty much recycling is a complete scam. We used to use glass for pretty much everything. Why did we go away from using glass? That was recyclable. You put your milk bottles in the crate, they got taken away, they got washed, they got reused, they got brought back. So why did we switch to plastic?
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
Slow poison, slow death and poisoning and cancer. Big Pharma has a lot to gain from plastic bottles.
And most of the plastic isn't recyclable or recycled because they can't meet their quotas, their weight quotas. They mostly do it through glass and paper. But yeah, when you look into it, it's just about controlling them, manipulating the population, making them to blame for something, charging them carbon footprint taxes and all this nonsense. When carbon is good, carbon dioxide is good for the environment and plants and humans and everything else.
Yeah, did you see the WEF guy talking about that like a day ago? How that's exactly what they're working towards is the individual trackers for carbon footprint.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Here, I'll get you.
Yeah.
I'll get you.
Yeah, post the link. Cheers.
Yeah, he was on stage and said it flat out. He's like, it's not ready yet, but what we are working on is a individualized carbon footprint tracker for each human being on the planet.
And how much to charge you for existing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Regardless if there's more carbon in the air and the plants get greener and they soak up more carbon,
Yeah. And humans are the only ones that have to pay rent. I don't know who we're paying rent to exactly, but no other animal has to do that, just humans. So, yeah. And again, it's just more manipulation, more of the boot tightening around the throat, and people will just continually accept it. Especially if it's incremental and slowly, the totalitarian tiptoe. So, yeah. People have to look behind and see what it's really about. It's typically not what they tell you. There's a lot more to it. I think David Attenborough was against the how many different names has it had? Greenhouse gases, global warming, climate change. It's gone through 4, 5, 6 different names. But yeah, there's a lot of scientists that disagree with it. The ones that agree with it, funnily enough, are getting funded to agree with it. It's just a lot more.
I put a screenshot in chat, but let me see if I can get the actual video for you. Oh, here we go.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it great that?
Yeah. Watch that video real quick.
What's his name? The Microsoft guy went to give a speech about global warming on one of his 4 private jets. Gates, that's him, Bill Gates.
I mean, that's big. No, that's really big. I mean, if they actually do that, I mean, that's massive.
What you mean in here?
I think that's...
No, it was 2:27.
Mimas.
She has 18 minutes.
Mimas. You're hot micing, dude. Go on, Leon.
That would be like complete control, because they would be controlling, like, for example, your life entirely. Like, you want to buy a new pair of shoes. Oh, let me check. You still have... Yes, you can buy them. Okay, that's fine. What about travel? If I, for example, I want to travel to somewhere.
The shoes is a good point, though. It's even worse than that, though, because they'll start regulating how much carbon footprint it took to create those shoes. So, like,
exactly,
you might not even be able to get the shoes that you want to get. You know?
No. Yeah, exactly. So it's like a communism where they control, for example, the amount of money that you receive. It's the same concept, but applied differently.
Well,
so everything takes... If you want to travel, guess what, right? If you want to buy, for example, a video game, guess what? If you want anything, right?
I think it was also like a world record was set to the World Economic Forum this year, that it was something like 1,500 private jets flew to the event.
They're going to tie this in with the social credit score as well.
Yeah, but those are electric jets, so that doesn't count.
Oh, right. Those were electric jets. Okay.
They've made a bunch of new agreements that the world economics have to move towards this green accord, whatever, and the economics are going to be linked to reducing the carbon print, and you won't be able to do commerce if you're polluting the planet and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, none of that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I am 100%. I am 100% convinced they're not going to do any of that. It's kind of like saying, "Hey, the sun's going to set," and we're dictating that the sun's going to set. Well, they're not really doing that. It's just going to happen. Like, collapse is going to happen. Reset's going to happen. They're not in control of it. They just know it's going to happen.
Well, I fucking hope so.
Yeah, I don't mind any of it either. And here's the thing. When they say, "Oh, you won't own anything," you won't own anything, because if you don't have a government, who enforces contracts and ownership deeds?
The Fed in the U.S. announced that they're gonna throw all the whatever the contracts they have with the government. They're gonna sell whatever they're holding. Yeah. What is it called? The housing treasury papers they hold, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's really fucked up about so they use the sentence like, "You will own nothing," and "you will," like, why are you using "you"? Why aren't you using "we"? Like, we are not going to have anything, and we are going to be happy.
But we don't own anything.
But they don't include themselves in the.
Of course,
why do they use weird?
They're the elite. They're the elite. They're allowed to own stuff.
That's not fair, bro. That's not fair, dude.
Life's not fair, man.
No, but it's weird how they don't say we. They should be saying we.
My thing is, it's like
in any
this.
case,
It's
right?
like,
I
they're
don't agree with it anyway.
They're pretending they have built a control center for a ship that they do not control. And they're play acting that they're in control of everything. They're not in control of anything. I don't think they have any control. I think they're trying to cope with where they think the ship is going, but they don't have any idea. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think they have any control.
They can't even clean their toilet. They need workers to clean their toilets and make their coffees. And
yeah,
I like that. I like that version. I like that version. I like thinking like that because sometimes I think I think very very negatively, you know, and I go like, wow, they've been controlling reality since time immemorial. But that's a pessimistic. That's not realistic, no.
Yeah,
they've been manipulating your emotions, the people's emotions. They've been manipulating that, and people react, and they, yeah.
That's right. They have the prison, or the construct is all an illusion. All of their power is an illusion. All of it. Like, I mean, what are they gonna like? Look at the United States. The United States is 98% uninhabited, or 94% uninhabited. You could never control the United States. You could never occupy the United States. Nukes aren't real. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Yeah. Soldiers gotta sleep, eat, take a piece. You know, meet with their wives,
and despite people's popular opinion, the United States military will never turn against its own country because they know full well that the people of the United States are not going to fight the army. They're going to go after the families of soldiers who are invading.
I feel you on that. But what about what they show us these Boston Dynamics, bipedal robots? That's just what they're showing us, man.
Hold on. Have you touched
have
one?
I seen it? Oh, okay. Fair. That's fair. Fair enough.
Have you touched one?
I mean, it could be. Yeah.
Transformers was a cool movie too.
I mean, I personally haven't, and then I haven't seen like the little dog one running around. But like hypothetically, if they did, have that though,
all of it's just propaganda. All of it is just here's another thing they could have waiting on you.
If we got a bunch of T9000s running around, then
I'll tell you this: civilizational collapse. The safest person isn't someone who's stocked up everything. It's not someone who's paranoid about everything the government's done. It's just someone who never paid attention. Someone who never looked at the news and just lived their life the way they want to live it. That's going to be the person in the best position because they've already shielded themselves. Because most of the problems are all going to be mental. It's all going to be happening in your head.
Man, I'm pretty bunkered down right now. That doesn't sound good for me.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But, like, if you've got all that stuff hoarded together, but you're in a bad mental place, like you're paranoid, none of that stuff's going to do you any good.
Well, I'd like to think I'm in a good mental place, okay?
Good. Because I think they have no idea what's going to happen. They know a reset's... I don't think the Romans knew a reset was coming. I don't think the Incans knew a reset was coming. I don't think the Babylonians knew a reset was coming. I don't think anyone ever knew. And that's why we find their ruins everywhere. Because no one had any control and no one knew why it happened. They just knew when it might happen.
What if they built the ships and they left?
Left for where?
Somewhere else, man.
I went to Canada?
Yeah. Agartha.
I don't think there's anywhere to go. I think they've got all these different plans. They're like, okay, we could say it's a plague. We could call it an alien invasion. There's all sorts of things that they could say it is that they've got laid out, right? All these external threats that they've got laid out that they could just point to it and say, see, we said something about this, sometime in the past. Right. That's why they're always trying to do all these predictions and they're trying to create. It's like when a TV writer in season 1 will put a thread in somewhere so that maybe in season 3 or 4 he can pick up on it. They've laid all these threads out. Yeah. They've laid all these threads out to explain what might be happening when it starts happening so that they can look like they're in control. But they're not. They're not in any control at all. What's going to happen, no one can stop. They can't stop it. They don't know exactly what it is. And all they can do is hold on for the same ride and put on a stoic face.
Who's coming?
So yeah, the elite are probably more terrified than the regular person. So that's my optimistic message. Is that there is no plan. That's the big conspiracy. The big conspiracy is there is no conspiracy. There's no plan at all. We have no idea.
Can you guys hear me through my car stereo?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to say I'm not so sure about that, man. I think that they likely have these supercomputers and AI that kind of run an algorithm of all the possible outcomes, and they do know more than, they know. They predicted what's going to happen, and they have contingency plans for their contingency plans. I think they're.
Well, I think they've got a lot of I think they have tons of contingency plans. But why would you need a contingency plan if you knew it was going to happen?
What's the plan when you know you're getting old and you're gonna die? Like, what's the point?
To predict, there's so many possible outcomes that could happen. So,
well, like I said, they have an idea. They have an idea of what it might be, and they have all these different threads that they could explain it with. But the reality is they're not in control of it. It doesn't matter if they can predict it. It doesn't matter if they can say what it's going to be. They're not in control of it. It's going to happen no matter what.
So what you're saying is that they cannot see, like they have like a limited view, right? I mean, they can probably, they have control over like decades, maybe 10, 20, 30 or whatever. But eventually you cannot control nature or human behavior, no?
Right. I mean, they
because they use ignorance. I mean, they use the school system, for example, right, to keep us kind of. I mean, they do. I mean, you see it in the people around you, right?
Well, it's like the school system in the United States was actually created for factory workers because they thought factory work was going to be the future. And so just barely educate them, but make them really good at running machines or running programs or repeating task or being able to repeat task back to the teacher. That creates a good factory worker. It really does create a good factory worker. It doesn't create a good citizen, but does create a good factory worker.
Sure. But the biggest tool that they can influence us very easily if we don't. I mean, we have, like, as human beings, like we have a cognitive faculty. We are able to rationalize. We're amazing.
But that's why they gotta push the fear constantly and 24/7 because he can just fall apart at any moment. If they stop pushing the fear and the lies, it will just fall apart.
I will tell you this: what he says about that, when he says they push the fear, if you take my angle and you just absolutely don't be afraid of anything at all, and you just don't believe anything from any side, suddenly things just aren't so bad, because you're like, well, if there's not really anything to be afraid of, because I mean, I know the nature of the earth, and now really all I got to look out is for like my spiritual health and where I'm going with that, because that's the most important thing, isn't it?
Yeah, makes sense.
So it's like I don't believe in chemtrails either. I used to. There's a reason I don't, and it's because the source of the information is a paper from the CIA from the 1960s. I'm like, well, should I believe something from the CIA?
I don't know.
Yeah, that is the source usually. And then John Brennan with his stratospheric aerosol injections.
Yeah. Was it like the head of the CIA goes down in front of Congress 1981 and says, "We'll know our disinformation campaign is working when the entirety of the American public doesn't know what the truth is, doesn't know anything." Right? And I'm like, these are the guys we're believing? I got white papers from this guy. Listen to me, people. I understand what's going on. We got papers from the liars themselves. Well, that's great. So you're showing me a document from people who lie to create a false reality. Why would they make such a document? Why? And why would they release it?
To create fear.
Create fear so that you're worried about breathing. You're worried about breathing.
Wow, that's fucked up, man.
When the reality is, the air is probably fine. The air is probably fine. I'm in good shape. I've been in good shape for a long time, and I eat junk food. I drink soda.
Big confession.
Yeah, and
so what?
Like,
so what? Right? So what?
Yeah, and it's like I know plenty of people who are in really good health, and they eat kind of like I do. I know people who are in poor health, and all they do is eat health food.
They're stressed all the time.
They're stressed Stress is what's going to kill you. People stressing about what they're eating, that's doing more harm than good. I can't eat that. That could give me cancer of the penis or something. And, and it's like, calm down, dude. That stress is going to cause cancer. Me, I don't care. I've just become completely laissez-faire. Everyone's got to chill. And they got to stop. Fear cannot be their religion. Because sometimes when you talk to a truther and you try and get them to drop their fear, they have a religious level cognitive dissonance problem. I can't get rid of the fear. That's part of my worldview. If the fear is part of their worldview, it's really hard to get them out of it. So,
I disagree with you, man. You need to look after your insulin sensitivity. If you become insulin resistant, you're in for a world of trouble. It's the leading cause of most illness, whatever you would call it. But what the terrain theory explains, it's a real big deal.
I've known 2 people ever with diabetes, and I live in the southern United States. I say it's everywhere. I don't know anybody with it.
No, but you have a good point. I mean, you're talking about fear. I mean, you can be aware of reality or aware of what's happening, but it doesn't mean that you have to that you have to find a way of not letting your emotions, affect your life. Kind of, because sometimes emotions exaggerate reality. You can just still live a normal life, right?
And,
be responsible.
It's also possible to live a happy life, generally happy life, even in this world. And I would say that's what people need to focus on, because all of us are going to die. All of us are going to die, right? So you need to make the best of a bad situation. Really.
On the diabetes thing, I've lived all my life after getting treatments from the people that offer the treatments. I got that, and I've been a type 1 diabetic since I'm 8 years old, and it's a real thing. But the thing is that if every time I come back to them, I keep getting worse. So it's
and 2, that developed genetically, didn't it?
It was after receiving one of those things.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And you know what? I've never had one in my life. My mom was really hippie, so I didn't have them growing up. My kids don't have them.
Wow.
I've never had them. Dude, I'm not even circumcised. So, I'm here. I'm an adult. Yeah. Well, you're European though, so that's normal. I'm an American, where they're get your special,
that's weird.
Special Kellogg's Nip Snip here. There you go. But I never had any in my whole life. and I've been in generally great health my whole life.
Yeah.
So, like, I would put a lot of the problems, because how come diabetes wasn't the largest sugar consuming nation was the UK in the 19th century, and there was no diabetes.
Is that right?
I mean, where was it?
It's what they do.
Diabetes is modern.
It's actually the hack that they learn how to do to kind of like reset the body in a way, and they inject children that are developing with all these chemicals, and it's almost like witchcraft that they do. I was a child when they did that to me, and I had no control over it. You know, it wasn't me thinking, "Oh, I'm a sick kid" or anything. They gave me their medicine, and then I lost 20 pounds, and I was 8 years old. So what I was supposed to do, you know? And then they said, "Hey, you have type 1 diabetes, and you have to take these needles every day for the rest of your life." And I didn't know better.
That's how it is.
So I have an answer to your question. Something I've heard a doctor on the radio that I guess I trust say before about diabetes. The reason why, you said all these people in the United Kingdom were eating so much sugar, yet they didn't have diabetes, is because it doesn't technically, like, sugar may cause a chain reaction, the consumption of it, that may increase your likeliness of getting it, but it's not the actual cause. It's a mineral deficiency. Right. It's a nutritional deficiency, and it's a mineral deficiency. I don't know which mineral it is. There's 60 different minerals that the human body can't function without. It's just one of the 60. And that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's the cause of diabetes. Right. It's not actually sugar itself.
Right. It's not what you're taking in. There's something genetic that predisposes you to it.
I'll tell you guys, right?
So well, no, it's not. It's not genetic. It's not genetic. It's a nutritional deficiency. It's not genetic.
Well, they actually listen. They actually, when you're young and you grow, like Mim said, I didn't have any of the shots, right? My dad didn't believe in that shit. I'm not circumcised or any of that, like you were saying, right? Then we changed schools. Me and my twin brother, my mother changed schools, and the school said, "Hey, your boys need to be, tic tac, whatever." And then we went over there and we got the MMR, which is, and that introduces a certain, I don't know, pathogens or parasites in the body, and also has a bunch of chemicals that kind of resets the body, and kind of the MMR has chemicals that kills the resets the body immunity. So it's. Remember, after that, we were throwing like mucus with blood for a week, and we had a fever. Me and my twin brother, and he developed like digestive issues, and then I developed after a few months. I lost like almost 20 pounds, and then they said I have diabetes. But like I'm saying, they introduce all these chemicals into the body that are not supposed to be in the body, so they kind of kill the good stuff that is supposed to in the body, or flush the things that are supposed to be in the body, and they introduce something else into the body and causes changes in the body. And I think it's some sort of pathogens. You know why I know that? Because right now there's research about reversing type 1 diabetes, and they're talking about introducing a pathogen that you normally get in the ground when you're a child. It's like a bacteria that you get from the soil, right? Naturally. And they say by introducing this into the body, it might help reverse type 1 diabetes. And that's the chain reaction that happened to cause it. It was the injection with all the chemicals and all the shit they put in it, plus the introduction of a pathogen that took over the body and doesn't allow the body to metabolize the sugars. Because I'm telling you, if I put sugar in my body, I do not metabolize it at all. Any sugar, I do not metabolize it. That's it. That's the end of the story. If I eat meat or fat or eggs or stuff like that, I'm fine. But if I introduce sugar, I have to take a shot.
It's funny because I'll be talking to friends, and I had one tell me, I think it was a compliment. He said, you're lucky because all you have to do is think about it and you can change your weight. And I can just be like, I feel like losing 10 pounds over the next month and getting a little, definition. And I can do it.
Yeah.
And I just barely got to watch what I eat. Just barely. Like I can just eat a little bit less and shed a little bit. Like I metabolize everything really, really, really well. And I think that's what I was saying when people being genetically predisposed is that some people they're getting their minerals, but their body's not accepting the minerals. Like they're unable to metabolize the mineral into their body. And so
like the cause and effect relationship that we talk here all the time, the body works in certain ways. And these people introduce, and they found a way to mess with the body and the chain of events that causes let's say the metabolism of sugars or nutrients or minerals. And when they put this stuff in the body and causes all these effects, like I'm saying, I was a child, 8 years old, and after that I was throwing mucus with blood, like with a headache and fevers, and that's not a normal thing, right? Is that normal? That's not normal, but they figure how to mess with the body and cause like a change of the the events that the body, the cause and effect relationship, and they definitely hack the body in a way that causes that to happen.
Well, it's just like introducing bad code into a program.
Yeah, exactly. That's
the program, but you got glitches. You've got glitches everywhere. But back to like the whole fear thing. It's like everybody's afraid. They're afraid of breathing the air, of eating food. They're afraid of going in public because they think that there's some technician or a robot's looking at their face and putting them into an algorithm, and like they're the one that's getting spied on. It's like we're all getting spied on. It's all right. They've seen all of us at our worst moments. So
yeah, the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like giving demons your power. Just don't give them your heart and your soul and your own personal autonomy, and say, don't change your life because of them. Just live your life and live it as happy as you can.
And be productive, 100%.
And be productive. Be an artist. Be someone that like makes something, and make something meaningful. And like just the whole idea of fear is so sick to me. It's just, why be afraid of them? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Kill you?
That might be a favor. Just kidding.
I mean, if they're going to kill somebody, if they're going to kill everyone, they're going to kill. If they're going to kill someone, they're going to kill everyone. So don't worry about it.
But I don't think they're going to kill everyone because, like I said, they need people to clean their toilets and to drive them around and to fly them on the airplanes and to prepare their coffee and their meals.
Two, killing everyone is against the rules.
Oh yeah, that's definitely against the rules.
Everything has to be voluntary. People have to voluntarily kill themselves. And so why be sad? I'm not sad for the people who are going to do that. I don't care. I could care less. I got my own problems. I got a wife and 3 kids. I love the people closest to me. I can protect them. Everyone else can saw it off. Honestly.
No, but that's definitely real. Like, at least in my life, I do feel fear. Maybe I'm not aware of it, but I do feel it in the background, right?
Yeah. Like, is it a fear like for the future?
It's there's like kind of like the mind switches to safe mode, and you want to do something extraordinary, right? But at the same time, right? All these issues, nowadays about freedom of speech and this and that, it really not for everybody, because not everybody has the same. It's affecting everybody in the same way, maybe. I don't know, but
yeah, I get you. I mean, if there are rational fears, like fears that prompt you to, I don't know, make money, pay bills,
Mm-hmm.
Have some comfort in life. I mean, there are fears like that are rational. I would say if you can't define a fear and you're
Mhm.
not sure where it's coming from, it's probably irrational. And you should probably figure out what that is and say, is that really something I'm worried about? Am I really worried about the New World Order? Am I?
Yeah.
Are you really worried that they're gonna knock your door and say, "Hey, you gotta come with us"?
You need to come. Let me. I'm not worried about a foreign army trying to invade the U.S. I'm not worried about the U.S. Army turning on its own citizens. That'll never happen because, like I said, all of those soldiers have families who live here, and they're not stupid. They know we're not going to fight them. I'm not worried about those kind of things. And if it turns
No, but
into
if
this,
we were trying to kill each other, they might stop us.
but I mean, I don't think we're gonna. Well, that's the thing. The leftists want a civil war, and they think we're going to fight the army. It's like, well, we wouldn't fight the army. We would just come to your house. That would be it. We just go to the leftist house.
It's kind of on the horizon that they try to push this, like you're saying, the leftists or whatever. But the gas prices and the diesel prices and the food prices and the supply chain. It looks like in the U.S. we might have like food riots in the near future. But
That'd be awesome,
I don't think that's gonna be for a long time. It's gonna be just like one of those other events that happen.
No, I think what you're going to see here in the U.S. is you're going to see a couple riots that are mostly going to be televised all over the nation, and the nation will develop a collective memory about those riots, and then look back and say, "Hey, remember the food riots?" While a new government administration is being brought in. Because if I were doing a Machiavellian plot, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I totally agree. There won't be a full-out war with the federal government and people. Just little massacres, like little shootings. You like the mine. You know the I begin with an L. I'm trying to blank on the name right now.
What do you mean? Will be? This is happening every day. Just turn.
Yeah. Well, no. Like at Kent State, Kent State, where they just open fire on unarmed students. There'll be just enough violence that people won't, like what Meemore was saying. People won't go after the military. They'll go after the soft targets.
Yeah. Yeah, like if let's say I lived in Ramabakistan, just making up a country, and a new dictator came to power, and he used the standing army to turn on the citizens. What would everyone do to the families of those standing armies? They'd kill them.
Nothing. Kill them.
They'd kill them because it would be, you don't turn on us, we turn on you. So usually what happens is when there's a new dictator who's going to declare war, what's the first thing he does? He gets rid of the army.
Memes for Supreme Leader.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I don't want to lead anybody. I'll use you as cannon fodder. But yeah,
like have you ever experienced something in America? Like, for example, do you know, for example, in countries like that happened in the 70s or no, before that, here in Spain, for example, that a dictator comes in and he starts chasing people with freedom of thought, artists, poets, writers, starts persecuting them.
Like Pol Pot?
That stuff, does that stuff last like a long time? Because you know how much energy you have to put into convincing people to prosecute and to go against the neighbors. You gotta put a lot of
with very few exceptions.
And keep it going. You gotta be like, goodness. Mike.
It's with very few exceptions. One of the exceptions I always talk about is the Spanish Civil War, because most people who talk about that don't understand how complex that was, and that it was not just about, and it was not just a political struggle. right? The Spanish Civil War had lots of layers to it. It was not simple. It was not straightforward. And so that's the one I kind of leave out, where he went after like a lot of people. And in fact, families did turn on each other, and they did kill each other. And military battalions picked sides. The entire civil service took the side of the government against the people, but part of the people was on the side of the civil service. It was a really weird place. But on the other hand, you look at places like Cambodia, very short-lived dictatorship, right? But then you look at China, which was a very long-lived dictatorship, in which he used the younger generation to turn on the older generation. China. Which that's Maoism. That's what they practice when you see like the people from Evergreen or Rose City. That's all Maoism. They're trying to use it's mostly Gen Xers and millennials who are trying to groom Generation Z to turn against the boomers. So,
hey, next time Glover tells you why you cannot see Mount Everest from New York, you say because of China.
China. It's because of China.
China's on the way.
Yeah. But those are my opinions. I mean, I'm sure you all have some.
No, irrational fear. I stay with the concept of irrational fear, because once you're able to see what you're scared of, you have more possibilities of having control of your life, of where you want to go.
Yeah.
Confronting your fear, no?
Yeah. Yeah, we're only afraid of the unknown. Once you know what the problem is.
Yeah, maybe like tap water's clear, so you can't see the poison in it.
It's coming from the north. It's gonna rain hard.
Well, they say that about tap water, but there's no. They don't put that in my tap water. What is it?
That's a big one, huh?
No,
I did an experiment where I took a gallon of tap water in North Carolina, and like I boiled it down, and when all the water evaporated off, the entire pan was coated with white residue.
Oh, that's calcium.
Yeah, that's what they want you to think.
Yeah, but you also got fluoride and chlorine in there.
Well, no. The point is the only way you would know what is in it is you do the experiment and you collect the residue and you send it in for lab analysis. So you either know what it is or you don't.
Wow. I mean, all water has calcium in it if it comes from the ground.
And then they confirm it's got fentanyl in it and you get arrested for possession.
Prescription residue is correct.
Prescription fentanyl.
No prescription medication. The government has done a controlled release of that. That sometimes the water, like people who had dumped pills down the drain, or pills that had leaked into from the landfills and the aquifers, that this prescription drug medication is gotten into the water.
What would be the purpose of putting fluoride in the water, like here in the States?
Well, they say it's about teeth, but
sorry, my microphone was muted. The fluoride is something that I'm actually pretty well informed on, but you can go to your your county website and look at the water treatment page, and they'll tell you openly that they put fluoride in the water, and the narrative is that it's for your teeth. The problem, it's supposed to help cavities and strengthen your enamel. The problem is that fluoride, when used that way, even the evidence there is very loose, is supposed to be topical. It's not supposed to be injected or ingested. And so, allegedly, fluoride put into the water supply was first used by the Nazis in their concentration camps to make the populations more docile, malleable,
we all believe that narrative too.
IQ.
We all 100% believe that narrative.
So that's why. So that's in my opinion, that's pretty that's pretty obvious as to why they would put fluoride in the water supply.
Well, what if I don't believe that narrative at all, though? That they did that in the
you can believe I mean, you can believe whatever you'd like to believe, but there are studies that do prove that childhood exposure to fluoride has a dramatic impact on IQ. And then you can say, well, I don't believe in IQ testing, and that can be flawed as well. I hear you on that. But I personally would like my water to be water and not have anything added to it.
Exactly.
Here's the thing.
Why can't we just have
all of us, everyone in here, grew up on tap water. Everyone.
No. Tap water's not all. Tap water's not all the same. I grew up on well water.
Well, I grew up on both. I grew up on well and tap.
I never drink tap water. Yeah, those are very, very different.
My wife grew up on tap water. She has an IQ of 158. It's ridiculously high. But she comes from a family of engineers and programmers, and they all live in like towns and cities. They all drink tap water. They're all really smart people.
Yeah,
I would just put a link.
Just because they're smart people does not mean that they couldn't have been smarter.
Exactly.
I know, but that's unfalsifiable, though, isn't it?
Well, sure it is. But the point that you're making that they're smart people does not. That is not a point saying that fluoride doesn't have an impact on IQ.
Trust me, there are probably a lot of people with extreme high IQ that you would have like years of trying to make them understand that they don't live on a globe. You know, just because someone is autistic and has a huge IQ doesn't mean that he has significant what is it called? Significant problems on a different side of his character as a human being.
She's got a total free mind. She's flat earther too.
Yeah, but the point is like, can you point to any other any other thing where the government automatically medicates you?
Wow. I'm saying.
I mean, if you don't trust the government, but you don't trust the government, but you don't trust the government to put chemicals in your water.
No. I don't trust that what they're telling us is to make us one way or the other. In that, are they telling you that to make you afraid of drinking water?
But it's not water. You see what I mean?
Are they telling you to make you afraid
it's water plus chemical, other chemicals.
Are they trying to make you afraid of just living, though?
Most of the people don't know, man.
You have listen to this. What if they don't put anything in it? What if they just don't and they just say they do?
I mean,
I'm not saving you the money for doing so when they don't.
Yeah.
And the whole idea is just make these idiots afraid.
Listen, I'm not afraid of water, but I'm not going to drink things that have chemicals in it. You know, like people do measure.
Water's a chemical. I mean, water's acidic too, right?
Listen, fluoride is not something good to consume. You don't.
I'm not saying fluoride's good to consume. Dirty water. I'm not saying fluoride's good to consume.
There's a reason why we have no fluoride.
He's saying he's not sure it's even in there. He's saying he's not entirely sure it's even in there, which technically he's right. But hey, I just wanted to point out something. Different people react differently to different things, and some people are more susceptible to some things than others. So maybe this fluoride stuff, maybe it just causes brain damage in like 25% of the population, and then or 50% of the population, and then half of us it doesn't.
I could believe that
a significant amount.
But what I'm saying is this: what if? There's a reason I'm saying this because I actually already know the answer here because I've looked into this. What if fluoride occurs completely naturally in water, and they're just saying they added it to make you afraid that they added something to it?
What? Doesn't occur naturally.
Occurs naturally in all spring water.
Not sodium fluoride. Not sodium fluoride.
Fluoride.
It's a different compound. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, sodium fluoride's not fluoride.
So
fluoride is actually an essential mineral. Fluoride's one of the 60 you can't live without.
I have here a bottle of spring water from Luxembourg that we always buy in Luxembourg, and it has calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, chloride, and nitrate, and sulfate, and bicarbonate, but it has no fluoride.
That's what they tell you on the ingredients.
They leave the fluoride.
And I can get a fluoride. There are fluoride tests where you can have a chart of how much fluoride is somewhere. I can stick it in there and it will show me no fluoride. Trust me. We do not consume any fluoride in our household. We never did, and we never will.
I get what you're saying about fear, though, and I think that there's a difference in between choosing not to do something because you're informed on it and choosing not to do something because you're afraid of it. Like, you know, I'm not going to walk out in a thunderstorm and hold my golf club up in the air, not because I'm afraid of getting hit by lightning, but I don't want to get hit by lightning, and I'm informed that that will increase my chances of getting hit by lightning. You know, it's like, why would you go and do something?
That's fair enough. So, like people out west, they open up the water tap, and they can light a flame to their water, right? And
fracking
out of the tap.
Is that what you're implying?
Well, they're saying that's caused from fracking, right?
Right.
Except they were doing that. Except they were lighting their water on fire in the 1920s. Long before there was ever fracking.
Okay, well, do you think it's a good thing if the water that you drink is flammable?
It's not the water that's flammable. What happens is the water is in an area where there's pockets of methane, and that travels through the pipe and seeps through. You're not lighting the water on fire. There's a gas that's expelling with the water. It's methane gas. And that's what was happening in 1920, and it's still happening today.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason why in every chewing gum that you can buy is a huge amount of fluoride, because it's just it has a reason, and the reason is it can create a mind of people not able to connect dots. That's what my revelation about fluoride is. I think it prevents people from connecting dots. They can't connect dots.
Fluoride was the exact reason why people believe in a globe Earth.
Would you say, well, the globe Earth was propagandized and invented long before, like, fluoride?
I'm telling you, it could be a direct one-to-one correlation.
I think you don't understand what a correlation is. Look, here's the thing. What was I saying?
Okay, no. Here. Let me just. I just remember of something. This is completely connected with the conversation. Okay, so like, I drink 2 liters of water. I've been drinking 2 liters of water since like years ago. Okay, and I experimented. I found 30 minutes from my house a natural source of water, coming from a natural source. That not a lot of people know. Some people know, but. And I started an experiment that I remember this about 5 or 6 years ago. And I experimented it for 2 or 3 weeks. I said, I'm going to continue drinking 2 liters of water like I've been. But now I'm going to change it to this water. I started my mind. I experimented it when I don't know if this is just like, might just be me. I remember like the water didn't have, first of all, the water didn't have any taste. So it didn't have any chemical taste. But mentally, man, I swear, like I used to feel like more awake. And I'm, you know, I used to feel kind of like more creative. I would make music and I would be able to like improvise my music like magic. I know it sounds, you know, but I did experience that. And,
but it wasn't it wasn't a blind test, was it?
No.
Like you with intent went down to change your drinking habits. So you were already you were making your mind over already.
Yes, probably it's possible. Yes. I mean, it could be valid.
That's the thing. Think about all the Americans.
Let me tell you something else. Just something else, okay? So one day I was walking with I was drinking this natural water. I was doing this diet thing of this water, right? I would go every day, pick up 2 bottles of water, come back to my house. Okay. But one day I was walking with my mom, and I forgot to bring water with me. And I asked my mom, did you bring your bottle of water? And she's like, yeah, here, have some. She wasn't doing the thing I was doing. And the moment that I opened up the bottle of water, so she didn't she didn't. This wasn't like a mineral bottle of water. I mean, what she did is like she used the bottle, to fill it up with tap water, right? So the moment that I open up the bottle, I can swear you that the smell of the chemical was so intense that I'm like, fuck this. There's no fucking way I'm drinking this, because I became so used of the water without the fluoride thing. That I was like, how could I, like, there is no way in my mind that I would like drink this, like the smell, bro. It was like, like the type of smell, like when you go to a swimming pool, right?
Yeah, it's chlorine.
It was intense. It was intense. Chlorine. Now the crazy thing is that once you start drinking this water repeatedly for a couple of days, no problem. You get used to it.
Would y'all say there is a great awakening right now of people waking up to the system?
What do you mean?
I think there's a fake awakening.
It's been going on for a long time. People have been talking about
going on for the past
long time.
Yeah. No, but it is accelerating, and it seems like when you expose people to information, a lot of people, a good portion of people, wake up. They do. It's true. They may go on and have to live their lives and go to work because I got a job, right? But like I see it every day. I talk to absolutely normal people who hold a lot of the same beliefs I do about like the world is fake. It's a stage. Like most things are just like out of everybody's control, and voters are sequestered from any kind of real power, and we're lied to about everything. There's a lot of people, a massive amount of people. I would say the majority of the people I know think like that. I mean, what happened to all this like food and poison that was supposed to keep them from being able to think? Like, how did they calculate that this food only allows them to wake up to a certain extent, right?
Well, you must be lucky because, like, most conversation I had so far is very rarely anyone who has any clue about anything regarding health or things they consume in general.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think a lot of this awakening stuff has nothing to do with diet or anything else. I think it has to do with culture.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's mostly what it has to do with. And Americans.
I think there's a lot of fake awakening, especially from the how should I call it? Like look at the whole Q movement. That's all.
I think the truth movement. The truth movement is I want to be awake, but I want to live in absolute abject fear constantly and not go all the way.
It sounds like you're thinking about fear porn, like people that like to watch fear porn.
That's what it is. The truth movement is a fear porn industry.
And Alex Jones is the top fear porn star.
He's the Ron Jeremy of the fear porn.
Gatekeeping the awakening too.
Yeah, but so many people have gone around that. I mean, hey, when we started off, we had 300 people, and now we have what, 26,000?
Numbers are just going to grow from here.
Yeah, and every day more and more, and nobody ever goes back. I'm telling you, the whole idea that and two, feeding someone something in their ignorance that makes them dumb, that's against the rules. People have to voluntarily shut down their mind. Because if you shut down their mind, you don't have power over them. Power is when people do what you want because they follow you, not because you've drugged them. And it's the difference between a prison guard and a politician, or the difference between a prison guard and a demagogue. A demagogue can get people to do things. A prison guard just beats them. That's not real power. The demagogue has the real power because his power is actually over that person's mind. That's what prevents people from waking up, is who they've given their mind to. And it is a conscious choice to give your mind over to somebody. Anyone who can wake up will. Period.
Not bad, not bad, eh?
Hey, you gotta live. You gotta live. You know, you gotta live. You can't just.
No, it starts with the mind, I guess, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it does start with yourself, and then as you start noticing things, you can always make adjustments. But once again, going back to fear, you don't necessarily have to live in fear, but it's also right to make the adjustments that you feel appropriate, you know?
Well, two, I think there's a habit that a lot of people have, especially inquisitive people, to internalize everything good or mostly good things about how their experience of waking up is, but externalize all the bad. And so they'll look at themselves as being awake, and then they'll look out there at all those sheep. They're all asleep.
No.
None of them can wake up. I've got the answers. I hate to say it, that's rife in our community. So
the other side of the coin, you know. But I mean, if you don't have any, what's the word?
Chutzpah.
What was that?
I said
no. If you're not, no, I was thinking about the word paranoid.
Paranoid. Okay.
Yeah.
If you're not paranoid.
Yeah, if you're not paranoid, like you're fine.
You know what's funny is, I think I was paranoid at one time in my life.
Oh, come on. Everybody is.
Oh yeah. But I was in like my early 20s. I mean, I was like bodybuilding in the garage and just working.
How old are you, man? No, wait. Let me ask you. You sound like 19, bro.
I'm 41.
Nah, dude, get out of here.
I'm 41. Don't worry. The girl in the gas station thought I was 29. So I have a big conquistador beard though.
I can't believe it.
This guy has like 6 children. What are you talking about?
I got three kids.
No. I didn't say anything when you said that. I didn't say anything, but I was gonna be like, what?
No, I got a wife and 3 kids. So
nice.
And we each have a business, and so we're very busy people. But I was gonna say, what was I saying anyway? Because I'm also
the paranoia.
Oh yeah, paranoid.
You were talking about the lady at the gas station. Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. No. When I was young, and I was like, I just spent all my time bodybuilding in the garage and going to work. I would work like 14 hours days. I'm 41. Hey, 24 was young. So.
When I was younger. When I was even younger. When I was even younger.
When I was younger than I am now, I was paranoid, and I would sit there and I'd watch Alex Jones videos and stuff. And this was before he was really popular. And like we watched like Bohemian Grove, all that kind of stuff. And like I was paranoid back then. And the day that I quit being paranoid, I was about 25, 26. And I just was like, I'm stopping. I'm not doing this anymore. Like, what's the point? What's the point of looking up at the stuff in the sky and saying, oh my God, what am I breathing? What's the point of it? And the day I stopped being afraid of everything, like what I was drinking, what I was eating, and what was in the sky, everything started going right for me. Like I was like, oh, hey, there's an opportunity. I'm going to go follow it. Here's another opportunity. I'm going to go follow it. I'm married to a model. I think I did all right.
That was the day that you decided to make your icon a gay frog because of Alex Jones?
Yeah. I was like, and I was like, I know this guy, Alex Jones. He was young and he looked great and he was in shape. But now he is a disgusting Jabba the Hutt. And that's from cigarettes and coffee and paranoia.
Meme, you married to the Globe model.
Yes. Living on the Globe.
I mean, he
became the Globe model. So.
I don't know. He talks a lot about eating carbs. I think the carbs may have played a factor.
Oh yeah. I remember back then I was eating like a steak, like a flank steak and like 8 eggs every day. And I'd just be in my garage, I'd be blasting Danzig and just lifting weights like 2 hours every single day. I was nuts. And then I would go in and watch conspiracy videos. So it was like just paranoia and working out and working. So that was my early 20s. But yeah, the moment I quit worrying about everything, I started seeing opportunities in life that I should take. So I think a lot of times when you're always thinking about all the bad, you don't take opportunities because you're like, even if I take that opportunity, the world's going to end, so I might as well not do it, you know? And so a lot of people, they miss out on life. It's the only life you got. I mean, you know, until you shuffle off this mortal coil. But at least, you know, do something in it. There's nothing you can do to change it.
I mean, you can be thankful of having tap water, or you can, you know, you can be, what is it called?
No, I'm more thankful of having the chlorine in the tap water, because that way, you know, we don't get that whatever disease it was that involves fecal material.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah. It kills the sepsis. It kills the
something kills, right?
E. coli.
I mean, it better kill something, right?
No. That's another thing that occurs naturally in a lot of water, though, is chlorine. So, chloride. So, I just don't think there's a lot to worry about. Like, know the truth, and the truth should just set you free. It shouldn't. That's what it did for me, man. Like, I'm not worried about anything now.
I remember we grew up so poor, bro, that to get like the stuff to wash clothes with, we'd have to actually boil the water and extract the chlorine and the fluoride from the water and boil the water away and use that to wash clothes with.
Would you grow up in the 17th century?
Something like that. 1491 or.
Jeez.
I think you meant to say calcium.
Whatever we could use, you know. My mom wouldn't tell me exactly what it was, but I used to watch all the rich kids, you know, after they got their thing and they'd be riding their bike around bragging. My mom used to have to crush up aspirin, put it in a turkey baster for us. That's how we got ours, you know what I mean? All the other kids, they'd have theirs. We didn't get ours like that. You know what I mean? All these lucky kids with their Modernas and stuff. Man, we didn't have it that good.
Man, I'll tell you what. If you're abroad and you come home and you were in some European hellhole, and you get home, man, the first thing, just a big fat McDonald's fries and a Coca-Cola. God, that was so good. I still remember that first meal coming back from Europe.
What if you're not abroad, but you identify as abroad?
Then that's your problem.
Like what year ago? What year was that you're talking about eating this meal at McDonald's? Like, was it different back then? Because
no, their fries haven't changed. Their fries haven't changed in the last, I don't know, 30 years. Their fries are like exactly the same as they were. And this is all after the Coke change, which I actually go down to the local Mexican store and I buy Coke with sugar in it.
So I have a story that's kind of the opposite of that. Like 3 years ago, for a while, I was dating this woman who's an immigrant from South Korea, a Korean woman.
That's right.
And she told me that when she got here, that her family was warning her. She told me this while we were in a McDonald's waiting for a bus together. And she told me that when she got here, that her family was warning her not to eat McDonald's in the United States because it's not like McDonald's in South Korea. It's not healthy.
Did you ever see that film Super Size Me?
They do have different ingredients through all.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Asia, in Europe, and the United States. They're very, very, very different.
There is a guy, and this is his shtick. He has eaten a Big Mac every single day for like 25 years now, and he's in excellent health. But there are people who eat McDonald's every day and just get into absolute shit health.
There we go, guys. Now you know.
I guess it's because different people react differently to different things.
Oh my god! Are you serious?
Flat Earth confirmed.
There's not a one size fits all. I
can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Maybe it's also the mixture of things. Maybe when he just eats a Big Mac and drinks the water with it instead of drinking Coke, eating ice cream, and eating fries and eating the Big Mac is a huge difference, right?
Now, in the documentary, he said he goes there and all he orders is the Big Mac. Sometimes he'll order some fries with it, but usually all he eats is the Big Mac. But a lot of people are going there, they're getting fries, the Big Mac, the extra large Coke. Well, they don't have extra large Coke anymore. They're getting a milkshake.
Circumcised.
Yeah, and two, they're eating it. A lot of the people in the Super Size Me film were eating there 2 or 3 times every day.
Nice.
Every day. And it's like, well, you can't do that with any diet.
I got good news now. You don't have to go to McDonald's anymore. They deliver. So if you're stuck in bed for 20 hours a day, you don't gotta go there no more, bro. Good news. You know what I mean?
But you still have to go to your door.
Make America great again.
How nice.
Hey, let me tell you something. I always order from like Chick-fil-A or Zaxby's, personally.
Will they bring it to your window, your bedroom window?
I'm sure they will, dude. If you talk to them, you know what I mean? Type it in the notes. Put it in the notes for DoorDash, bro. Okay. They don't want to have you getting up. Bro. You don't want to be getting up. You know what I mean? You don't want to get no grounding. You want to stay in bed, bro.
Just gotta
what about Sundays? What do you do on Sundays when you're hungry?
On Sundays,
right?
You're not going to find any Chick-fil-A that day.
I know.
But see, that's what Zaxby's is for.
Okay, that's not cool. That's not cool, girl.
I don't know who all has Zaxby's. Zaxby's is great.
The fuck is Zaxby's?
I've never even heard of that.
Zaxby's is a fried chicken place that is all boneless.
Where in the South are you?
I'm in Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah, Savannah.
You Americans.
I'm where?
That's wrong, bro.
You filthy Americans.
Hey, I'll give you guys a little hint. You know what I mean? Put you up on some game. You know, whenever you go into place and you pay for the meal with your credit card, and then they're like, "How much tip do you want to give?" Before you can make that meal go forward, the payment go forward, you have to say how much you're going to tip. And if you push no, the girl looks at you all weird, right? Well, you can go in Subway and use your EBT card, buy your sandwich, and there's no option for tip. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't pay her. So I mean, it's like a double whammy. You know what I mean? I'm just saying though, put you guys up on game.
I always tip. I always tip like 25%.
You can't though with the EBT card. You just can't. It won't let you do it on the thing. So it's like double winning. You know what I mean? Winning twice.
Yes.
I'm just saying though.
Well, anything they don't make in tips, anything they don't make in tips, the employer has to pay minimum wage to that point.
Well, I'm just giving you guys life hacks.
If you live here in Spain, like you don't have to tip. It's crazy.
You got the EBT card in Spain?
No,
I'm
the honest, I'm not sure about that.
In Spain.
I've had a lot of people in the service industry in my family. My wife was very good at service industry, and that is being waiter, being waitress, stuff like that. You talk to them, and they all prefer tipping rather than being paid, because tipping, like let's say you're paid $12 an hour, you work for 7 or 8 hours, right? And so what are you going to make? You're going to make about $100, right? Well, tipping, let's say you make let's say you make $2 an hour, but tables are tipping you $15, $20, and $30 all night. Or you're doing three tops. Well, I mean, even the over the table stuff, even like even that stuff, you know, a waiter makes 130, 140 on a good night. They're making over. Yeah.
I tip cash. I tell them this is not a tip.
Yeah.
This is a happy Friday, congratulations gift. Because
you can just tell them it's a gift. You can just say, here's a gift.
Not a tip.
It's a gift.
That's what I say. And I'm from the Hispanic community, and where I came from, I didn't know what tips were before. I came to the U.S. and I learned about tips. And today I got a haircut, and the haircut was $30. I gave the guy $60, so $30 tip.
And that's right. And a lot of people, especially Europeans, don't understand this. Part of the American experience of going out to eat, part of that cost, you're supposed to carry over in tip. Like your meal, your meal was let's say your meal was $100. You should have $25 for a tip. You should have that. Your meal wasn't $100; it was $125. if you're not a shit person.
I took my
Yeah,
family
the
to
service
stay
was
from
good.
Buster. Me and my family went to from Buster last week, and the bill was $308, and I gave the waitress $80 tip. That wasn't
Okay,
too
so
bad.
listen to this. That waitress made $80 and probably served y'all for an hour and a half, right?
Yeah, something like that.
While she was serving other tables. So let's say she only made 20 from one table, 20 from another, and 80 from yours. That means in that hour and a half, she made $120.
Yeah.
And people still want to tell me we need to get rid of tipping and do it like the Europeans. No, I don't think so. I like to tip. I like to make. There was this one waiter.
I think you're being a little too broad there. I
Are
think
you going to
it's the
tip
opposite
everybody?
in France.
Is that only in restaurants? Are you going to tip everybody?
No, that's just how it works. That's how it works in restaurants. There's actual legislation for less restaurants in the U.S. for that.
Mimas, are you saying you like just the tip?
Whoa.
I had to, man. I had to.
I don't know. It's just the tip. It's just the tip.
That's all he puts in.
He's like, you guys gotta tip them.
I don't have money. I just have to end up washing dishes to pay for my meal.
You don't have to pay them.
No, come on, guys. Listen, a tip should be a tip. No, come on, really think about it. A tip, it's like you offer a tip in a very particular occasion. You don't have to tip every time you consume, like you go to a restaurant or you wash your or whatever. Like
you wash the dishes when you can't pay for the meal.
Yeah, listen. The person gives you. Okay, now you live in America, for example, right? So you are kind of, it's part of the culture. Okay, but if you really think about it, I mean, you're gonna tip a person if he does do you a favor, right? He makes you, for example, I don't know, he goes the extra mile. Hey, buddy, thanks a lot for that.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't know. I mean, we are, for example, here in Spain is now another important point is that the service in America when you go to a restaurant, hey, how are you guys? Like, right? Really nice. Do you guys want more water? Perfect. Now, here in Spain, I'm complaining all the time. I'm like, dude, the service fucking sucks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you been served in France?
I tried to, but they wouldn't serve me.
French, dude.
They don't know what service is. They don't know what service is.
No.
The French can rot in all the hells of Dante's Inferno. They don't know anything. They are the most uncivilized animals on this earth, next to the Germans, right? Okay, the eternal Hun. But you can have the French. You can dunk them into hell. I don't care. They don't know how to serve anybody. What are you doing here? Don't you know my menu yet?
Yo, my dad is French, okay?
Just ask the guy if he's brushed his teeth this year or not.
Michael Dolan says.
What? He looked 14?
On the tips, you know, like the barber, he greeted me. He's a good barber. Lives near my house. I get there. He's very time efficient. He does a good job. He's very clean. Very like polite. We speak about whatever topic, and his time is worth it. You know, like he does a good job, good haircut. And I asked him like, how much is the haircut? At the end of it, I like it. I'm looking at myself. I'm like, good haircut, right? And I asked, how much is it? He says $30. I'm like, this for me. This is for me $60. So I give him $60.
Okay. So sometimes you're in a good mood. You're having a good day. It's perfect, but not all the time. You know.
No, not all the time. I don't tip everybody that does stuff. No, not everybody.
Especially at Subway.
Yeah,
so I was eating at a nice Italian restaurant once, and we had a waiter, and he was a really good waiter, and started talking to me about Dark Souls. And this is right before Dark Souls 3 was going to come out. It was coming out that night, actually. And he was talking about how he's going to have to save up and get it. And I left him a note with the price, with the tax of how much Dark Souls cost in cash.
Oh, man, he got you good.
Yep. No, he went and got the game, and he streamed it that night.
And, man, every time I go to the strip club, I guess I haven't been in a while since COVID, but strippers are always telling me, like, oh, you know, I'm trying to save up money for this, save up money for that. I got every sob story in the world. You know what I'm saying?
It's all true.
Am I supposed to tip them?
Those are strippers. They do actually have every sob story in the world. Like, a lot of them are actually true.
Most of them won't let you give them a tip in the champagne room. You know what I mean?
try to give them a tip.
Hey, now, I'll be respectful.
Wait, isn't that illegal? Oh, I mean, sorry.
Not if it's just a tip.
That's what I was saying.
Shut up.
No, but seriously, people still go to strip clubs? That's crazy.
No, I don't think so. I don't.
I want to go.
I don't think they exist anymore.
Well, they do, but I mean, I have never heard of anybody. The last 2-3 years, I've never overheard someone like, "Yeah, we're going to the club later." They're like, no, you're not.
If you go to a restaurant in Japan and you try to leave a tip, they're like, no, take your money back.
They'll make you eat it. That's okay though. See, I like that part of the culture too. It's like they want to do their best for you anyway. So there's no above and beyond. It's always their best. So if you say, "Hey, I'm going to tip you," but I'm not going to tip that other guy, that's fucked up to them.
There, I posted a post from Twitter.
Dun, dun, dun. Any British people?
I hope not.
Pardon?
Pardon?
Yeah, Zarn didn't come back, did he?
He's completely gone, man.
Well, he didn't have a choice after his global warming problem.
Yeah.
Because you know what you're looking for in global warming? You're actually looking for a curve also.
Yeah. Gotta have the globe to have it warmed.
Well, not just that. I mean, mathematically, you're actually looking for a curve. You're looking for a deviation from straight. And when you're measuring the curve, you're looking for what? A deviation from straight. They're both the exact same. It's the exact same mental gymnastics. The problem is with it's a lot easier on the climate change side to debunk that, because they haven't even posited what the climate should be in order to say that it's wrong. And so it's super easy. It's super easy. You can concede, yeah, the climate's changing. Yeah, we've gained a degree. You can concede all that. And then you can say, how do you know that's wrong? How do you know it's not supposed to be that?
Where's your litmus? Where's the best the climate's ever been to compare against? Like, get the fuck out of here.
What is it at its perfect? What's it supposed to look like today? Perfect. And they won't be able to answer because they can't, because all they're measuring is something naturally changing and then saying it's not naturally changing. Well, why? Why are you saying that? Where's your proof?
Right. And we don't like tons of rain, but sometimes plants like tons of rain. So it's subjective to who thinks weather is bad or good or whatever.
Yeah, and how are they going to account for like mass extinction?
What's mass extinction? What is that?
I mean, you know what I mean, right? Like
yeah.
They have all these kooky beliefs about like drastic changes. Well, what if we're just going through an extinction event and there's nothing we can do?
It's a mighty slow one, but sure.
Yeah, it's mighty slow. I always give them that degree over 100 years. It's not a degree. It's 0.01 of a degree, actually.
Yeah.
Which, I'm sorry, that's not a change. It hasn't changed.
Well, that's the point. The word climate means change, I think, right? It changes all the time. That's its point.
Yeah, it's maintained its average the whole time. Now, what's funny is that there were all these hurricanes from like 95 to 2002, and Al Gore was like, look at all the hurricanes. And then Rarely a hurricane after that. Rarely.
Yeah.
Their hurricanes are now unusual again. Like they're not common. But everything's supposed to be getting worse, right?
Yeah. I've got a way to know that it's not getting worse. There's this one TED Talk by some really rich guy. He's a really jerk, but he Dan Pena or something. Anybody knows who he is? But he was addressing climate change, global warming to a woman in the crowd, and she was freaking out. She's like, "What are you billionaires going to do about global warming?" Da, da, da. And he very rudely explained that Florida should be already underwater by now, and there are brand new condos and houses and apartments you're shooting up all over the place in Florida. Do you think that the banks on the prospectus for building and maintaining those buildings considered global warming at all in their 30 to 50 year fucking prospectus? No, they know nothing's going to fucking happen.
I saw that. His name is Dan Pena. He is a huge asshole. He is. But he's right.
He's totally right.
Because the billionaires know what's going on. They're like, yeah, I'll buy land there because these idiots believe in climate change.
Right.
Hey, guys, we successfully got everyone to get out of our territories. Let's go buy up the land now.
Exactly.
Stupidest thing I ever heard. I mean, you go look at pictures of Ellis Island now as opposed to 100 years ago. It's the same water level.
Yeah.
I remember there were these kids here, and they were like, look, I've got this paper, how these islands are disappearing because the water's coming over them. I said, okay, let's look at those islands on Google Earth. We look at them. I'm like, okay, those are those islands. 200 miles over here is the shoreline that hasn't changed in Africa. It hasn't changed in the past several hundred years. I said, how do you explain how Africa's not underwater? And they're like, well, I say, now let's open up your papers. They open them up, and it says sea level rise, and then it goes down to erosion. The islands have eroded away. And that's the answer right there. And they had to concede
can't have
every
sea
single
rise,
point.
they got to have something else. So erosion.
Yeah, because the sea doesn't just rise; it rises everywhere.
Yeah, and then it falls back down and then it rises again.
Stupid. And it's mostly dumb, like stupid children who believe this. Like the kind of children that's like, I don't know, maybe I do believe in abortion. Your mama should have swallowed that one.
Oh,
but yeah, I got no time for Gen Z.
I hope the children coming up right now can see through some of those things.
They're all.
Well, listen, I've talked to, just in this server, for instance, a 14-year-old boy the other day, or was it yesterday, 2 days ago? He was so smart compared to how I was. Huh?
I said, you speed talker, you. I was being a degenerate German.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. Anyway, so he was like 3, 4, 5 times smarter. He is that much smarter than I was at his age. Like, he can hold a conversation, an argument with adults 20, 30, 40 years older than him, excuse me, without getting, like, nervous or freaking out. Like, that was crazy. And so I hope those kids are the ones that are going to be teaching the other ones kind of how shit works.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see. I don't know if Germany's next generation of engineers are going to be able to put out what the last generation put out.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
That is. Because everyone born in the past 10 years doesn't understand where any of the technology came from. Millennials barely understand where the technology came from. And I guess I'm glad that I'm the very last tail end of the youngest of Gen X. And we remember the world without all this technology.
Yeah.
So
I do too.
They're not. Like let's say all the iPhones break, and the only people that exist now are millennials and Gen Z. Who knows how to fix them?
Who's doing your plumbing? Nobody.
Nobody can build an iPhone.
That's
if
true.
Shipping breaks down, nobody can get anything to repair anything. And they don't know how to do anything. They don't know how to go out to clay, water it down, put a magnet through it, pull out all the ferrous materials, and make some iron. They have no idea where anything comes from. No idea. They don't know how anything works. They click the button, the light comes on in the house. They're construction workers? I thought it was just magic. They flush. What's going to happen? What's going to happen when one day you go to flush the toilet and it doesn't do anything, and you turn on the light switch and it doesn't do anything?
No, but you need a lot. You need a lot of minds to do an iPhone. You need a group. One person doesn't do an iPhone. I mean, like, you need a group of people.
You do need a group of people, but you could put together 1,000 millennials and you couldn't make an iPhone.
You can make a phone. You can make a phone.
You know what? You could probably make a phone. Well, I don't know. That's kind of my thing. Is they don't know how, like, the technology began, so they don't know about, like, transmitters. They wouldn't know how to, like, make, like, when we were young, we were taught how to make, like, the radio out of, like, copper and, like, toilet paper roll tubes, right? And then you hook the battery up to it, and you can go through all the different wavelengths and, like, pick up radio stations. And, like, they don't understand, like, the very simplest parts of the things. How are they gonna do anything else?
My 8-year-old daughter is into collecting vintage items, and she asked me for a phone. I used to hang up, like, put on the wall or on a table. She never used a phone like that, the old phones.
Yeah. Well, all the nerds who were into shortwave radio, they'll be happy if there's a collapse.
I think we can. I think. Have you heard that theory? Like, I've heard of something not long ago. You probably everybody heard about it. That, like, it takes about 1 million people. But this is what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but I thought it was quite interesting. Somebody said that it takes about 1 million people. It takes 200 years to go from nothing to where we are now. Like, it takes 200 years and 1 million people.
Now, you know what's funny is, I've heard that, and I think it only takes one generation forgetting how everything was made, and then 20 years after that to completely forget civilization. It's actually, the fall is way more rapid. It's like within less than a generation, you can completely forget a culture. It'll completely disappear following a civilizational collapse. Because the people who had to leave that culture get thrust into a survival situation, and then the young people they raise up, they're raising them to survive and not to learn about what they're leaving behind. And so you can forget an entire culture in, like, a half a generation after a collapse. Also, was that one where the grandkids, or the fathers all drive junk cars, the sons drive nice cars, the grandsons drive Ferraris, and now the sons are going to be driving junk cars again.
Undertrained to handle a situation of this magnitude. I mean, I don't think it's that complicated. Someone gets hurt, you get help for them. Apparently not at your school, forcing me to continue doing that.
That's just my opinion. It's the cycle. Can't stop it.
Only 1 in 17 generations outdo their rich parents.
Oh, well, that's already gone then, because that was the 1950s. Actually, I would say that was the 1920s, when we had Art Deco and, like, the second Gilded Age for about 10 years.
Hey, when will you learn to call 911 for your buddy Baldwin? I'm starting to suspect that maybe principal.
That was back when you bought the Rolls Royce, but it only came with the chassis. and you had to contract someone to build the body. So every Rolls Royce back then was unique. That was also back when the cloth was in the car and the leather was outside the car.
What do you mean by that? I don't get it.
In the old carriage cars, where like the driver sat, but then you had the luxurious part of the car, like on the old Rolls Royce. The front of the car would have a leather seat, and the driver sat there, and then there was the cab on the back of that, and the seats were cloth, because luxury was cloth, and your peasant driver was going to sit on leather, because it was exposed to the elements and stuff, and so that's what leather was for. And now leather is supposed to be the nice thing, but it's really not. I hate leather seats.
Agreed.
Yeah, and after a while, it just starts to smell really bad, real bad.
Yeah. Well, you can't properly wash them in the car.
Yeah, it's dead animal skin. What the fuck were we thinking?
Yeah. I mean, I like leather for something. I love leather gloves. Like
Right.
I get the deerskin gloves, and I will wet them on my hands while I work and let them dry so that they conform like to my shape. I love that. But I like oil them and I try and take care of them and stuff.
Yeah.
I love like deerskin gloves, stuff like that.
Right.
But
I'm mainly
leather-
just talking about a leather jacket that you sweat in a lot. That's just
Yeah.
yeah.
Or leather couches, disgusting, horrible, uncomfortable. Leather seats in your cars, disgusting, horrible, uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I like cloth. That's just how it is. Cloth is civilized.
Yeah, dude, and getting into I have all black seats, all black car, leather, and if I parked outside, man, I'd have to like start it up, put some blankets on my seats, wait for the AC to kick on before I could even drive it.
Yeah, you sit down and you have like your testicles burned off.
Yeah. Yep.
You go to the doctor and he's like, I don't understand how you burned your anus. I have leather seats, doc.
Ah, yeah, yep.
And then once the leather starts to rip just a little bit, forget it. Throw the whole thing
Forget it.
out.
It opens up right away, and it's so ugly.
Yeah. Looks like your seat got into a knife fight.
Well, thanks for reminding me that if I don't sell my car in the next 5 or 6 years, it's going to do that to me.
Yeah. Well, my wife and I, we just sold our Mercedes recently. And we got a what did we get? A big 4x4 Nissan Pathfinder. And the seats, the front seats, like, oh, this is a nice little Mercedes. What is wrong with your seats? I'm sorry, they're leather. It looked like somebody got in and stabbed the seats like a million times with like a Tonto knife. Just went to town on it like they were skinning sheep, man. Like, okay, well, Mercedes, that's a fail on your leather. So,
I love that first prize.
problem is they have leather, but then they have this artificial stuff that like stitches it all together and like covers parts of it. And so it's like a mixed medium, and so they don't hold together well. So that was my only disappointing thing in that car.
Well, they are quality machines regardless.
They are quality machines. Mercedes are they're the best pieces of junk there are. That's how I'll put it.
There you go.
Because most everybody just makes junk now, yeah, including Mercedes. But that they have the best junk.
Well, they can afford it. Yep.
Yep. And if you're willing to buy their top models, they're not going to break down on you.
This part.
Right, because
And
how
if
else
you-
would they keep customers?
Yeah, and if you're a real idiot, you're going to buy an Alfa Romeo or a Maserati, which explode the day after the warranty ends.
It's funny. You guys seen the Teslas starting on fire? Can't put the fire out.
Oh, God. But there's another pipe dream, electric cars. The stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, and they're still taking people out who are building water fueled cars. Imagine that.
Oh, you know what? There's a lot more videos of those popping up. I think they're going to change. No, they're going to change narratives pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to. You watch, because they're going to basically, for the reset, they're going to set everyone. Yeah, well, they're all over TikTok, man. People doing it.
Please send me some.
Yeah. They're just
he's right,
setting it
actually,
up.
yeah.
One guy does it on his stove. He's like, oh, I got the thing in here. He hooks the battery up to it, and he watches it go through the pipe and starts bubbling up. He's like, wow, I'm making hydrogen.
Yeah, and it's not that hard to do once you've got the process down.
All you got to do is, work on your power output for your motor in your car that charges the ionization or whatever it is in the water that creates the hydrogen at a rate that's sufficient enough to keep fueling your engine. So
it's like, hey, we got steam-powered locomotives, but not cars. Thanks.
Yeah. Right. But I do see that if there's a reset, they just kind of say, hey, look, here's everything. The survivors get to come into the new world or whatever it is. Basically just releasing everything, saying, here, you do whatever you want.
You've got 1 year. Have fun.
Yeah. More like you have one generation, make some technology, because I guarantee you, if you shut everything down and people were allowed to just make nuclear or hydrogen or whatever it is they wanted to make, brilliant technologies would arise. Brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Hey,
go ahead.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to say, you said a second ago, glad we have steam-powered locomotives, but not cars. But I think you meant to say hydrogen-powered. But but just so you know, in the 20s at least, we did have
yes, we did.
Steam-powered cars. The main drawback of them is that it took like 15 to 20 minutes to turn them on or something, because you got to heat it up before you start moving down the road.
Oh, yeah, and you had to like twist the front and stuff.
I don't know about twisting the front. No, that twist the front thing, that was a gas-powered
That's
car.
a gas thing? Okay.
But these steam-powered ones, they basically use, wood or kindling.
Yeah, I knew they had some of those, but yeah, I was just...
Well, see,
it just came to my mind like, look at the fucking thing going down the railroad. It's steaming. There's water going on. What the fuck?
I would make my steam power. I just make it nuclear. I just use like fission rods. Use them to heat it up.
It's above my pay grade.
Oh yeah, that's probably more appropriate today.
Yeah. Like, I could understand why it wouldn't be efficient back then. See, that's the thing. People don't understand. The first cars to come out, they were electric. They were not petroleum. They weren't gas. They weren't steam. They were electric. And they had a problem, and that was the batteries. And then they tried it again in the 30s, and it was a problem. It was the batteries. And they tried it again in the 70s, and it was a problem. It was the batteries. Then they tried it again in the 1990s. Oh, it's the batteries. Now they're trying it again. Guess what it is? Batteries. Because just
What's the problem with the batteries today, though?
Because in a Tesla, there's like 5,000 of them, and they do the runaway chain reaction and explode. And
but is that mostly
when
just
you use
Teslas?
It is mostly just Tesla. Well, the supercars too. They're doing the same thing. Mostly, I would say the problem with mass producing electric cars today is the environmental impact, like with mining the lithium and stuff. I mean, rare earth and lithium mines, like, they're really, 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 like, they're destructive. And like to extract the lithium, they have like these square miles of just these toxic ponds that are like distilling in the desert. They don't seem to, and also disposal of the battery. It's like you can't really
something that really confuses me. I mean, it confused me when I was a child when they came up with these first Prius hybrids or whatever. The idea of having batteries in the car, but not having the option to charge the battery separately, so you can run off them for a while before you switch to gas. What amazes me, like just as much as that, is the fact that we're in the year 2022
and they're still making brand new non-plug-in hybrids. Like, that just, like, how stupid can you be to buy these things? You're not really saving money. Like, you'd be saving a lot of money if you just simply had 1 or 2 pounds added to the car with the charging mechanism, so you could plug it into a wall and then, only go and use gasoline when you go on road trips more than 50 miles or more than 30 miles.
Right.
And then, like, I have a plug-in hybrid. I have a Chevrolet Volt, I've spent like $90 on gas in the last year or so, and I only went on 2 road trips. And it's like,
there was
I'll get it.
There was a Top Gear episode where Jeremy gets in a Prius and someone else gets in a BMW M5, I think. It's like a 4.5 liter V8, right? And so they take the cars, they drive the Prius around for a while just on a gallon of gas. They empty the cars, they put a gallon of gas in each one. At 70 miles an hour, guess which one got the best gas mileage?
I'm guessing not the Prius.
Not the Prius. The BMW, the 4.5 liter V8 BMW got the best gas mileage by quite a margin, by like 3 miles.
Could that be the driver though?
No. This was what they did is they drove them at highway speeds, 70 miles an hour around the track.
Oh yeah. Okay, I get you. The gentleman with the Volt, I was curious to ask because I've heard about those. So you go through 1 tank a year, right?
Well, if I'm not driving very far in one day, yeah. But it's just I go the first about 40 miles or so. Like it was originally 53 miles when the car is brand new. These newer Chevrolet Volts, when they're brand new, it's 53 miles.
Okay, just because I saw
300 miles in the gas tank after that.
Okay,
but yeah, it's about 40 miles or so. Yeah.
The way I saw them advertised was you fill the tank, and then even if you're just driving on electric all the time, the car will go through 1 tank a year so that the gas part of the engine works?
No, that is definitely not the case. I actually have twice already not charged it and had it just go out the gas because I didn't want the gas to go stale. I had the same gas sitting in the tank for 8 months straight.
Okay, weird.
Yeah.
My plan was, if I came into a big chunk, I was going to buy everyone in my family one. Go ahead, Mimas.
I was going to say, I actually, you know how they have the Better Cities idea where they want to get, like, they don't want to have so many cars in the city? My solution for that is they rezone them and make it where you can have residential and commercial completely mushed together. In other words, there's no difference between residential and commercial, which means you could have a business and live there and then have family homes all throughout the area that the commerce is going on, right? But I think that would be a good place for small electric cars, is city centers and stuff. I mean, that's where I would promote their use mostly.
I don't really see the point in like having a fully electric car though. Like, isn't it just?
Oh, I don't either.
I just think it's easier just having both options. Like,
No, I never would. This whole idea of pure electric is ridiculous. It's good to have a backup. Like, what if your electric fails? You know.
Yeah, I just dig my car because I mean, you know, if I can get gasoline, it can run off gasoline. If I can find a wall socket to plug it into, I can charge it that way. It just takes like 12 hours though.
Yeah. Now, I think the best way forward is probably I would either stick with petroleum or go to hydrogen. That to me is the way to go. Either one of those. As far as like the masses go, like mass production.
Don't eat that bars.
Because hydrogen obviously is easy to make.
And leave the electric for the industrial, like the rigs and shit?
Well, I mean, like for industrial, what? Like,
yeah, but
like the truckers,
why hydrogen?
I
The
would
truckers' trucks would be electric and shit.
No, I would actually prefer those be diesel because I mean, why not?
Yeah, I think you got a point there. I'll give you an example. About like 5 or 6 years ago, I heard someone on the radio who designs this hydrogen power equipment for like vehicles and such. And apparently, someone's come up with a hydrogen fuel cell that's TSA compliant. So he could literally take it on an airplane and use it to charge his laptop while he's on an airplane.
Huh. That's pretty cool. Kaboom! Sure, I brought my hydrogen charger onto the plane.
I watched a clip. It was Bob Lazar. Do you still think he's lying? He converted his Corvette to run on hydrogen, and in that clip they showed how they separate the hydrogen from the oxygen in the water, and wherever you put the positive or the negative on the two terminals to separate it, I believe the positive draws the oxygen out and the negative draws the hydrogen out of the water.
Yes, you are correct. Bob Lazar is a narrative teller. So he'll tell the truths that need to be told, but he keeps people inside of a locked-in narrative. He's a gatekeeper. So you're going to get some good information from him.
And keeps you distracted by keeping you thinking it's aliens.
Aliens. That's why I love Graham Hancock, right? Who wrote Fingerprint of the Gods? Doesn't believe in aliens.
Are you kidding me? I've become Thanos. Okay.
You're always giving me fucking awesome books to read, Mimas.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one, by the way. I think the whole audiobook is available on YouTube. Also, Fingerprints of the Gods. Really good.
I gotta look up what these items actually do. We'll probably do that.
Graham Hancock is the master.
Yeah, I love Graham Hancock, man. So when he had his debate with Michael Shermer on the Joe Rogan show, that Michael Shermer looked like a raging mongoloid, just an absolute moron. And which I guess isn't hard. You're talking to like some atheists, and that's what Michael Shermer is. But he's like one of those dumb ones. Like, man, it's hard to explain. All of his answers were, you have to prove our claims wrong. Those were all of his answers. Well, you're the second guy. See, you've got claims, but you've got to prove our claims wrong first. That was literally his arguments. Was Graham had to prove the previous claims wrong.
No, like obstacles.
And I thought, you lost. Typical.
All right, there you go. You got that.
But yeah, that's a good short debate if y'all want to watch it.
Mimas always has fun homework for everyone here.
Just trying to start brush fires.
I mean, I tried not to touch it. I couldn't believe they wanted $1,600 for that 8x10 rug, and it was not in very good shape. Costco had some $39.
Hey, God rockin' buddy, you're hot micing. Oh, and he took off.
Yep. Can't wait to make it down to Orlando. So. Well, I got some packing up to do, so I will see y'all losers later.
All right, Mimas, good talking with you, bud.
Yep.
Have a fun trip, brother.
Always. Well, my trip's not for 1 to 3 months, so depending on how fast we get it all packed up. But we'll see y'all later.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Is no one talking?
No.
I'm having dinner. Sorry, but I'm like waiting for somebody to speak, but I'm so comfortable in the silence, man. Anybody in Europe? Happy Friday to everybody. What are you guys up to?
Happy Friday.
What? Oh, no. Today's Saturday.
Oh, happy Saturday. You got me, man.
No, I was gonna be like, where are you? What part of the world are you?
Germany. In 45 minutes, it's already Sunday.
Oh, we are in the same hour.
Where are you from?
I am southern Spain.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Same time. Berlin, Madrid. Are you close to Berlin by any chance?
No.
No.
Close to Luxembourg.
Luxembourg. Ah, one of those big cities, huh?
Yeah, no, that's Luxembourg is another country.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's right next to Germany.
It's next to Germany.
And right next to the Netherlands and Belgium and France.
Lovely, lovely.
Mm-hmm. Luxembourg has actually a very nice old city.
Oh yeah.
Old part of the city, yeah. Very modern and also old part.
Mm-hmm. Lots of history. You have castles there and stuff.
Yeah, let me send you an old map of Luxembourg. Yeah, this is from.
Let me see.
One second, this is a plan of Luxembourg. I cannot see the time. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. But there's some beautiful castles, eh? There's some beautiful castles in Germany and stuff in those areas.
Yeah, especially where I live, where there's a lot of wine, the wine region, and we have a lot of old castles. Also, the oldest city of Germany, which is a very old Roman Germany, according to history. Yeah, we have very old buildings in Germany. Apart from, the ones who have been destroyed through war. But, smaller villages most of the time did not get bombed. Luckily, so you still see very, very old houses, which is great, Yeah.
Old towns, right?
Mm-hmm. I think my village is, according to, if history is correct, it is from 500 before Christ, if I'm not mistaken. One second.
More than 2,000 years old?
I know, I think it goes even further. 1 second. Around 50 before Christ or 500 after Christ, like around this time. It's not like they don't completely know 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very old.
Here in Spain, for example, we have towns that are like before Christ, and it's like labyrinth type of. So before they used to construct the cities like with labyrinths, like where it's very easy to get lost. Oh, look at that! Look at that picture there.
Yeah, that's.
Is that where you live? Is that?
No,
Is that where you live?
That's Luxembourg. That still has parts of the old city. When you visit Luxembourg, you can still see part of the old city. It also had this Starfort complex.
Look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah, sometimes I really need to appreciate actually living among so much history. Sometimes you just get so used to seeing that stuff. Other people just go there to do holidays and stuff. But you just
it's normal. But the thing is that it's very difficult to visual or to imagine how it was back then. I mean, can you imagine how beautiful it really was back then? I mean, if the city had that structure, it must have been like a wonderful place. Oh, look at that picture! It's really cool, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah, this house is in one particular little city right next to the River Mosel, and it's like when you look at it in real life, it's a little bit how what is it called? A little bit. It's not straight, so it's a bit. I forgot.
Tilted.
Tilted. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's good. Crooked. Nice.
This place is right behind, right in front of it. So from the perspective of the guy who made the picture, it's behind him. And yeah, you can see a lot of these houses around the Mosel region. There's also an old castle on top of the sea. Yeah, I always drive through there with my bike when I do a bike tour. Actually wonderful.
Is that a picture of your town?
No, but it's like I think like 10 minutes with the car away.
Yeah.
Or 20 minutes or 30 minutes by bike.
I have
a little crew. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Clay.
No, I was just going to say there are a lot of boats.
I just have a general. It might seem like an odd question, but I asked my nephew this once. I'm just wondering if modern Germans, have any deal with anything so-called like Nazi guilt. Like how I asked my nephew, "Do you have any white guilt?" And he kind of said yes. And I'm like, "Are you retarded? You never had a slave. None of your friends had a slave. You're friends with lots of people that aren't white. Why would you have white guilt?" So, anyways, it was just a curious question. Is there even such a thing as Nazi guilt in Germany?
I'm sure there are probably people that still have that, maybe, but
sorry, and if I might add, they shouldn't have to feel like they should feel guilty. But go ahead.
Yeah, the most people I ask my age so far, we would say the same, since we cannot do anything about history and we are not a part of it. We do not feel any guilt. It's just a reminder, maybe, that it's very easy to blindly follow things, that maybe end up in a certain way. But regardless, war is always bad. Doesn't matter what side you're on. And I personally know I do not feel any guilt. It's just, I mean, my grandpa, for example, he fought on 3 fronts of the Second World War, and he didn't make that choice by his own, and it was something that was forced on these young men. So regardless of even you want to persecute the people at that time using weapons and shooting the soldiers and so forth, they can't do anything about it, because if you would not have been going into war, you would have either been imprisoned or killed. So
yeah, I heard that about Yeah, well said. I heard that about the Russian-Ukraine thing, that if the Russians go back, they could face execution. Now with the current conflict. Yeah, that's crazy.
So true.
I think this whole guilt-based fear thingy is just another way of control. Like, it's stupid. Like, why?
Yeah, they gaslight us to feel bad about something we never did.
The only people that need to feel guilty are the ones who are in the royal positions that first of all had their, grandfathers deciding these things, because it's not the soldiers deciding to create the war. It's always a few people in higher ranks that decide to have war against each other, right? So they are the ones who need to feel guilty. But funny enough, these are the people that with, second or third generation are still, putting that image upon you that you need to be the guilty one, even though their family bloodline, was actually the cause of all of it.
The instigators, yeah.
Yeah, so it's
well
said.
Excuse me.
Once again, I mean, everything is turned upside down, right? It's not a new thing.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say about the current conflict, like people are dying on both sides, and like I know there's people on both sides that don't want either side in the conflict. It's what's happening.
Right.
That's all.
I also think it's wrong, especially to see how people on the internet or on both sides say, "Oh, nice that these guys die, the Russians," or "Oh, nice that the Ukraine people die," or whatever. But on the other hand, it doesn't matter on what side you're on. If you think it's a good thing that someone dies because of his country where he was born in, you're not better than the worst murderer. It's just sick. It's sick to think that a Russian gets killed because he's the bad guy. It's okay that that someone lost his life. That's the sick thinking. I think there are many people like this. They say, "Oh, look, the bad guy is dead. That's nice." No dead is no one who dies in a war, regardless of the side, is a good thing or a win or anything. It just shows actually that humans, somehow still didn't figure it out where they're coming from, actually. If they would have ever figured it out completely, unfortunately, it's not the way it is. Anyways, I guess you understand my point, right? I can't tolerate, I can't tolerate actually people cheering about the death of someone because he is on the enemy team, quote unquote. It's just crazy to think like that. That's like, I don't know how limited your worldview must be, but that's crazy. At least for me.
I don't want to talk. I'm not talking against. I don't want to talk like bad about a country like Germany, but they do take things really serious and to an extreme, right? They seem to be like, for example, not criticizing. I don't want to but they do take it. They do take the lead. They're still doing something kind of like they are playing that character, no, in a sense. Like back. What do you guys think?
I'm an anarchist, so unless somebody's just trying to use violence against me, I don't believe in the use of violence against another. So if I'm being invaded, yes, I'm going to pick up a weapon and defend my family and myself and my fellow countrymen. As far as doing an invade, no, people shouldn't be invading one another. If you're not happy where you are, go somewhere else.
You're not happy where you are, go somewhere else.
That's right. So if the country you're in is saying, let's go invade these people, and you're not happy with that, then move away from that. Don't be a part of a country that wants to take over another country, I guess. Don't have that mindset. And if you are going to invade another country, you better be prepared for that country to defend themselves and try to stop you. That's for sure. Can't just expect to walk in and step all over people. Maybe even the country you want to invade needs to be invaded because they're doing shit wrong. But that's that country. That's not your country. Just leave it alone, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't seem to be we don't seem to be taking serious how serious a war is. We don't seem to even know what it actually means, right? It almost seems like something normal, but
well, a lot of people don't, but some people do, right? Some people have been in it, so they know, and they know it's not a good thing, regardless, right or wrong, whatever side you're on. But if you're being invaded, you've got to stand up for yourself. You can't just let it happen.
But that it still should be voluntary, right?
To a degree. I would say the closer they get, the less voluntary it becomes. You better pull your head out of your ass and prepare to defend, or else.
Hey, bro, I just gotta say one thing, bro. You really believe what they say about what's going on with the war and stuff like that? All these countries have been in peace treaties since 58, 59, when they signed the Antarctic Treaty.
Russia and Ukraine have been warring since 2014. Russia took over Crimea and parts of Ukraine back then, and they've been fighting ever since then. It's not something new.
Well, what I'm saying is basically all countries have been at peace since the Antarctic Treaty. It supersedes all disputes.
Oh, at peace only in the Antarctic. But Saddam Hussein was invading Kuwait, and the U.S. went in and helped or stopped him, right? Whether they used the excuse of weapons of mass destruction or not, they didn't just stand by and let Saddam Hussein take over Kuwait.
It's all a facade. It's like a movie. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
Well, they're theaters of war, right? And I'm not trying to pick sides, but I will say this: if America was invading Canada, or if Canada was invading America, I wouldn't hold anything against any country that wanted to help the country that was being invaded to stop it from being invaded. Russia's not doing a correct thing right now. Putin's been in charge for 20 fucking years. That's really strange.
I'm just saying, like, you think they'd really like air their dirty laundry to us peons? You know what I mean? They wouldn't, bro. I'm just saying.
Hey, I just want to ask you guys if you thought about this logically. Are bullets cheap?
No, but life is apparently.
Well, hold on. Are bombs cheap? How about the aircraft? Are they cheap? How about men, soldiers? Are they cheap? None of this stuff is cheap, right? In other words, it's very expensive. So the only way you can have war is if you have the financing. I believe the United States just gave Ukraine like $54 billion. So it takes two to tango, does it not?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, lots of people are pitching in to help Ukraine right now. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing or however somebody wants to see it, it's neither here nor there. For me, it's sad that a place like Burundi is being ignored while Ukraine's getting all this help. Burundi's the poorest place on earth. Not at war, but being ignored.
What about Yemen? Yeah. I mean, that's a huge humanitarian crisis going on in Yemen. And even, we've been backing, the Saudis and what they're doing to Yemen. And I think we killed like 500,000 children in Iraq. And, the head of state or whatever her name was, she was like, yeah, we think it was worth it. Like to kill all those children. Yeah, I'll post the video. You don't believe me? I'll sure post it for you.
I heard that witch say that shit.
There you go. But yeah. So it's like when, a few children, God forbid, they die in a school, right? That's a really big deal, right? Let's take away the guns. But meanwhile, we're arming Nazis in Ukraine, and it doesn't matter when those children die, right? That doesn't really matter.
We think.
Of course.
She said we killed 500,000 children and it's worth it.
Yeah, that's crazy. 500,000 children.
So I'm completely against war. Have been since I was old enough in 1991 to understand the concept. So in 91, I would have been 9 years old, and at that point, I kind of understood what was going on. And I was like, this is bullshit. What are we doing over there? This doesn't make any sense. And, now I'm almost 40, and it's still the same. This is bullshit. What are we doing? This doesn't make any sense. Because, what would happen if, hold on real fast. What would happen if, $40 billion or $54 billion was given to the top, 54 cities, and they said, let's work on some affordable housing, right? Let's see if we can lower the gas prices. Let's, help out the poor and maybe take care of the vets that keep committing suicide. How about we, help the homeless vets? No, let's create some more. Like a lot more, all over the world.
Yep.
I completely agree that war is not correct. I have trained for it. I am ready for it if necessary. It's not something I'm wishing or wanting. I have a long military history. My family's been both in the First and Second World Wars, and I don't know. It's not right, but when something wrong is happening, people do have to stand up and stop it.
So what's happening that's wrong?
Well, a lot of things are right. Like, I live in a democracy, but I never agreed to locking people up over a fucking plant. You know, it might be quote unquote legalized now in the country I'm in, but they're still locking people up over it.
Yeah. Isn't that strange?
So right? I don't agree with this. You know what I mean?
The first prohibition was with alcohol, right? Because you can run your cars off of alcohol if you have a special carburetor. The next one's over marijuana, which you can run your cars off of hemp
oil. Hemp oil, yeah.
Hemp fuel. Yeah, so that's weird, huh? And also the marijuana, it's also got medicinal purposes. So is Big Pharma or Big Oil ever going to, completely relinquish their hold around the world?
Back to current things. Like, I might not agree with the war that's happening right now, but I'm definitely not on the particular side that's being the aggressor. Like, regardless of however you want to label the side defending themselves. Like, if Ukraine was invading Russia, I would not be on Ukraine's side. Not necessarily saying I'm picking sides, but Russia is in the wrong. Russia is in the wrong.
Do you understand cause and effect? The law of cause and effect?
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction?
No, that would be Newton's third law. I'm just talking about the law of cause and effect. If I slap you, you punch me.
Because you did this, you affected me.
Right. You said it earlier. You don't want to harm nobody, but you'd be willing to fight. So if I slap you in the face...
I've had to hurt people before.
Yeah, me too. Because they came at me first. So anyway, my point is, you understand the law of cause and effect. Every action has a reaction. Okay. So... basically, what I'm trying to say is that America kept adopting. Sorry, I didn't mean to say America. The European Union kept adopting all these Baltic states into the European Union, which was against the original deal where there's going to be a buffer zone between Europe and Russia. So it's really weird that Putin built, Moscow right in the middle of all these military bases that just popped up, right? So Putin's obviously the bad guy because he put Moscow right there. He could have put Moscow anywhere else in like Siberia, way away from all these Baltic states that joined the European Union and subsequently put in installations of military bases. That's obviously Putin's fault, right?
I'm not sure. Him doing an invasion with the military is his fault.
Bro, are you listening? I mean, I'm being a little bit facetious, but
sorry, go ahead.
Moscow's been there for hundreds of years, bro.
Yes. No, I know. I'm sorry. I mean,
we're building military bases. We're building military bases like around. Okay, so think about it like this.
I know what you're saying now. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in Texas, so if Russia was like, giving the Mexicans, like if we were at war with Mexico and giving the Mexicans like grenades and rocket launchers and AKs and all this funding, I'd be like, fuck you. And now we're not going to buy any oil from Russia, according to Biden. So if we're going to cut off all Russian imports of oil, your gas prices are going to go through the roof. But it's worth it, right? It's worth it. Because Russia, bad guy.
Yeah, I know what you're. I don't think it's fair that everyone's going to suffer because of one idiot's decision. I see where you're coming from. I'm not sure, brother. There's answers. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but war is not an answer, that's for sure. We're not here to destroy each other. I know this. We weren't put here to destroy one another.
But Mr. Canadian, I didn't catch your name. What's your name, bro?
My name's Christopher Titoris, but Flatman Can is my screen name.
I remember you. You've been around for a while.
Yep. Patiently waiting for my upgrade, but not in a rush. There's still so much to learn. And did I hear someone trying to say hello? Welcome to the room.
Can I? What does like? Maybe it's a little bit off the topic. But what do anarchists stand by? Like primarily, what is the philosophy behind? I mean,
Well, the true meaning.
Answer this one?
Sure, but I just want to give him something real quick. The true meaning of anarchism is self-governance. Go ahead, Hank. I think it's Hank, eh?
Yeah, that's right. That's basically the point. So, if every day I go around and I cause no man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, right? I'm not creating any victims, so I'm governing myself, right? And yeah, there's still policemen that walk the street, right? But they don't need to mess with me, nor any other government members need to mess with me at all because I'm not committing any crime. So basically, the philosophy is no rulers, not no laws, right? So a lot of people think that it means no laws. Actually, if you were in an anarchist society and you were to break into an old lady's house and take her things, you would be swiftly dealt with. You would absolutely have some serious issues, but as long as you don't cross that line, cause any victims, then you're good. In fact, that's the whole point, right? So basically, the rules go like this. A sovereign is without excuse. If he does not show the society that he can rule himself from within, then he must be ruled from without. So that means govern from outside of your body.
right. So you're in favor of freedom and you defend freedom, meaning like you don't interfere, obviously, with the freedom of others, right?
Yeah, we don't interfere with the policing of others, because if you're showing society that you can't govern yourself, then someone else has to govern you, right? So I'm not going to be the type of person to get up and put out fires in the middle of the night or chase criminals with guns. So I don't mind letting someone else do that, right? It's the point to where if they become too corrupt and they're causing victims, then I have a problem with the police. But as long as they're not doing that and the government is not creating victims, then I'm good.
Right. So you believe in government, no? I mean, an anarchist believes in government, correct? In having a government, right?
Well, you have to think about it like this. We believe in government from within, but if it can't be done, then it must be done from
If you can't stop yourself from raiding gardens and oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're the anarchist, bro. You can answer his questions. I just wanted to make sure that, I got it right, because a lot of people don't really understand what it means.
Yeah, no, and I include myself. I mean, I understand the concept of capitalism, for example, like real capitalism, right? And when I hear
like
the
selling
concept of
drugs.
free markets, or having a government, it's a good thing. Um, with the limitations, like leaving everybody do their trade, like free trade, free market, like not having the government, for example, interfere with economy, just leaving government and economy in two separate things, just like government and religion. I don't know, maybe I am, but when I hear the term I think that most people know so little about it, but I am quite interested about it because I think that normally we hear of anarchism and the first thing we think that I think is like, I don't really understand it, but the first thing that comes to my mind is like, you can do whatever you want, but that's not the case.
That's what they want you to believe anarchy is, a bunch of chaos and lawlessness and people harming each other. But that's the exact opposite. True anarchist believes not using violence unless violence is being used against them. Like, I don't want to harm anyone unless they're trying to harm me.
So this is called the non-aggression principle. It's in libertarianism as well. It's like the founding of the United States. Kind of, we're not supposed to be like we're not supposed to be aggressing each other like at all, like ever. But unfortunately, it seems that we've forgotten that.
It's self-contradictory. I mean, if you want freedom, and you condition your neighbor's freedom, that goes against freedom. Yeah, right. So just because you're free doesn't mean that you can condition somebody else's freedom. No, that's not freedom. Freedom, I mean, you are free to do whatever you want, as long as you don't condition somebody else's freedom. Otherwise,
or harm another. Like, don't tell me how to live my life.
Yeah, so you have like proper private property. Yeah, exactly. So that's when the government interferes. No, it's like, hey, interferes in order to establish order in case if somebody conditions somebody else's freedom. But
I won't tell anyone else. I won't tell anyone else how to live, but I'll lead by example. So if you want to follow my lead, so be it. I like to help others. So if you see that as a good thing and you want to follow suit, go ahead. But I'm not telling you you have to go out and help a homeless person or you have to be like me. Be yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I find the American Constitution like a very interesting piece of work. I think it. What is it called? The fathers, the forefathers. How do you say that in English? The forefathers. What is the word that you use?
The forefathers, the founding fathers.
Founding fathers. Yeah. I think they've done a very, very good job, if not perfect, like really close to perfection. But
there was one thing that caused a lot of people to walk out. I think it was the how do you put it? the extreme circumstances or whatever. I can't think of the right wording. There's basically like a clause in there that says that, you know, basically they can have like certain circumstances where they just have to, you know, make up their own shit. I can't remember what it's called. It's so embarrassing.
Elasticity clause?
The what? The necessity clause.
Elasticity.
Sovereign?
So I think it's a necessity clause. So out of necessity, they might have to do this or do that.
Elasticity.
Right? And no, that's not what I'm talking about. I think you're talking about something else.
On there.
But yeah, out of necessity, they might have to do this, they might have to do that. A lot of people walked out and refused to sign it.
Mm. You have in the Constitution, you have the use of guns, right, for self-defense, right?
Well, there's a Second Amendment, which is the right to possess and bear arms, but there are some conditions. If you're a violent felon, so on and so forth, those rights are restricted. You can carry black powder guns, but you can't necessarily have up-to-date guns. There's a lot of research you can do. One guy's name is Bone Tactical. He actually had to take a life, and he sort of explains how he carries himself now and how he is prepared to protect himself now with the restrictions that he's under. Very interesting guy to watch.
Yeah, the Constitution doesn't give us our rights. It protects the rights in limiting government from what they can do to us. So the Constitution doesn't really apply to us. We're not a party to it. It's for the government who swear an oath to it. So when people are saying my Constitution, it's not your Constitution. Unless you're, you know, in the military, have been in the military, have sworn the oath, or you're some sort of government official, elected or unelected, right? Then those are your guidelines. Like that's basically you can go here but no further. So when it talks about no illegal search and seizure, right? They can't just come up to you and say, "Where's your papers?" Right? That would be illegal.
That's an interesting. It's a very interesting point. The government doesn't give you rights; it defends your rights.
Yeah, we only asked them to do 19 things, in the Constitution, the preamble, and they've got like, what is it, 15, 17 million laws on the books. And they're only supposed to protect our rights, our borders, and our lives. That's their only job, if you think about it. So this whole time I've been like, why is the military like all over the world? They should be on the borders, and that's
Exactly. Exactly.
And they shouldn't be anywhere else but protecting our borders from people who might be trying to bring human trafficking, fentanyl, drugs, stuff like that we don't want over here. Except for the case of marijuana, we do want that. But yeah, and here's the problem. The problem is so simple. I could say it just in a few sentences. What we have is compartmentalized legal idiots, and it's our fault for not correcting their mistakes and educating them so it doesn't happen again. How about that?
But are you sure that there actually are any borders, so to say, in a certain way? Like the people that also tell you that they need to prevent, trafficking, drugs, blah blah blah, they were also the ones in secret supporting all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm more of the Hegelian dialectic, but you're questioning, are there borders? Like, for anyone who says there shouldn't be borders, what if I just come up and steal your laptop?
No, I didn't say there should be borders, but in a certain way, the way how governments these days are interconnected, so to say, is there really any border, or is it just a border that is meant for us? So that in order to control you, because if you want to travel, for example, you're always going to be registered, you're always going to be checked out and checked in and blah blah blah, so forth. Even though all major countries, or almost all countries, agree on the Arctic Treaty and keeping the lie and so forth, So in a certain way, it's just, for me, it's just all like a scheme, or an asset for them.
If we're talking about borders and country security and stuff, I'll put it this way. I haven't lived a sheltered life. I'm not for all of man's laws. But I will say, like, as far as charging somebody money because they bought a Rolex while they were on vacation and now they're coming into their home country and, oh, well, you bought that while you were gone. Well, you got to give us $300. No, that's extortion. That's bullshit. I don't like that part about the securing the borders and having borders and security like that. But when it comes to some perv trying to go from one country to the next, or some psychomaniac, hell yeah, I'm glad they have identifying ways to figure that out and stop that person. I've seen it. I watch border security, and I've seen it. The guys trying to get into Canada or the States, or going from Germany to whatever country, and it's, sir, you got warrants out, and you're a real cupcake, aren't you? So for that, I'm thankful. But other than that, no. People should be able to carry $50,000 in their carry-on bag, and it's nobody's business but their own. So seeing somebody getting pulled out of a crowd and having their bags ruffled through, and, oh, you have 11,500 and you were supposed to declare anything over 10,000? We're seizing your money right now because we're just going to assume this is from crime. That's bullshit. And, oh, you want it back? Pay us $250. Here's your 11,500 back. That's just extortion.
And it happens. Yeah, and it happens.
But I do feel you. You're a person that's not looking to cause harm. You're not trying to import 3 tons of cocaine or nothing. You're just trying to go on vacation or go visit a friend in another state or whatever. I get it. You should be able to move about freely. But there are reasons for these checks and balances, and they do work sometimes. Is anyone talking right now other than me? I think I've said it before. When they get it right, I'm right on, good going. But when they get it wrong, man, do they ever get it wrong. I'm living in a country where you're not supposed to defend yourself in the country I'm in. And I got this woman walking around free that committed the most horrendous of crimes. I don't agree with this at all. She should be locked up or she should have been put down. It's just really weird. It's weird world these days.
Yeah, we definitely. There are a lot of things that are wrong. Like, I mean, we can talk about it for hours and hours about it.
Yeah, the whole thing about you're not supposed to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I don't. Sometimes I have I have my own opinions, and I don't want to because I don't want to It's really easy for me to get into politics and things like that, and everybody,
Well, it is a flat Earth server. That is the main topic. If there's someone in the VC that would like to ask any flat Earth questions or bring any globe evidences forward, please feel free to step forward. Other than that, we're pretty much free to speak on whatever topic we'd like. We do have some restrictions when it comes to certain topics, so we don't get any server strikes. If you're referring to certain medical issues, we like to call it Fauci ouchie or the beer bug or whatever, so. As long as you're aware of, how to use your freedom of speech, I guess, feel free.
Yeah.
I think you'll find there's no real point in talking about it on the live stream because you can talk about it down below, no problem. You just can't post anything directly on the server. So you can post things to each other, like private message. So there's no real point in talking about it on the live stream because I think everybody's just going to be in agreement. This is the largest advertising campaign we've ever seen in the history of the world. On every single business, door, on every single website, everywhere you go. It was all just a plug, a shameless plug.
Yeah, it's old news anyways.
Oh, they're still trying. I think I seen something recently about monkey socks without the.
Yeah, I saw a monkey wearing pants one time. It was hilarious.
I saw one with a hat and a little music machine.
I've seen a monkey smoke a cigar. I think they even sent a monkey to space one time. I saw that on TV.
Tubular.
Was that is that supposed to be real? But the monkey thing, is that supposed to be like part of history, or was that just like an attempt that they had and they didn't do it? Is that part of history?
Well, what I find really interesting about this new situation is apparently it's something that's been happening for quite a while in one specific area. Weird. Never heard of it until recently.
No, that's not what we're talking about. Let's talk about the monkey that they dressed up as an astronaut, put a glass helmet around his head. That's what we're talking about. Good God.
He survived, too.
Yeah, I think it was supposedly part of history. That's what they tell us on TV.
Now, was the dog first or was the monkey first?
I don't know. I think the dog might have been first. But all I've seen of the monkey are photographs. And maybe a newspaper headline that said chimp in space, or maybe that's an Onion article. I don't know. See, the problem is I can't keep the Onion space travel TV shows with the real ones separated anymore. They used to be really easy to tell the difference between.
I can't tell the difference.
I'm telling you, man, some of those, I know Babylon Bee is like the new Onion. I see some of those Babylon Bee articles, and then the next day I see a real article. That's more ridiculous than the Babylon Bee article. So it's amazing. Have you guys ever seen the Onion moon landing thing? It's from like 10 years ago.
Onion as a vegetable?
Yeah, the Onion. It was a newspaper. It was like, I guess it's satire newspaper, but they made a video of the moon landing. I'll post it.
Sometimes I get tired of like talking about NASA because it's like it gets boring, you know, after there's nothing positive you can talk about it, you know.
What upsets me about the topic and is the fact that so much is being put in the wrong direction. Whether it's energy or resources or cash money itself, it's all going to a bunch of BS.
Yeah, I saw an article a couple months ago about they found the golf ball that Alan Shepard hit while he was on the moon. And I swear I had to cross-reference that article half a dozen times before I could even believe that they were presenting it as a real article. They actually showed photographs of this Titleist on the lunar surface. And they said he only hit it 40 yards.
And did they find it down here or up there?
It was in a bunker up there. I'll dig up the photographs. You can Google it. It's hard to believe. Like I said, I cross-referenced it several times. I thought it was some sort of satire article, and it's like, no, I guess not.
They brought. I heard. I heard before. I'm sure that you guys have already. Like they brought rocks from the moon. I think America gave us a present to some country in Europe. I don't know what country it was. I don't know if it was Austria. I don't. And
I
they
think
were
they gave
like
petrified rock. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
yeah, yeah.
when they wanted to insure it and they had it analyzed. Yeah.
Yeah, they had an analyze and like I don't remember exactly, like can't really quote what they said, or but they said something like like what is this, like what are you like this like they was like invalid, basically, like this is a joke, like, oh, here's a present for you, we brought this from the moon, and they were like disqualified it as
It's funny because when you bring that up to, an anti-flat earther, right? Because they're like, well, what about the other countries? How come Russia never called them out? It's like, well, actually, there were countries that called them out. It's like, what about the petrified wood, right? And at that point, they start, backpedaling, and they say, well, somebody must have switched it before the handoff was made. And it's like, can you prove that?
Okay, wait. So somebody's saying they switched the moon rock with petrified wood before they gave it away?
I don't know.
Is that what you just said, Hank?
Yeah, that's what the anti-flat earthers say.
Okay, and then like I'm thinking that's like somebody saying I'm gonna give you a Lamborghini, and it's an actual Lamborghini, and then you get there and it's a kit car. Like the guy wouldn't notice it's a kit car. And then why would you give him a kit car if you told him you were giving him a Lamborghini? Just give him what you said you would. Why switch it out? That doesn't make sense. Like I know they're gonna check if it's a Lamborghini, so if I'm saying I'm gonna give you a moon rock, should I not assume you're gonna check to see if it's a moon rock? Maybe not right away, but at some point. So why would I switch it with petrified wood? Here you go.
So earlier we were talking about anarchy, and there's only one way that it could work, in my opinion. So if you had like an island that was like a private island, and the only people you let on were like of high intelligence, high moral value, sober, no relative, moralist or relative truthers, right? And then on this island, everybody was, doing just straight up capitalism. Like if you won't work, you don't eat, right? So there's no communism, there's no socialist programs. It's if you want to eat, get out there and fish. If you want to drink, drill a well, right? So if this happened and everybody agreed to these terms, then it could possibly work. But on a large scale, with an uneducated population like we have today in the United States, it's impossible. It's literally impossible. Somebody has to be governed. So the problem is that we've created a power vacuum because of our ignorance, because of the educational system being taken over by the Rockefellers. So everybody's, compartmentalized legal idiot, and they don't know the laws, right? And that includes the government themselves, right? They'll often break their own laws and codes, and then the citizen doesn't call them out on it, or the man doesn't call them out on it. Either way, right? And they just, presume this is the way to do it. You don't correct them, and then, you end up committing fraud, and they don't mind if you commit fraud because that gives them a latch over you, right? That gives them jurisdiction over you. So if everybody were to like completely abolish the government educational system and we actually started governing ourselves, there wouldn't be a need for a police force. It would only, shrink down to be a sheriff. So we're served that which we deserve. Because of our ignorance and apathy, we have this gigantic police force where they're enforcing policy, not laws. And then we get all butthurt when, they commit crimes and get away with it because they have this thing called, what is it? Immunity. They got like I forget what it's called. Blanket impunity is what I want to call it because that's technically what it is. Qualified immunity. Yeah. So with the unelected officials, the judges ruling from the bench, we get case law, and one of the case laws is qualified immunity. So basically, if they don't knowingly violate your rights, and there's already a case on the court of this happening in the past, then they get qualified immunity. Basically, is what it boils down to. And then there's where they asset forfeiture, where like not too long ago a vet was traveling with his money that he had been saving up. He had all the paper receipts of all the legal transactions of all his earnings from the military, from other jobs he had done, and the cops took it. It's called civil forfeiture. So basically they can't accuse you of a crime that you didn't commit, but they basically accuse your money of being guilty of a crime. And then you have to go to court to prove that actually your money was not guilty of committing a crime to get your money back.
Doesn't make sense.
Right. So
they
accused you beforehand, no?
Broke my heart when I heard that story. And yeah, it just costs you so much, unless it's a large amount of money, you just give up and let them keep it. Go ahead, Hank.
So yeah, they're basically accusing your money of being earned illegitimately, like through drug trafficking or something. And like if you're like me, you might drive to Dallas with like several $1,000s in your pocket looking for a car, right? And then when you get pulled over by the cops, and they're like, "Do you got any money on your hands? Do you got any money or weapons or anything like that?" And you say, "Yeah, I got X amount of $1,000 in my pocket." They might just take it. Like, bro, look at my computer. I got my laptop right here. I've been searching for a car for the past, 2 weeks. Like, what are you doing taking my money? This is my, legitimate earnings. Here's the bank statement where I just pulled it out of my bank. Like, what are you doing? Take it up with the judge, doofus.
Also interesting, Larry. I know they called you Hank, but I'm gonna call you Larry because that's what you say your name is now. Sorry about the wind. Pretty windy here. If you want to travel with the gun and ammo, they say if you have over $1,000 in your car, you can legally travel with that together instead of separate. So, there's a lot of weird things they can get you for, but it's totally legal. Like, why can they be like, oh, you got all this money? That can't be right. That's so stupid. Because I'm so sorry about it. It's a wind. It's super bad. I'll shut up.
It's not too bad. It's interfering a little bit, but it's not that bad.
It's pretty bad. But literally, they say you don't have to have a license to carry here in Texas. Where as far as I know, if you have so much money in your vehicle, you can carry a handgun and with ammo right there with it. And you don't have to have a license for it. If you have so much money on you and you're traveling out of your county. So there's some weird laws that are in Texas. So I don't know why you would be able to get pulled over and they say how much money you got on you and they take it from you, because that's stupid. Because I've got this much money on me and I've got a gun on me to protect that money because I'm going to buy a car, like Hank said, because what if that's what you're going to do? The law enforcement, that's ridiculous that law would even step in the way of you going to do a transaction.
Well, by all rights, they shouldn't impede your freedom to move freely unless you're committing a crime. So if you're not committing a crime, they have no reason to hinder your movement.
And see, my sister actually travels with a certain amount of money in her car, so she can carry her handgun with her. Because in the state of Texas, if you're traveling outside of your county, which most of the time she is leaving her county, she's got to travel parts here, there, and yonder, and so she carries a certain amount of money, and she can carry her gun legally without having a permit for it.
With what I just said in mind, unless you're breaking a traffic law, have a light out, you shouldn't be getting pulled over. If you are being pulled over for something other than that, then they are aware that you are in the commission of a crime. Then maybe that question of do you have a weapon, a gun, or drugs in the car is valid. But if all you're doing is breaking a traffic law, those questions shouldn't even come into the conversation. Should be, are you aware you turned right on that red and you weren't supposed to? That should be the only question.
I was going to say, even if you've got a light out on your car, like say you're turning left and your left blinker ain't working, that's still not a crime. You're not committing a crime. That's a traffic violation. So there still is no criminal activity going on.
That's right. So it should only be, the question should only be, are you aware your rear left blinker was out? Not, do you have monies, drugs, or guns in the car because your rear blinker isn't out? I need to know these answers.
Yeah, and if anything, the police officers should carry around, light bulbs in their cars and be like, hey, I'm here to help. You want me to change out your light?
Amen, sister. I love that idea. Amen. Keep talking.
They should be there to help. Like, hey, you may cause a traffic accident. I can fix that right now for you. I'm AAA. Here I am. Let's put your.
I have an extra belt in the trunk for that. Yeah. like your fan belt and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're right.
If anything, the police officers should be there to help us. They are not doing their job, in my opinion. Because used to, they don't do it anymore. But used to, I remember I had a couple of cops open my door for me a few times because I locked my keys in my car. They don't do that no more because they're like, well, I'm not sure if this is even your car, blah, blah, blah. They won't do it anymore because of lawsuits, because people used to say, hey, can you unlock my car? And they'd steal them. They were like, people were being stupid, and the cops got in trouble for it. But, used to, cops would unlock your car for you, and they were actually there to help. They're not there to help anymore because they changed their, used to, it was, what was their slogan? It used to be?
Serve and protect, not harass and fine.
They actually changed their slogan. It's not serve and protect anymore.
It's hassle and fine.
Well, that's not what their slogan is, literally. But they did change their slogan. It's like I can't remember what their slogan is now, but it's not to serve and protect anymore. So I guess we can't be pissed at them because they changed their slogan to not serve and protect anymore. It's like to uphold the law or something. It's totally gone off rails, and they're not even upholding their law. They're upholding statutes that are bullshit.
They're order followers. They're enforcers now.
And I will tell you 100%. I used to work for a state trooper, and his wife, he was super cool actually, and his wife was super cool. She was a sweetheart. And when I was working for them at the beginning of COVID, I worked for them for a couple of years, and at the beginning of the sickness in 2020, I asked her, I said, if stuff goes down, is she going to actually enforce people doing all of these things, And she looked at me, dead face, and she said, I hate to say it, but he is an order follower. And she seemed very disgusted when she said it to me.
And I'm because she probably knows him better than all of us because she lives with the man, right? And then I agree, most of them are just road pirate douche nozzles. They're far and few between the odd one that'll give you a jump start or really be there to help.
And they've been married for over close to 30 years, but she looked at me with a sad heart and said, I could tell she was sad that when she told me he will just follow his orders. And she was I could tell she was disgusted with her answer when she didn't want to answer it. She did not want to tell me that, but she told me that because I know her well. She knows my sister, and kind of close knit kind of people. And when she told me that, I knew she was telling me the truth, that he would just do whatever they told him.
That's why I say your career, your passion, your whatever you're doing should be more than just a paycheck. So if what you're doing or what you're wanting to do becomes something you don't agree with, then you should stop doing it. Just because there's more money if you keep going doesn't mean it's right. You don't take the money and keep doing something wrong.
Yeah, and that's
what it is. It's a paycheck for them. Oh, I gotta arrest people because they don't have this on or that. They're not doing that. Okay, I'll do it. It's a paycheck.
That's the sad thing that he's gotten himself in a position of, because he's really high up. He's a high up trooper. He trained all of the other troopers. He's really high up on the totem pole, if you will.
This one DEA agent, he was very young, in his early 20s when he started his career, and they were going after, the quote-unquote bad guy or girl, and they were bringing in quantities of illicit drugs and some money, and after a few operations, the higher-up said, just focus on the money. I want you to bring me money. And the guy quit because he saw that the institution wasn't about stopping the problem, they were about getting the money.
I gotta go. I got a phone call.
Bless. Another story I heard of a DEA agent. He's retired and he's prescribed marijuana now for his PTSD from when he was doing whatever. He used to fly around and help them spot marijuana fields, and it was all marijuana that they were going after. And after a while, he saw how ridiculous it was, and he stopped pointing out the crops. And there was only one situation he was in that he's actually proud of in his career. Other than that, he feels bad about all the other ones. And the only reason he feels good about the one situation is because the guy was into some really bad things aside from the weed in his backyard.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, bro?
Better than yesterday. Tomorrow's looking promising.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, I should go out today and slap a few of my stickers around the city. I gotta fix some of my vehicles, though.
What stickers?
Hold on, I'll post some in the live stream. Yeah, the newer ones. I posted the older ones so many times, I'll post the new stickers. They're more up to date.
Today was a great day. Great day. It was super hot, but it was great.
My company, I sell t-shirts. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I gotta back out, go into the thing and see what you posted.
I like the design.
Those are 4 new ones. I have about 30 plus novelty designs, so I have to get all of them on a sticker. Right now, I only have 8 of my novelty designs in sticker form. These are all 8 of the stickers. Oh shit, that's a bad one. I'll put a better one up. I used to post this a lot in the live stream. I haven't been for a while. Not that I, don't want to. I just like keeping it on topic.
So you just gonna like put them up around your town?
Oh, I love putting them in drive-throughs, on stop signs, on fire extinguishers inside of stores, anywhere I can think of where the public is.
Fair enough.
And I give them out. I give them away for free with air fresheners and keychains as well. I got some pens on the way I'm going to give out as free swag as well.
You're a marketing genius.
I've decided I'm going to be the one to create generational wealth.
Do you make them yourself?
Well, I subcontract like the actual screen printing of the t-shirts. I design the designs. Like I created the Royal Canadian Marijuana Pushers. I created the Ontario Pot Producers. So those are my own designs. A few of the other 30 plus novelty ones are my own designs. The Thank You for Pot Smoking, I bought that shirt 35 years ago or so down on Rideau, and it said American Cannabis Society, I believe, instead of Canadian Cannabis Society, and it had a really shitty pot leaf. So I changed the design up and made it Canadian Cannabis Society. The shirts have the 10 hemp commandments on the back for the smoker friendly ones. But the other ones are like the man, the legend, I've been used, get it up, get it in, get it on, get it off, get it out. I'm sorry, my fault, I forgot, you're an idiot. Same shirt, different day. I've been doing it about 20 years. I did 300 for a university. I did 32 for a modeling agency. I do restaurants, garages, whatever I can get my hands on. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just said fair enough. That's you're doing good.
It's a start, and I have another business idea that I had off the ground. My friend took the idea and ran with it, and then he decided he couldn't answer the phone. The anxiety was too much, so I'm going to start the business up again on my own and just do it by myself. But I was investing in that for him, and that's mobile car light replacement. And I'm sharing that with the stream and everybody because I have no problem with competition. So, I mean, if somebody else wants to start up their own little, I'll pull up and do your tail lights for you for $50. Go ahead. My city, your city, whatever. It's money. It's free money, boys and girls.
You heard of Amazon merch?
I'm on Amazon Canada.
It's like this merch thing. You just upload designs and they put them on T-shirts and stuff for you.
Okay.
I have a few.
Yeah, I've checked into stuff like that, but sometimes I usually find the end cost is so much, and like I order 100 shirts at a time. So.
Oh yeah, they do it all for you. That's why I do it. It's just easy.
I see.
Easier. Yeah, it's like print on demand.
Are they nicely priced?
Well, you can pick your price, but they're a little over what I'd pay, but people do buy them.
Like for me, for that, if you're looking in the live stream, that one I put up there, the thank you for pot smoking. So that's 2 different shirts. The extra large always have the funky tees on the left or right sleeve, and double XLs, triple XLs. All the rest, small to large, is on the front or back for the company name. So that's 2 different shirts. And when I want the company logo on the sleeve, it costs me more. It's a little extra.
Okay. What do you charge for them?
Well, it depends. I have some single-sided of these shirts that I'll sell for $25, but the double sides I ask $50. If you're looking for 2 or more, I'll go $40 a shirt. But they're 100% cotton. Yeah, okay. $40, and they're one of a kind. Like, I mean, where are you gonna find a shirt with the 10 hemp commandments on the back?
True.
Or Ontario pot producers. Like, that's completely my own original idea and thought. That's my intellectual property, right?
Yeah.
Same with the Royal Canadian Marijuana Pushers. My printer was nervous, and I believe they contacted the RCMP and showed them the design and asked them if it was okay, and they said, we don't have a problem with it because she printed me up my shirts.
Is ganja legal in Canada?
In Canada now it is. When I first started my company, it wasn't.
Oh, okay, I see.
Like I've been, I'll be 50 this June, and unless I was in jail or the hospital, I pretty much smoked every day of my life since a very young age. 2 times I quit voluntarily, and that lasted a good stretch of time, but then back to the old smoky.
Yeah, ganja's just not my thing. I hit a bong last week, and my whole body was vibrating. It was awful. I can't. I know.
It's good to take a break.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's for health reasons or financial reasons or whatever, I mean, a break is always good,
Yeah. For me, it's just overly strong. I don't know. It just hits me different, to be honest.
Yeah.
Puts me on another planet.
Yeah. It's not for everybody. That's for sure.
That's yeah.
And then it might be depending on, like, maybe CBDs would be up your alley because those are more for pain and anti-inflammation and stuff. And no psychoactive, like you won't feel a buzz at all.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I wouldn't take it if it wasn't gonna give me a buzz.
Yeah, but if you like me, I got 14 pins and 2 plates in my left leg from a skiing incident. So, I mean, if CBD is going to help take away the pain, I would, right? So, as a hypothetical, if something like that were to happen, or you had a surgery, you were in recovery, and you're in pain, that CBD might help relieve the pain for a week or 2.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. And then there's topical oils too that are good for your skin. Like I have a hemp moisturizing cream that I use.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, my nan
Nothing
uses
to
that.
do with getting high. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some good stuff.
What part of the earth are you on right now? Are you in America, in Canada, over in Europe? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, it's so good. I'm in the UK. I'm in England.
Beautiful. One of the gentlemen that I looked up to growing up was from England, and yeah, very, very noble person, very stoic.
Good to hear.
UK and Brits, they're different or the same or kind of, or I don't even like asking some of these questions. Like, fuck, I'm causing big problems here.
No, well, it's Britain and the UK. I think they're the same. There might be one less country, because we're just a collection of countries. That's all. That's what the UK is. But Britain, I think Britain and the UK mean the same thing. Yeah, mean the same.
Okay.
And then England's just one of the countries in it. It's like Wales, Scotland, all that. But the rest are irrelevant. It's just England.
He was from Luton in London. Luton, a town of Luton in London.
Yeah, the other countries in the UK are irrelevant. It's just England that matters.
My great grandfather that was in the First and Second World Wars and shit. I have pictures of him like shaking the Queen's hand, man.
Oh, are you from? Do you have like British ancestry?
Yeah, my mother on my father's side is 100% British, and her father, my great grandpa Smith, was 100% British.
Huh?
My father's father was 100% Greek. And they met while they were on leave. She was in the Air Force, he was in the Navy. During the Second World War, my nanny and my papu. And my nanny's father was the one that met the Queen and stuff. I marched by the Queen and saluted her when I was very young.
Yeah, I like the Queen.
Yeah.
She's old now. She's like,
she is. But my nanny is actually, I believe, a couple years older than her. She just turned 99 this year, my nanny.
Yeah, people live so long nowadays.
I think the Queen's 96. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, people live so long nowadays. I think the Queen's still got a good, maybe even 10 years left in her, to be honest. She's going
I wouldn't put it past them.
She gets probably, some of the best healthcare out of anyone in the world. I think she can do it. And she keeps her nose clean as well. That's what I like about her. I don't think there's any scandals directly involving the Queen. She just stays out of politics, all that. She just.
I've heard of something. I mean, I don't even like going into those areas. Like I'm not law enforcement. I can't tell you one way or the other. If some of the things I've heard about some of the people I've heard some things about are correct, it's just a shame they're not facing justice, regardless of who they are. I'm not speaking specifically of the Queen, but if she was involved in something, she should face justice. But I mean, I get where you're coming from. She does distance herself.
Yeah. The royal family as a whole, they often get themselves in hot water, but the Queen seems to distance herself quite well.
And she stripped numbnuts there of all of his royal, shall we say, privileges and whatnot. So.
Yeah, is that the one on trial for touching kids and that?
You got it, Pontiac. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
like the
think-
relative none of us want to admit is a relative.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. I think what she did to him was basically the royal version of getting cancelled. Made him face his charges like as a normal citizen.
Yeah. Don't ask us for help.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he just makes himself look guilty as well. I've seen some of his interviews. He just looks like he's full of shit. But could be innocent. Who knows?
It's sad. Like whatever there is to it, it should have come out then.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just ridiculous. How can you be in your 60s and people are coming out from 20 years ago making all these claims, and you're like, what the fuck? Where were you 20 years ago when I supposedly did this shit? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And the longer people wait, it's like there's less and less evidence by the year. Evidence is like eroded and that, and it's harder to get a conviction.
I find it really amazing what people can forgive too. Like I've watched interviews with parents that their child was murdered, and they go to the pen and they have a visit with the guy who killed their kid, and the guy's in tears, and it's like, holy man, you know, crazy.
got,
like I would want you to rot in prison, not be able to receive any letters or nothing, if I couldn't have the option of having you put down by the state. Or can I go in there and beat on you daily? Like, I don't know, man. I'm for the death penalty with certain crimes, certain things. It's just, no. You shouldn't be a taxpayer's problem anymore.
I agree, yeah. Certain things you deserve to hang for.
I believe they call them nunces over there, eh?
Nonsense, yeah. Pedophiles,
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we had a guy recently. I forgot his name, but he got out, and I'm pretty sure he'd like raped and killed 2 kids, and they let him out after like, I think he's an old man now, but he should never have been let out. He got sent back because the second he got out, he started approaching women and stuff, but he should have never been let out. He should have been dead, you know what I mean?
He should have disappeared.
Yeah. They should have buried him under the prison. He shouldn't have got sent to prison.
I agree, brother. But I mean, if he got out, somebody should have snatched him up. He should have disappeared.
Yeah, because that's the thing in like American prisons, because they're pretty rough, aren't they? Like if you're a snitch or a pedo or rapist, or whatever, you often get killed, right? Over here, they're a lot more cushy.
I've done federal time. Yeah, we deal with it. We take it upon our own shoulders, and sometimes the screws will let us know, so we get to have our fun.
Good on. Yeah, over in the UK, it's a lot more cushy. Like it's no picnic. I don't think prison is. I've never been there, but it's not got like it's not all gang controlled, and pedophiles often don't get what's coming to them. They're protected pretty well.
Yeah, I just watched a documentary about one of your lads, Ron. Fuck, I can't. For some fucking reason, I can't remember his last name, but yeah, he got it pretty bad by the system over there. He took out a couple of the pedos in one of those lockups, and they basically stuck him in a hole for the rest of his time. It's like he should have been given a medal.
Yeah, the state should have put him down. You know what I mean? Put the offenders down.
Yeah. And like they also knew the guy, like they know, if they know I'm going to fuck up a certain prisoner, they know to keep them away from me, right?
Yeah.
So when they put them in with me, they know they want me to hurt them.
Yeah.
So they kind of put that guy in that situation to do what he did because they knew he would, and then they could treat him like an animal. And that's wrong.
Yeah, I agree. Because isn't it almost expected of you in prison? Like if there's someone in your cell who's like a pedo or something, you're expected to kill him or beat him up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's a hard situation, isn't it? You either beat him up or you get seen as like a pedo supporter or whatever, right?
Well, it depends on your situation, right? Like sometimes you can have a situation like, look, man, I'm about to get out in a month or two. Like, I can't be involved, boys. Okay, no problem. We'll handle it. You know?
Oh yeah.
So sometimes you can be a bystander that just observes. You know, you don't have to be involved. And then there's one guy, he had a turnaround because he was all about that. And then one day he found out the one guy he put the hurt on or took out was innocent. And then he started thinking about how many others he might have hurt that were innocent. And so it wasn't in him anymore to do that anymore.
Yeah.
And the guys inside aren't going to be like, well, you're a fucking wuss, you know, like, fuck, you've already done what already? For how long? They know you're not weak.
Yeah.
They know you don't agree with that, you know, so.
You put the work in already.
Yeah.
You can retire. Yeah.
Yep. And this isn't, nobody should go to prison, but if you're there, just keep your head down, walk your own line, you know? Don't get involved in the politics.
Yep.
And it's sad to say you might end up seeing a friend or two, you know, from the outside when you're there. It's not a nice place to see them, but we're all human. We all make mistakes.
True.
I see a brother that's in for knocking over a bank or doing something. I'm not looking down on him. It's not even my business why he's there.
Yeah. I agree. As long as they've not done something super fucked up, is what it is.
Yeah, the respectable criminals are on the general pop yard. Their reputation preceded them before they were even there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I went in without a mark on me, and that's how I walked out. Because of who I am. People know me.
Know me on the streets, cuh.
It doesn't mean that I didn't see things or, you know.
Yeah.
Things didn't have to get done, but there's rules for us and there's rules for the screws, right? This one gentleman, he didn't know it was a mistake telling the screw that he got the pen from one of the boys, like to write out a requisition for whatever, more socks or something. Like it was written in pen instead of pencil. And he pointed out the fellow that gave him the pen. So the pen got confiscated off the range and Buddy had to take the punishment, which was a punch in the head. That's the way it is. You know, he didn't know he was making a mistake. He didn't know he was dry snitching. After he got the punch, he knew if he uses a pen and he hands in the requisition, some guard gave it to me.
Yeah.
You don't, put it on your own guys.
Why a pen's not allowed?
Nope.
Okay.
Lots of reasons, but yeah, no. It can be used for making a tattoo gun. It can be used as a weapon. There's lots of reasons for their contraband list. It can be from something as innocent as tobacco is contraband in some lockups. No two lockups are the same.
All right.
And I got an uncle coming home in a couple years. And I have another uncle that passed away from cancer a few months back, just before the end of the year, that did more time in than out. And the last little bit of time he did, he was having the guards bring him in all kinds of stuff. This one particular guard. Like, you can get anything in there, really. You want a cell phone? I'll work on it for you. I'll get you a cell phone.
I'll be back in a minute. Just gotta go do something.
For sure. Anyone else in the room?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I thought I have out. I don't hear people talking.
Yeah, there's not many people here.
What happened?
Chilling. Watching, waiting for convo and watching a like a motivational thing. How about you? You find any curvature yet?
Hey, can I make a question, guys?
Curvature, what's that?
Absolutely. Go ahead. What is it?
What are you guys thinking about these new monkey pots? You know?
Oh, well, we're the server's flat
trend,
Earth.
right?
Yeah, the server's flat Earth topic. But I mean, as far as that goes, did you want to address that? Was that God Rockin' or who else was in here with me? As far as I know, again, it's mainstream narrative. I don't know. I don't lick the bottom of people's shoes. I don't lick the bottom of people's shoes, so I'm not too worried. Go ahead. Is anyone else in here listening? I'm not talking over anyone. Just be right back.
Whew. Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
How you doing, stoned?
I am a little bit stoned, you know?
Fair enough, fair enough.
I was just gonna say, use common sense. When it comes to anything you're hearing from the idiot box, use common sense.
Yes, I feel like, I saw this thing. It's like the Nets money making scheme, you know?
Well, they're claiming the other solution to the other problem, it will help with this new problem. So if you haven't already gone and lined up, you better get lining up because.
Oh, it's the new mRNA, right?
No, what I'm saying is that the old Fauci ouchie will help with this new problem. So another reason to line up for it. It's like the miracle whatever they're putting in you. Saves you from everything.
You know what I was thinking the other day? Like, these companies, they are editing the genes of the plants, right? And they can, like the soybean, the corn, they can modify it, use the spray, and only the corn can survive. Like, in the same way, I feel like when they are editing mRNA, they are editing people's genetics. Maybe imagine they put something in the air and the people that had the mRNA.
Well, all I know is once it's in, how do you get it out? Whatever it is. Like again, common sense, right?
But hear me out. Like with the corn, they changed the corn, the soybeans. They changed the genetics so it's resistant to the poison. Imagine if they wanted to take out the population that exists. They give the vaccine to the people, they put something in the air. Maybe the people that take the vaccine are immune. Do you understand my logic?
Yeah, I go with the creator's immune system, thank you. I drink apple cider vinegar every morning for the most part, and all kinds of things don't like that. So as long as that's in your system, you're pretty fortified.
You drink vinegar?
Apple cider vinegar, a tablespoon every morning.
What does it taste
And
like?
It gives you a high alkaline in your body, which cancer does not like, viruses do not like, like anything, the common cold doesn't like it. So it fortifies your natural immune system. It's very tart. You take it with syrup if you've got it.
Okay.
Equal parts. Put it in lemonade.
Fair enough.
It's very healthy for all your organs. It's very beneficial. And not too expensive, about $10 for a decent sized bottle. At least here in Canada.
Oh yeah, and you got a good amount of syrup over there as well to wash it down with.
Yep. We got the syrup, the hockey, and the beer and the cheese.
Are you guys got guns up there?
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's actually it was surprising. I was surprised to find out that there tends to be more Canadian gun orders here than in most other places, and I thought the States was outpacing us by a large margin, but I guess it's just we're not as public about it. That's the thing, so that's why you don't think many Canadians have guns.
You allowed to carry them around?
Staple guns don't count.
What? Are you talking per capita?
I'm just saying in general, apparently. More Canadians own guns than what you would think.
You allowed to like carry sticks around with you?
And I suppose the reason for that is, like I said, we're not as public about our gun ownership, right?
Yeah. Can you carry them around with you?
In Canada, you're supposed to let them know when you're moving your firearm from A to B and what it's for, and blah blah blah. I think with the you got your hunting license. Obviously, they expect you to have a bow or several rifles or shotguns, right? If you're hunting, you got a hunting license. So, but if you're going to the range and it's your home protection type weapon, you're supposed to be reporting it.
So you can't like concealed carry or anything? Can't, like,
Down here in
walk around with that glitter on you?
in the great state of Texas, you can. I'll tell you what, boy.
Now I tell you what, partner, that sounds like a rootin' tootin' hell of a time.
Sure does.
Yeah. We can't carry anything here in Britland.
You can't even. You got a license for that knife?
No, I don't, unfortunately. Yeah, we got nothing. Someone catches you in the street, you're a sitting duck.
They would love to make the U.S. into that, but let me tell you, boy, it ain't gonna happen. Not on
It
my
ain't
watch.
gonna happen, partner. I'ma show them what they say.
I was yammering on and I was on mute. There's restricted weapons permits, stuff like that. Reporting that you're going from A to B with your weapons and your ammo is a good thing, because if you do get pulled over, you're already, they're already aware you were in transit with that.
You got to call the
It's not gonna
government
cause
and
you
tell
problems
them where you're going
later.
with your gun.
I guess.
Well,
We just
I
got
heading
out
over
of-
to my ex-girlfriend's house to end this relationship. That's where I'm going. I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Wait, Vinny, are you English?
Yeah.
You got a pretty good "I tell you what" accent for being English.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I talk to a lot of Yanks.
I talk to a lot of redcoats, and you got a pretty good one.
Is that what we are? Are we redcoats?
Forever and always.
Did any of that go through?
No, you'd got your mute on.
Goddamn redcoats.
What are you? Are you brown coats?
Nah, dude. We're well, I mean, we might have been, but I thought we were blue. Weren't we blue coats?
Oh, are you? I have no idea. Is this the revolution?
Yeah. I thought we wore the regular army wore blue coats, but then the militia they just wore whatever they had. So I guess it probably was different shades of brown and white. We started thinking about camouflage, you see, and red really didn't fit into that.
The only info I've on the Revolutionary War is when Americans want to take the mick out of me on the internet. We don't really learn it at school.
Well, but I mean, yeah, they don't really.
losses?
They don't really teach us much about Vietnam either. So
Fair enough.
We spend about a fucking day or two learning about Nam. Something to do with stopping the spread of goddamn communists.
Those commies, partner.
What's the matter, comrade? You know, like vodka?
I like vodka. I just don't like commie vodka.
I like Kentucky vodka.
Yeah, boy. From them hills, that hill vodka.
Man, I want to get into that shining. I couldn't believe that series Moonshiners. I'm like, holy fuck, that'd be like a couple guys up here being like, Jim and Dan are going to deliver a half pound of weed to Lou. Let's watch them. Like, what
right?
the fuck?
Yeah.
Is it acting? It must be acting, right?
Oh, dude, you can't.
Is it legal?
It's illegal. It's illegal, but then they're on camera, and I don't know how much of it's acting because some of them end up in the Hooskow for a few days, and the law's closing in on them, and I'm like, well, you
End
fucking
up in the
idiots, you're on
what?
camera. Like, what?
What's the Hooskow?
Like in the lockup, the county for a month or two, or you know what I mean?
The county partner. But what is a Hooskow? How do you spell that?
The bucket, the joint.
I know, but I've never heard it called the Hooskow.
Oh yeah,
never heard that either.
Wow.
Hold on, I gotta look this up. End up in the Hooskow. Like
you in the slang,
WHOSK. How do you spell that? How do you spell Hooskow?
I'm guessing HOWCOW, Hooskow. I've never tried to spell it.
That's ow cow.
Could it be S? Oh, sorry, HOU? Who? I don't know. I've never tried to spell it. I've never tried to spell it. Hooskow, like the county jail. Yeah. HOUSCOW, I guess. KOW. That's what Mom says. It probably comes from her generation more than mine.
Here we go. HOOSK. Yeah. Oh, it's HOOSCAL. Hooskow.
There you go.
A jail or correctional institution. He was thrown into the Hooskow. What the hell?
Where were you this weekend? I was in the Hooskow, Ma.
Never in my life have I heard about the Hooskow.
I knew a feller got through in the Hooskow. He was cousin right ruckus at the honky tonk, partner. What's a honky tonk, by the way? Is that like a bar?
What were you in the Hooskow for? Old Miss Johnson said I pulled her bra. Well, there, we learned something new today, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, I'll be back in a little, maybe. Take care, guys.
Cheers. I gotta go generator shopping soon. I think it was 10, 12 people died in Ontario or Ottawa. That last little storm that went through.
From what?
Like a mini tornado type thing.
Well, how the hell is a generator going to save you?
Well, first off, I live in a building. I'm on the 15th floor. The tornado a couple years ago put our power out for about a week. We were about to borrow one from a friend, and the power went back on. We didn't need to borrow it. And ever since, we've been like, got to get one and put it aside just in case the power goes out for a week again.
What do you have a deck?
Yeah, I have a balcony.
Oh, I was gonna say don't run that shit in your house.
It's about the one thing I'm going to miss when I move out of here. I want a garden for a dog and a place to park all my cars and wrench on them. But I'll miss the view when I'm gone.
Texas had that snowpocalypse thing a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I remember that. How did you manage through that yourself?
Oh, I was fine. Because I'm from the north, damn near up by you Canadians. I'll tell you what.
Nice.
And but yeah, a bunch of people died though because they lost power and they were all cold and shit, and so they went into their garages and they got in their cars and started their cars and turned the heater on in their car, but they didn't have power, so they couldn't open up their garage doors, and so they just died from carbon monoxide poisoning. And it's like, holy shit, dude.
If I accidentally drop off, it's just my battery dying. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's terrible.
Man, I used to live in a high rise in Chicago, and that'd be scary losing power for that long, and just you're just stuck in the building.
I'm sort of a prepper. Like I said, I've trained in the military and shit, so I kind of like think ahead, anyways. And it's better to have it, not need it, than need it, and not have it. So we fared all right. It's just we were thinking, shit, the stuff in the freezer is gonna start melting. We didn't open it the whole time, and when we did, everything was perfect. And we're hearing people that were throwing shit out 3 or 4 days after, and we're like, well, they must be opening their freezer every fucking day just to look in there or something. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
And the homeless shelters, like, why don't you just whip down there before it goes bad? And here's the shit I can't eat. My family can't eat all this. Here, cook it and feed your hungry homeless people.
You better get that garden started soon.
Oh yeah, we grow tomatoes and beans, and we're allowed to grow weed here. And, well, we were growing it when we weren't allowed, but I mean, we're allowed now, so I don't care what the neighbor thinks if they see it on the balcony, right? Yeah, last year we flopped on the garden. This year we're going to be on top of it. It's nothing like your own tomato sandwich and shit. It's nice.
I grow tomatoes. They're the bomb.
How long did that snow last in Texas? A few weeks or a month?
Sorry, you cut out there. What was that?
The snow in Texas, was that just a couple weeks or a month or?
Oh no, it was like 2 days. It was just one storm, and people lost power for 3 days, man. I mean, it was one of the most ridiculous things. I went out in the woods and made a fire and started cooking some soup, and people are just ridiculous. There's like,
so you've got to come
there's
up.
people on the radio, like they're writing. These girls. I listened to this one thing. This high school girl wrote a college entrance essay talking about how she survived the winter storm, and I'm like, good. This is just a regular old winter storm up north. Like nothing crazy at all. I mean, there might have been 6 inches of snow on the ground.
You got to come up with a nickname for those people that unfortunately died to carbon monoxide and stuff. Up here in Canada, we call them newfies.
Up there in Canada, eh? Call them newfies?
Yeah, but newfies would be even smarter than that.
Yeah, newfies wouldn't even do that.
No. Anyways. That's terrible. 3 days of no power, and that's how bad some
Yeah,
of them.
they couldn't
Wow.
handle it. They snapped, and they're like, people were running out of water and shit, and so they're like waiting in line to get water, and I'm like, melt some fucking snow. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, go get a bucket of snow, bring it inside. Eventually, it's going to turn into water. You don't even have to do anything. Like, what
Not
in the
rocket
hell, man?
science. Oh, shit.
You know, and who doesn't have like 1 or
That's
2
any
days worth of
indication
water?
of if that's any indication of how things will be if things get worse. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were talking about to expect some like brownouts or shit this summer because of how hot it's going to get, and everyone's running AC, and they still haven't figured out the power grid yet. So I would much rather be cold than be hot.
I find it amazing the amount of energy consumption in the States.
Yeah. Like you can only take off so many clothes, right? But I can put on an infinite amount and turn into a big roly poly, you know?
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I'll turn into the Michelin Man if I need to stay warm, but I can only get butt ass naked around my house for so long.
For sure, for sure. I'd rather have a fire and be warming up than sweating my balls off.
Exactly, like spread eagle in front of a fan, you know, laying on the ground.
I'm gonna throw FE on the screen in case my battery dies and I don't realize it.